Muy buenos días. Sean ustedes bienvenidos
Good morning.
a nuestra
May
sede
you all be
Hospital
welcome.
Universitario Mayor
No
Méderi.
tengo sonido.
Nos place muchísimo tenerlos acá. Para quienes no nos conocen,
Okay, welcome. Let's first take a short video, 3-4 minute video to look at our global network of green and healthy hospitals.
To talk about the history of Méderi, one needs to go back to 1962, the year in which the Colombian Institute of Social Insurance, handled by the government, was managing the San Pedro Claver Clinic. As the years went on, a remarkable deterioration became apparent, with a damaged infrastructure and poor equipment conditions affecting the quality of service to patients. In this environment, half a century later, three prestigious institutions, Compensar, Universidad del Rosario, and Orden Hospitalaria San Juan de Dios, joined efforts, and on May 1st, 2008, Méderi was born. Today, Méderi lives in a constant state of transformation, focused on a culture of patient-centered service. Méderi is a hospital network with two sites located in the city of Bogotá, Colombia, Hospital Universitario Mayor and Hospital Universitario Barrios Unidos, with education and research purposes. For over 14 years, it has been working to provide comprehensive care by offering services to the needs of its users through innovation, knowledge, and humanization in healthcare. With the same characteristic eloquence carried on since the birth of this dream called Méderi, we have evolved in each process with the same passion with which we perform our work, leaving our mark on the welfare and happiness of our users. These changes have strengthened and enhanced our spaces, adapting us to international standards of hospital care and comfort. We are constantly reinventing ourselves. We have an installed capacity that represents 6.5% of all hospital beds in Bogotá, Colombia. We have also been recognized as one of the best hospital buildings in Latin America. Equipped with the best technology, with good medical services, and more and better services that are friendly to the environment and climate change. We have reduced our carbon footprint by adapting the solar panel system for water heating at both sites. The transformation and innovation in the provision of health services at Méderi has allowed us to incorporate in each idea elements that lead to the respect and care for the environment. We work with a humanization model focused on respect, privacy and dignity, which allows both the patient and their family a humanized attention that respects their rights and duties. We have created a virtuous circle to make this the best experience possible, and through it, leave a legacy of research and science with a conception of institutes that allow us to continue providing interdisciplinary care and excellence. Day by day, we continue this dream with the certainty that only by doing things with love, respect, and honesty can we contribute to the health and well-being of our society. We are Méderi.
Well, with this, we give commencement and welcome. My name is Ana Maria Cáceres. I am very pleased to yield the microphone to an executive president, Dr. Rubio. Dr. Rubio, welcome. Well, a very good morning to you. Such an important event. A warm greeting and welcome to all of you, because to be at the fifth conference of the Global Network of Green and Healthy Hospitals actually points towards the evolution and advancement of our entity, our organization. Welcome to the Director of Programs and Communications, to all of Latin America, to the Health Without Harm program, to all the executive present who are here and joining both here on site and virtually to this important event. We're very proud at Méderi to be the host of an event that has a philosophy that we truly believe and we are fully committed to. But we're also very much aware that we need much more to do to advance. We have a commitment that goes along with the health care of our patients, of course, and we understand each time that these commitments include much more when it comes to the logic of a hospital. It's a commitment towards society and towards the environment. This is a commitment that we have laid out with the initiatives to be the largest hospital perhaps in Latin America with solar panels in order to change and to fulfill the expectation and a different mindset, not only for our patients but also for our employees. This hospital was founded in 1962 with all the architectural concepts back then in 1962. In fact, there were no bathrooms in patients' rooms. It has been a beautiful project for the past 15 or so years with the help and assistance of the University of Rosario and the compensation fund. We have been able to renovate it, to remodel it, modernize it, and to make it as hospital as possible in the good sense of the word for people, patients, and for society. The meeting and our encounter that starts today will allow us to promote sustainability, environmental sustainability, in a very complex field, which is healthcare. We can generate healthcare, but we can also pollute and contaminate, and we can do the adverse or the opposite if we're not careful. Many times we have realized that perhaps all this leaves us or gives us an awareness and a consciousness how we can behave when it comes to the hospital setting and the context, how we can actually clean up or contribute to the pollution of certain aspects which later on produce and yield illnesses, adverse conditions. So one of the major responsibilities in the healthcare sector is our commitment and this great initiative. This will be a wonderful two-day event. We will also have the opportunity to discuss, to learn from each other, and for those of you to share your knowledge and your experiences with all of us. I believe that what has happened in the last few years starts to have an impact. I would imagine everybody's sensibilities allow us to capture, for example, what's happening this year we're witnessing 3 record-breaking heat waves, and what we're witnessing with all this climate alterations and modifications. And as you will know, everybody is very much affected, everybody is involved and takes part of this. So with all of these climate-related issues, it gives us an incentive to act quickly, to improve our behavior, to better our planet. We have also adopted a comprehensive focus in the environmental setting with all of our practices, daily habits. This group of talks and conferences and this very select group of participants have a wonderful and valuable opportunity to exchange experiences and to share the best practices, not only in the healthcare field, but also in the environment field, our own environment, and those people that we serve. Thank you very much for being here. Thank you very much, Dr. Rubio, for your words and for the vision and philosophy that you are conveying and how Méderi understands sustainability. Very good morning to all of you. everybody. The day has come. May you be welcomed in this warm greeting to the 5th conference of the Global Network of Green and Healthy Hospitals. This is a space for the exchange of learnings and knowledge and experiences. We hope that this will be very useful, very beneficial, and that during these next 2 days we can consolidate and we can strengthen and empower our experiences and know-how for a better world. Once again, we thank Méderi Hospital for their hosting and their organizing of this 5th conference. And also, we want to mention our professional allies from Colombia, MedHelp Clinic, Valle del Lili Foundation, and the League from Risaralda. From Costa Rica, Hospital Clínica Argentina, Clínica Cruz Selecta. I also take this opportunity to give you some specific instructions for those of you who are present in this auditorium. Please wear your face mask at all times. Make sure that you have your button which IDs or gives you identification. Later on, we will have a space, a 15-minute long space for questions and answers with our panel members. Also, for those of you who are joining us online and through streaming, you will be able to ask questions and send us your queries and questions through the chat space. And to our panel members, we ask that you modulate your lecture and your presentation so that it can be fully understood in English. Before we start with the presentations in this first day of our event, I'd like to take a space, a moment to celebrate a great satisfaction and great pride. This is the first time that Health Without Harm in Latin America, we are conducting and carrying out a hybrid event with simultaneous interpreting service in both English and Spanish. As you can tell, this is a major logistical setting, and also for the intervention that we are trying to reach as many people as possible, not only in our region, but also elsewhere, so that we can share our experiences and the work that the global network is conducting and carrying out, to highlight their leadership and to invite other and more hospitals to join us. That's why I want to convey a very special thanks to each one of the Méderi team member at the hospital with whom we have been communicating, organizing, and managing different issues and different aspects. And also thank you for your generosity for opening your doors to welcome us at the University Hospital Méderi for the hosting of this conference. Also, I'd like to thank to the Salud Health Without Harm team, making sure that this will be a success. Very special thanks to Claudia Paz, our facilitator and coordinator on site, who has extensively and exhaustively worked to put together this conference. I also want to thank to the daily commitment that our members at the global network level have been showing and demonstrating day to day. All the people who are present here today and people who are following us online, we're very much aware of the challenges that we face in the healthcare section. During the next 2 days, we will hear and listen to climate change matters, modifications, alterations. In fact, in a few more minutes, we will listen to a presentation about the triple crisis that the planet is facing. We will also talk about the climate footprint, the waste, the chemical substances that products generate or result in. But besides acknowledging these challenges, we need to take a step further. We need to transform this situation in an urgent manner. We need to demonstrate that we're capable of making changes to improve our healthcare system, that it can propel and also serve as an incentive for the better quality of life of people around the world. When it comes to leadership, innovation, and transformation, we want to be the trailblazers. In this sense, over more than 10 years, thousands of hospitals around the world work every day to change this reality. And this is what we're going to see and listen to during the next 2 days. Professionals who work in the healthcare and from their very entities and hospitals, they will try to rise to the challenge and improve. Hospitals who are requesting their suppliers for them to improve the quality of their products or supplies. This, without a doubt, demonstrates the power of the healthcare sector as an agent of change. We know it's not easy, you know it well, but we want for this space and this meeting and conference to be useful so that each one of you are not alone. Each one of you is very much supported in this challenge. And this is all very much thanks to all of you, because part of the objective and purpose of this conference is for you to feel accompanied, to feel supported, to feel endorsed, and to know with certainty that this global network is precisely this, a global network, a space for you to get support, to share experiences and knowledge. So I invite you to listen, to learn, to enjoy, to celebrate in a collective way the experiences that all these hospitals are going to share with us, and that we can make the commitment. Not only is it possible, but it's a reality. All of you are demonstrating the pathway. And today, it should be a joyful day to acknowledge and to celebrate. Thank you very much. To start with the first session of today's event, I invite Jacqueline Tapia, who is the Technical Manager of Programs for Latin America in Health Without Harm, and Andrea Hurtado Epstein, who is also the Lead Manager for the Climate Change in Latin America, who will present to us in just a moment. Good morning, everybody. We have a brief presentation. I also take this opportunity to thank those of you who have contributed and to have made this conference, this great event, possible. And also I take this opportunity to highlight and to tell you a little bit about the work we are doing in the global network. I think this process of building and construction is very valuable, that we have been doing for the past 25 years, as Carolina mentioned, to move forward, to develop strategies, policies, resources, tools, everything that is now available to the network members to be able to work on transformation and to show leadership in order to reduce the carbon footprint, the environmental footprint. Next slide. As Caroline was saying, this is just a brief introduction. We are over 1788 members throughout the entire world in 82 countries. And I think this is important to, in the next slide, I will show you. Excuse me. Well, here we can see there are over 1,000 members in Latin America.
Lo que da cuenta de este trabajo, el trabajo de liderazgo que tiene la región, de la socialización de muchas de las experiencias y buenas prácticas que se llevan adelante en nuestra región. Y entonces, contarles en ese sentido que nosotros venimos trabajando hace más de 1 año y medio con los miembros de la red y con los nuevos miembros de la red en un proceso de acompañamiento y de inducción en estas diferentes etapas de la membresía,
when it comes to the membership,
que lo que buscan es acompañar el paso a paso de los nuevos miembros, no solamente de los nuevos miembros, sino de los miembros de la red en cada una de estas etapas, para poder acompañar, y de hecho lo estamos viendo, miembros referentes, sistemas y hospitales cada vez más activos que participan de las diferentes iniciativas que se promueven desde la organización y que se promueven de la región, en particular la iniciativa, el programa y esta iniciativa, ¿no?, de menos huellas más salud, dentro del cual tenemos una iniciativa propia para la región, que es la de los premios menos huellas más salud, y vamos a estar haciendo el lanzamiento de la edición de este año 2023,
and we will have a
tiene algunas
2023 edition.
modificaciones, y esas modificaciones
This
surgen de
program
un
has some
trabajo de
modifications, and
co-construcción
they
de los
come
miembros,
about
de identificar el
that
trabajo que están haciendo
puts
en
together,
la
and
región,
it's
y
the
de tomar
type
ese
of
trabajo y
work
poder
and be able to
traducirlo en
translate
estas
it
iniciativas que
into
buscan
these initiatives
reconocer
that
ese
aim
liderazgo, ¿no?
to
No
recognize
solamente los
leadership.
premios menos huella más salud, sino
And
también
it's not only about
ya
less
llevamos adelante y
footprint,
vamos
more
a
health
publicar el séptimo
events.
informe de
We're
hospitales que
about
curan el
to
planeta,
publish
donde
the
van a
seventh
encontrar
report,
muchísimas historias de
and
liderazgo
you
de
will
muchos de
find
ustedes,
many
de
leadership
muchos
stories
establecimientos
from
de
many
salud,
of
de
you,
muchos
many
hospitales,
entities, many
de casos
hospitals,
de buenas prácticas que socializan
regarding
las
cases of good
experiencias, que
practices
dan cuenta de
that
que esta
socialize
transformación es
experiences
posible
and that
y que muchas
tell
veces
us
trascienden las
are a
fronteras,
testament
¿no?
to
Y son
good
un ejemplo
transformations,
para muchos
and these
hospitales de
become
otros
an
países,
example
de
for
otros
other
continentes,
countries, other
demostrar que
continents,
sí es
to
posible,
demonstrate
más
that
allá
it
de
is possible,
muchas
that it's
dificultades que
viable,
sabemos que encuentran en el
despite
camino,
difficulties,
pero no están
despite
solos, y
challenges
esto
that we
demuestra ese
face
trabajo que
along the
vienen
way.
haciendo. El fortalecimiento de los
The
miembros, porque
strengthening of our
también
membership,
trabajamos en
we
estas
also
instancias
work on these
de
aspects,
co-construcción y de identificación de
eco-construction
necesidades, ¿no?
and the
A lo largo del
identification
tiempo
of
ustedes
needs.
habrán recibido
Along the way, you may
encuestas,
have
habrán
received
recibido
different
relevamientos, habrán
surveys
recibido
and questionnaires,
preguntas, hemos
and of
tenido
course,
reuniones
we
en
have
donde
had
tratamos de identificar
multiple
cuáles son
meetings
esas
where we try to
necesidades año a
identify
año,
what are
y a
the
partir de ahí
annual needs
desarrollar
year after year,
diferentes
and to
iniciativas,
develop
desde
different
talleres
initiatives,
como el
workshops
taller de
like
gestión de recursos hídricos
the
que tuvimos hace un tiempo,
hydro
donde
resources
Mónica de
management
Fundación
workshop.
Valle de Lili
I think
estuvo contando su
Monica
experiencia y su
was
trabajo,
at Valle de
pero
Lili
también
and she
iniciativas que buscan acercarles
contributed
información
greatly, but
para
also people
poder
and members
transformar, para
seeking
poder
information to be
transicionar,
able
¿no?
to
Y en septiembre
transform,
vamos a
to
estar llevando
transcend.
adelante
And in
un
September,
taller sobre
we're
edificios
going to
aplicado
be
específicamente
hosting
para el
a
sector.
workshop for
Y en
buildings,
agosto vamos a estar
structures,
llevando adelante
and also in August, we're going to
la segunda edición del
advance
programa de compras
the
sostenibles, ¿no?
sustainable
Y esto
procurement,
surge de este
sustainable
trabajo en
purchases
conjunto
program.
de
And this is
la
all
co-construcción,
based
de la
on
de la elaboración,
eco
del diseño,
drafting,
de
eco
ayudarnos y de
construction,
enseñarnos
the
mutuamente,
helping each
¿no?
other and the
Y por
supporting each other.
último, y antes de darle paso
And
a
lastly,
Andrea, no
before
quiero
I
dejar de
yield the
mencionar
microphone to
el
Andrea,
trabajo de plásticos que
the
venimos
work on
haciendo,
plastics
que
that
si
we've
bien a lo
been
largo del
doing.
tiempo se ha venido
If
trabajando en
we have been
iniciativas
doing
vinculadas al
and working
plástico
on different
en el sector de la
initiatives
salud,
related to
hay un
plastics
contexto
in healthcare,
internacional hoy
there is a
en el
whole
Tratado de los Plásticos,
concept and
¿no?
treaty
que
about plastics
promueve
at an international
compromisos
level.
jurídicamente
It
vinculantes
promotes
para los países. Y en
commitments,
ese sentido,
and in this
nosotros,
regard,
el
we
sector de la salud
and
no puede estar
in
exento.
healthcare we
Y
cannot be
entonces
exempt
estamos
or the
trabajando con el
exception.
Ministerio de
So
Salud de
we've been
Chile
working in
para
Chile
poder llevar
from the
adelante una
Ministry of Health
caracterización y
to be able to
cuantificación de los
quantify and
plásticos de un solo uso
characterize
que se
the
generan y
use
se
of
consumen en el
plastics
sector de la
and that
salud.
are being
¿Para
used
qué?
in
Para poder
healthcare.
identificar las
For
oportunidades
what?
de
So
mejoras
that
en
we can
relación a
identify
la
opportunities
prevención, la minimización, la
and
reducción, la
the
sustitución, ¿no?
to
Y para que esos
minimize
compromisos
replacement
vinculantes que se
and
generan
these type
y
of
que
commitments
de
that
alguna
come
manera y
about
que van a alcanzar al
and that
sector
in
de la
some way
salud
are going
sean
to
construidos
reach
con
the
información
healthcare
propia
sector
de la
so
región,
that
¿no?
we can use
Entonces,
our
esto es un
own
poco el trabajo que
regions
hoy nosotros venimos
input.
haciendo.
So this is the
Me
kind
parece
of work that
importante
we've been
destacarlo
doing.
porque
It's
muchos de
important
ustedes
to
son
highlight
protagonistas de todo
some of
eso
you are
y nosotros
protagonists
acompañamos
of this
para
type of
que
work.
así suceda,
So
¿no?
we've been
Para
helping you,
mostrar
we've
que
been working with
efectivamente
you and to show
podemos dar cada vez
that
un
we
pasito
can
más
effectively
para
move
transformar
forward,
y
take a
para
step forward
reducir nuestra
and to
huella ambiental.
reduce
Gracias,
our
André.
environmental footprint. I yield the
Gracias,
microphone
Jackie.
to Andrea.
Buenos días
Thank you, Jackie.
a todas, todos.
Good morning to everybody.
Pues primero que nada me sumo
First
a
of
los
all,
agradecimientos.
I add
Gracias,
and
Hospital
join
de
all
Méderi,
the
por darnos
acknowledgements. Thank you,
espectacular
Méderi
espacio para llevar a
Hospital,
cabo la
to
conferencia.
allow us to
Gracias
have
a
this
todas las
space for
instituciones
hosting
aliadas que
the
permitieron
fifth
que esta
conference.
conferencia fuera
Thank you
posible.
to all the
Y gracias
entities,
especialmente a
institutions,
todas y todos ustedes
hospitals,
por estar
and
aquí.
thank you all who are
Especialmente a
present.
quienes viajaron
Those of
desde
you
lejos
who
y
traveled
desde
from
cerca
far
por estar
away,
con
from
nosotras.
nearby
Hola.
to be here.
Qué gusto
Hello.
ver caras conocidas,
It's great
algunas que solamente
to
hemos
see
visto en
familiar
cuadritos de
faces.
Zoom
Sometimes
por algunos
we've
años,
been
y
seeing
entonces,
and
bueno,
looking
será
at
un
each
honor
other on
poderlos
Zoom
conocer
meetings
en
in a
persona.
small
Sabemos que no es fácil
image
que nos den 2
online.
días
So we hope that in these next 2 days, we thank you very much. Thank you to all the people who are online. Some of you are already highlighting and showing up. Thank you. Rapidly and quickly, I want to tell you what we have been doing weather-wise, climate-wise. As you will know, we work, first of all, with national governments and international governments, attempting for public policies and healthcare and dealing with climate change, understanding that climate change is a healthcare crisis. So we work with different type of governments, but back in 2021, we launched an initiative with the United Nations committees for the first time in the history. In 2021, healthcare took a very leading protagonist type of space, and as well as the World Health Organization, we launched an initiative, a health and climate change program initiative. It invites 10 countries to develop healthcare systems that are resilient to climate and sustainable climate methods. We know that we have many nationalities present. We invite you to find out if your country, your region can participate and can join so that your own countries can join this program. Because in this context, we're looking, among other things, to estimate the baseline for the carbon footprint. The first country that is doing it right now, it's Colombia. You will listen to the Ministry of Health and Social Protection regarding this issue. We also work directly, as you well know, with health care establishments and facilities. The philosophy that health without harm has, first we need to measure to be able to understand, and then after understanding we act. So what do we need to understand? We need to understand not only the dimension but the composition of our footprint, carbon footprint, to be able to act. No institution should take any action in a blind kind of way. That's why we have developed the monitoring and development tool. It's a carbon footprint calculator which was developed in Latin America back in 2016. So the first step, let's say, that we have worked with healthcare institution is to learn to measure, to understand our carbon footprint, where are our emissions, and this way we can act on those emissions and then develop a climate change plan. Some of the entities and institutions that are here present have done it. There is another level of ambition and evolution, which is an initiative that we launched within the framework back in 2015, Challenge of the Healthcare for Climate. Most of you may have heard about it. I think some people are, yes, acknowledging. This invites all healthcare entities and institutions to make public health 3 pillars: research, resilience, and leadership. These are the 3 pillars of this initiative. We not only should mitigate, we need to prepare or be prepared for the impact, as Dr. Rubio said a few moments ago. So those of you who have not joined this initiative, we invite you to get to know it. It also has a prize awards type of aspect, and we would like to participate in Latin America. And the highest level for some entities and institutions that have been with us is to join the United Nations inspired and funded race for healthcare and climate change. And we have a representative, the University Hospital Austral from Argentina. The race to zero comes about The publication back in 2018 from the intergovernment group of experts, which you may have heard through the IPC, which dictates all the science, information, and technology, has proposed if we want to agree and comply with the Paris Agreement, we need to reduce by half by 2030 emissions and to reach zero emissions by 2050. Imagine the size and magnitude of the challenge. To reduce by halfway in less than 7 years. Those of you who have joined the Race to Zero program are all the actors. There is a whole coalition regarding this objective per country, but we also want actors to join and collaborate. So the Race to Zero, it's a United Nations campaign to which multiple sectors and fields have joined to very specific initiatives. The health sector, generally speaking, joins this Race to Zero program. So those institutions and hospitals that want to commit by 2050 and part of this global coalition with a high ambitious level can do it through the climate change and through the form that is available on our climate action website, which is available to you. And I don't want to take much more of your time, just to encourage you, if you have any questions, any queries, any interest, to make a step to calculate your carbon footprint, any type of action that you want to take related to climate change, let us know. We are fully available. And we also have training sessions directly geared or focused on healthcare professionals. So your voices and your participation and your input are fundamental and essential. So since 2019, we have opened and created an information program. Last year, we had the second edition. So we invite you to get to know this type of initiatives. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Andrea and Jacqueline. And people are following up, and I was also following people online. We have people from Argentina, Chile, Panama, Nicaragua, Colombia, Venezuela, Mexico, Brazil, Uruguay, and Italia who are following, and have a point rep in Guatemala for the United Nations Healthcare Initiative, and she will talk about the triple planetary crisis, an initiative for one single health. Dr. Barrera, welcome. We are now listening to you. I think she's now logging on, and we're trying to give her a few seconds for Dr. Barrientos to join us online. So we will first listen to the presentations or talks in each session. The first one will be Dr. Barrientos, and the second one will be on site here. And then towards the end, we will have a space for questions and answers, and we will pass the microphone around, and also in the environmental sense, you can also join us online through the chat room space. Dr. Barrientos, welcome. It is a pleasure to have you participate, and we're very excited about this opportunity and to listening to your knowledge. Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. Thank you very much for the invitation. The United Nations Program for the Environment in Mexico focal point. We're getting very close to one of the sectors and where we should have more interaction. the healthcare sector. About 30-40% of the causes of illnesses on a global level have to do with these interface of the environmental crisis. So this is a very important topic for us, and the work that we're carrying out and doing in many countries. Some of these subject matters have to do with our sister organizations, the World Health Organization and the Pan American Organization of Health. On this occasion, since you are already experts in the healthcare sector and know fully well environmental issues, we wanted to make a presentation and share with you and to deepen the triple planetary crisis, as we know it, which has been designated by the United Nations, which is climate change, the loss of natural habitat, diversity, and contamination, pollution in all ways, atmosphere contamination, water contamination, soil contamination, plastic driven or laden contamination and pollution, and this is something we are all facing on an international level. So we want to show you some information about this planetary crisis, and then later talk about a very recent initiative and very important, which is called One Health, Una Sola Salud, which eventually reflects the work, the joint effort and work from the various and multiple sectors. Please, let's move forward. I will try to go through this quickly because I am being told that we only have 20 minutes. So on this page, web page, as I told you, the subject matter of the triple planetary crisis and environmental, it's something that concerns us both at the United Nations. Our General Secretary General Antonio Gutierrez, he's always mentioning some of the topics and issues about the planetary crisis. He's invited different members and to be more proactive when it comes to subject matters related to environmental challenges. So the crisis threatens well-being and the survival of millions of people, and this has to do with climate change, loss of habitat, and nature. When it comes to the climate change, let's move forward. I think this is the subject matter that you have been studying more closely related to all these initiatives that have been mentioned. But each time climate change, the impact, something is being advanced when it comes to years and the passage of time. For example, we're going to do everything as possible so that we could not reach a 2-degree increase back in 20, and also to do everything possible for a 2-degree increase to actually happen, rather for a 0.5-degree increase. But the bad news is that today, that temperature increase is already in 1.2 centigrades. So the climate change is actually getting ahead of us and going by leaps, 50 or 60 years based on what we had forecasted. So in this regard, we're looking now at these heat waves. For example, in Mexico, where our office is located, in Mexico 2 weeks ago, we experienced a heat wave. We reached temperatures above normal levels or historic statistics between 5 and 10 degrees centigrades over the average temperature would be recorded in most cities. So in urban centers, we are experiencing this heat wave that is extreme, but these are cities in Mexico that are full of cement, concrete pavement, there isn't enough coverage, forest coverage. So there is something called the heat island when it happens in cities. This could also yield a 3 to 4 degree increase in our urban centers. So imagine what happens in cities in Mexico. Most cities registered or recorded more than 40 degrees centigrades. Some cities recorded 50 degrees centigrades. Mexico City, which happens to be a moderate temperature during these dates, it registered 20 to 23 degrees. We actually got up to 33 degrees in temperature. So actually climate change is threatening the way of life, and this is just a simple example. Let's move forward to the next slide. We're also witnessing a global warming. In Siberia, for example, is facing the record-breaking temperature and the melting of the ice, permafrost in Siberia. And also this is released methane, CO2, and nitrate oxide that are emissions that basically happen and are emitted. So as you can see, the mean temperature of the planet is, the darker the color, it's even hotter. Here we can see year after year we are breaking records on a worldwide basis. About 10 years ago, we can see this, 12, 13 years ago, back in 2001, we started to see and notice these change of colors and that equal the change of temperatures. You can see during the past 10, 12 years, we are reaching temperature increases that we had not forecasted or predicted, that we had not expected in such an accelerated way. So as we're trying to communicate to you, climate change effects are happening quicker, much more or much faster than human reaction. This would be another example of the loss of land ice and the melting in the North Pole, in Antarctica and Greenland. You can see here on this slide in Greenland, the melting and the loss of land ice has accelerated. Next slide. I will go by and through this very quickly so that I can match my allotted time. As I told you, it's been more than 30 years as an entity negotiating, trying to find solutions for climate change. The Frame Convention of Climate Change, CMNUCC, in 1992 at the Rio Convention. That's where other conventions came about, such as the biodiversity and soil diversification. Normally, the fundamental subject matters that are negotiated in the COPs frame: mitigation, adaptation, technology, and financing. Next slide. What I already mentioned to you, the climate change of the Paris Agreement, COP21. This goes back to 2015. Almost 200 countries ratified back in 2016 not to reach a temperature increase between 1 and 1.5 degrees by 20. These have been negotiations when it comes to climate justice, which are the largest emissions countries related to the impact on climate. this is a multilateral global problem that we're facing, because eventually greenhouse gas effects will yield and affect climate change. They have a cumulative effect. And ever since we started with these emissions, the Industrial Revolution at the middle of the 19th century, we have had an accumulation of these greenhouse effect gases. So, historically speaking, back in 1870 to 2018, as we can see on these slides, the US and the European Union are the protagonists who have contributed the most. And after that comes China, Russia, Japan, and India. Of course, the largest and biggest emitter is the Chinese economy, because it's the most industrialized economy in our planet. But the cumulative effect, historically speaking, is very important. And I think I am going to skip. These are some of the commitments by the NDC in Mexico back in 2020, very quickly. The GEI, it was to reduce 22% its emissions to 2030, and then we improve that commitment by 2030. And as we mentioned earlier, to be able to reach a neutral economy or net zero carbon-wise, we need to reduce at least half of the emissions, 50%, by 2030, so that with this trend and this commitment, we can get to a neutral carbon level by 2050. In this case, Mexico is still missing a much greater effort and much more commitment. I think many countries are actually experiencing this situation. The commitment at a national level have to be much stronger to be able to have the trajectory. The last COP, which took place in Egypt, COP27, Egypt 2022, the subject matters and issues on the table are the concept of loss and damages. A fund was approved so that the most vulnerable countries can receive support. It was characterized the global goal of 5.2 degrees. In my viewpoint, is no longer realistic, and with the background and trajectories that we have, 0.5, there is a high probability, greater than 50%, that 1.5 could be achieved in the next decade. So we're going to be in 1.5 degrees by 2030 or mid-2030s. I think many climate experts do agree. Also, when it comes to mitigation, we're working on accelerating the reduction of emissions. And also there are many different initiatives and campaigns, different funds. The GEF would be one example. Or, for example, the Adaptation Fund, which is very important. When it comes to energy, we need to accelerate the energy transition to more sustainable sources. In adaptation, I think we have a more important, significant political, economical, and the financing that is always as a challenge year after year is moving very slowly. I think that the message for climate change or related to climate change, all of us, all the citizens around the world need to acknowledge and recognize that the solution on one hand to the climate change is a global solution. It's a multilateral solution that all countries must agree to be able to reach more definitive solutions. In that regard, we have the complexity, unilateral complexity, that we have witnessed over the last 30 years. Unfortunately, after 30 years of negotiations, or of having this convention, we continue seeing how the rising or increasing of temperatures keeps growing, and we have not been able to change that trend. But what we can do, rather, when it comes from the citizens' point of view, from communities, remember that climate change, besides being a global subject matter, also it involves a life-changing lifestyle change. To be more resilient to climate change depends on our local behavior. So I draw attention to, well, some people think I better not do anything because countries that are the contribute to the largest number or levels of emissions, that should not be the attitude. Please keep in mind, climate change is an emergency on a global basis. So we need to make changes in our way of life, in our daily routines. The heat waves that we're experiencing, we need cities to do reforestation in an extreme level quickly, to equip schools and public hospitals with air conditioning, because they cannot be experiencing these temperature levels. In the north of the country, the electrical grid system collapsed. So what is the solution then? To have sufficient solar panels so that the energy grid system does not collapse. And if there were a collapse, that we may have sufficient independence when it comes to energy generation, air conditioning, also in schools, when it comes how children can withstand 40-degree or 50-degree temperatures. We need more trees, we need more air conditioning, more spacious areas, and also the variability of water processes to reduce the capture of rainfall. In Mexico, we are developing some rainfall capture projects. So if we are not capable to react quickly and adapt and to prepare ourselves to the strong effects of climate change, we're not going to survive. In Mexico, in almost these 2 weeks, we have had over 100 fatalities or deaths, and this is what is coming ahead. It's not just going to be 2 weeks per year, it's going to be a much longer period because of the temperature levels. So I no longer want to talk about the increase or the greater numbers and the cyclone-related and hurricane-related events, droughts, and of course, because of droughts, the problems that come about with nutrition and food availability. Next slide. These are the physical risks. When it comes to climate change, we talk about physical risks. The impact of climate change has a direct effect when it comes to drought or flooding, the increase of sea levels, tide levels, loss of temperature. That's what we call a physical risk due to the climate change. And then also there's a risk of a transition risk. And that's when countries have policies that go against other public policies, generally speaking, when it comes to climate change of other countries. For example, there are many countries that could have a carbon tax on their imports. If the products of a country have higher carbon levels than the average that the host country or the purchasing country requires, then there should be a tax applied. So those risks come about when we are not reacting quickly enough when it comes to commercial means, carbon footprint related taxes or public policies that need to be implemented very quickly so that costs should not be so high. And here very quickly, I was commenting the increase on global temperature between 1.2. Look, in Mexico, based on studies by the UNAM University, we had a 2-year-long project, and the temperature increase in the Mexican territory is not 1.2, it's 1.8. So imagine, if you will, there are countries that are more vulnerable to some climate change effects. And in this case, we're witnessing how, for example, Mexico is way above the global temperature increase, so we need to be prepared. And like this, there are other countries with indicators that are dealing with climate change effects way above the average or the mean. I will move quicker. Let's move forward to the next slide. We already spoke about pollution, contamination. As I was telling you, we have many different types of pollution or contamination. I will mention a few. More than 90% of the world's population are living in cities with air pollution. We also have the electronic waste problems. 50 million tons of electronic related waste, and by 2025 cities around the world will produce 2,200 millions of tons of waste, and this is a problem that repeats itself and happens in all countries, including provincial areas do not have the capability or infrastructure to be able to process and manage their waste and residual water. So this is an infrastructure crisis that we're witnessing in many countries. When it comes to plastic pollution, just to give you some overview, 430 million of square tons of plastic are produced each year, and more than 80% of this amount is disposable plastic, and most of it goes to open air landfills because of the lack of infrastructure when it comes to waste management. The 46% of these go to landfills, 22% is poorly or badly managed, and it becomes trash, and only 17% of this is recollected for its recycling. Less than 9% are recycled after losses. Air pollution, since you are in the healthcare, you have this very present and you're mindful of this issue. I don't see the actual amount, but I think my image is blocking my point of view, but air contamination and pollution causes millions of premature deaths. Air pollution, I have always said, is like the lower floor or the level of the emissions. All these sectors that yield or produce greenhouse effect gases like the transportation industry, energy, agriculture, the burning of waste or trash, incineration. And I will repeat myself, there are many illnesses and pathologies that are related to air pollution. Some years ago in Mexico, we had a beautiful project in the city of Mexico where we became aware that healthcare service providers, doctors, nurses, those employees who work at a hospital didn't have much information about atmosphere contamination and the capability and the conditions, respiratory, vascular. So they would simply say many people are dying due to cardiac arrest. Yes, They are dying because the air contamination levels are very high, or many children would have respiratory problems during January, February, where the highest pollution levels are recorded. So then, while those service suppliers or providers cannot connect successfully those factors and that logic, then the reaction will not be as quickly and as effectively. So this is a line for an opportunity to train healthcare members, workers, and participants to be mindful of all these problematic type of issues that happen in cities. And I think I'm about to reach my time limit. When it comes to the loss of biodiversity, let's move forward here. Imagine, if you will, the imagine of the globe, world globe, the continents, the land-based ecosystems. Man, human beings, has come with all of its activities to 77% of all ecosystem land areas we are affecting and impacting. There's very little left of what we call nature, Mother Nature, untouched, virgin type of territories. Also, when it comes to oceans, we are affecting and impacting 90% of all territories that oceans take up. Overfishing without any limits, any monitoring. Climate change is also impacting life in the oceans. The Atlantic, a few weeks ago, Atlantic Ocean, the temperature increased 4 degrees centigrades. So not all species can endure or withstand this temperature in the oceans. And the trash, the waste, plastic waste, 30 millions of tons of waste are disposed into the oceans every year. So we now have plastic continents. So we can no longer degrade. We have to stop. We have to change. And we need to behave differently. And the planet's resources do have a limit. Let's move forward, please. Another problem we're facing is deforestation. The loss of habitat, natural habitat. These are the countries in Latin America that have experienced the most or the biggest loss, the ones that share the Amazons. If you could go back, please. Brazil, Colombia, one slide, Bolivia, Brazil, Colombia, Bolivia, and Peru are in the top 10, or they were during these past few years in the top 10 of loss of forest coverage or primary loss, which is the jungle, the forests, which had not been cut or decimated, but we're losing it due to agricultural, mining, and different types of human-based activities. So we need to lower the beef consumption, and that in itself, beef consumption is actually causing the loss of woods, forests, and ecosystems. In Mexico, in the last 4 years, has been in this top 10. It had been at least 20 years since Mexico did not occupy or rank in the top 10. Basically, we have a very large and rich richness of flora and fauna in the country, and we're losing it. On this slide, we can see that by 2021, Brazil, Canada, Bolivia, Indonesia, Colombia, Cameroon, Malaysia, and Cambodia. These are the countries where the biggest or largest loss of primary forest is being recorded each year. And to those of you who like to know and get this information, the Global Forest Watch gives us, it's a web page that gives us information about this loss of habitat and deforestation. let's go directly to One Health because I am actually up to my time limit. So basically, the One Health, this is climate change. One Health that we currently have, let's move forward. It starts in 2022. It's an action plan that it's the World Organization for Agriculture, the OMS is involved, the Animal OMSA Sanitation World, and eventually this is a great virtual platform. For the first time, these agencies through the United Nations are joining efforts and coming together to develop a common work area and plans related to human health, animal health, and the environment. Here, in One Health, which is an action plan, we're going to be working with different contexts when it comes to pathologies, illnesses related to zoonosis, some other transmission factors. Let's move forward. And also the link and relationship between the environment because of chemical pollution to animal health, human health, and also in topics and subjects related to microbes and germs. So all of us and the agencies are going to be working directly on these aspects. And here is what we want to achieve: to place right in the center animal health, people health, plants health, to work together jointly in the development of different capabilities in the sanitation system which you belong to, the reappearance of epidemics, endemic type of illnesses, tropical diseases because of the temperature increase are coming back, vectors emitting, the risks for the type of issues with feeding, and the resistance to antimicrobes and the environment. I can give you good news is that recently in these days, a specialist is joining our One Health program from our regional management in the city of Panama. I think very soon we're going to be working and developing a very interesting agenda and schedule when it comes to health and environment. I don't want to overpass or exceed my time. It was a pleasure, and I am very pleased to be here with you. We are at your service. I am in charge and manage the office based in Mexico, and I am also directing and managing work in Guatemala. For many years, I also worked in Colombia, directing and managing from Mexico. So what we can do is we can open up a communication channel, a more permanent channel of communication, and through this initiative, One Health, perhaps we can build jointly a very comprehensive agenda. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Barrientos, for your presentation. Very, very interesting. We invite you to stay with us so that after the next presentation, you can address a few questions, Dr. Barrientos. Next, we will have Evelyn Panadero, who is a representative when it comes to health maintenance sustainability. One moment, please. Microphone. Can you hear me? Yes. Good morning, everybody. How are you doing? It's a pleasure from the Hospital Corporation Juan Ciudad in Méderi to be here. What we want to show you today is the trajectory and the pathway that the corporation has had in the environmental aspect and field. It hasn't been a short process, rather it's been many years where we have consolidated ourselves as a green hospital. So let's move forward. On this slide, what we want to show you is that as a corporation, we have two campuses. We're a network where we have high and medium complexity services in the city of Bogota. We're now in the main campus, and also we have another campus site. And we are a incorporated company that includes University of Rosario, Compensa, and the Order of San Juan de Dios. So these entities joined together in 2015 and they created Méderi. When it comes to numbers, to have a better idea of our capability and our size or magnitude, we are 51,000 square meters between two campuses. We are at the largest medical center. Together, both campuses, we have a capability of more than 700 hospital beds. So we are a large-scale entity when it comes to health care. We have over 82 ER beds and also 25 in the other campus, Barrios Center. And as you can see, there are other statistics. So this is just a general overview so that you have a better context as to the size and magnitude of our corporation. Important also to introduce to you our general management team, Dr. Rubio, whom you have met, who gave us the commencement words, Dr. Sierra, our planning director, Rafael Diaz, our financial director, Javier Mendez, our scientific or science director, Guillermo Sajens, who just stepped out, and our hospital subdirector, Rodolfo Rossi, who is joining us at this conference. So as I was telling you, the idea is to take a quick tour of the 15 years of our corporation and how we have been working on the environmental sustainability aspect. And we have had some challenges. So back to 2008 was the creation of the corporation. We had already inside our campus with 600 solar collectors, panels. So we had already a previous background when it comes to innovation for solar panels. They were already functioning and they would give us support and would heat up water for patients. At this time, they continue working. And those are the statistics that we have shared. In 2009, it was our first year. We complied with norm guidelines, the comprehensive management of waste management, and we continued moving forward. Back in 2010, we had two very important, significant advances: the digitalization of all of our diagnostic imaging. So we reduced to zero all the imaging was digitalized, and also the implementation of institutional mail, which reduced the consumption and use of paper. Then by 2011, we received an acknowledgement by the district environmental secretary or ministry of or related to the advances related to new technologies back then. In 2012, we continue working with paper-related activities, decentralization or centralization of printing devices, and we were able to control this, and we were able to review and monitor the devices that would use most or more paper, and this gave us the opportunity to use less of that. In 2013, we also have a significant advance. We became a mercury-free entity or hospital, or we stopped purchasing close to 30,000 thermometers that would be purchases, and we made the transition into digital thermometers. So we stopped using mercury, and we eliminated all types of supplies and products, and we started using safer supplies. Also in 2013, we had a pilot project for testing waste management techniques. Because of norms and specific guidelines in our district, we had to suspend the pilot test at the time, and we continued working with an external provider or contractor. So how did it work? This was a deactivation type of method or system where the waste would be crushed, treated, and then it would become ordinary type of management. It was viable back then, but we could not continue the pilot testing, as I said, because of district-based guidelines. By 2014, we also started very important activities. We continued eliminating mercury, and we implemented LED-based lighting, and all lamps and lights were replaced. And later on, I will show you when we actually ended. And by the Méderi campus, we eliminated or dismantled boilers completely. So before, as I said, we would heat up water for patients through solar panels. So institutionally, the institution was made to give a third-party contractor the laundry and washing. By 2015, we then started our organic waste leveraging and processing. On both campuses, we started working in a very customized way. Back then, we would have about 200 kilos of yearly production, which has increased in 2015. By 2016, then we had some years in our record, and we started working with social responsibility and environmental issues and the direct impact. We also acquired an ordinary waste type of device that compacts and solidifies, and we were able to see many benefits when it comes to the reduction of electric and public services billing. We also added another compactor or waste compactor on both campuses. By 2016, our environmental policy at an institutional level is introduced. This would be like the 5th version, and that
el cuidado del medio ambiente y teniendo ya una visión más clara de qué era lo que queríamos lograr dentro de la corporación. Para el 2017 llegan digamos que dos consentidas para la corporación, que son las plantas de tratamiento de agua residual, tanto para barrios como para
mayor. Pues en el 2015 fue en Colombia el cambio normativo. Entonces en el 2017 se logró esa implementación. Fue un proceso arduo económicamente, operativamente, porque teníamos dificultades con las redes, habían zonas que de pronto no estaban tan separadas. Esta institución pues es un edificio antiguo que tiene varias, digamos que temas arquitectónicos complejos, pero se logró sacar a flote esos dos proyectos y en este caso tenemos dos plantas de tratamiento de agua residual. En el de la sede en la que nos encontramos tratamos 4 litros por segundo y en la sede de Barrios Unidos tenemos de 1 litro por segundo. Entonces desde el 2017 están funcionando, tratan el 100% del agua residual del hospital y también iniciamos con la medición de huella de carbono. Esta medición se hacía de pronto con las, digamos que con las calculadoras que estaban disponibles. Era un tema que hasta ahora se estaba empezando como a manejar, a tratar, a revisar de dónde sacábamos la información, qué datos necesitábamos y nuevamente en el 2017 pues tenemos la certificación de responsabilidad social. En el 2018 nace un proyecto muy bonito que se llama el Fleximenú. Algunas personas ya lo conocen, otros pues les vamos a contar qué se trata. Ese Fleximenú le da la posibilidad al paciente de elegir qué alimentos quiere dentro de sus posibilidades clínicas y si yo me encuentro hospitalizada pues tengo una opción de más o menos 6 digamos, opciones y elijo lo que pues me considero que es más rico y que me voy a comer.
Allows the quality of the food and the way it's presented, how the food is presented. We were able to reduce waste, food-related waste processing. By 2018, we had 9.2% of food-related waste processing, so we were disposing that. By now, our indicator is 1.2%. So the whole point is to reduce the most and to the lowest level possible, and this Fleximenu allows the patient to feel confident, safer with respect or regard to his or her preferences, and we were able to reduce the type of food-related waste or residuals. Additionally, in 2018, we started with the purchasing of a compost device, processing device, where we expanded our organic compost. We are a great generator of residuals and waste, so right now we have 7 compost devices. For the main campus, 1 ton per year. We want to expand and increase and to get to a 100% level of this waste management. And then we also continue with the measuring of carbon footprint. Back in 2016, we became members of the global network of green and healthy hospitals. So we started using the calculator provided by the network, and we were able to determine what was missing, where we were going, and some data initially was not analyzed. By 2019, we received a very important certification. We were accredited in healthcare. Within this accreditation, to comply with the standards when it comes to environmental network management. And also we purchased some crushing pumps, PTAR. In 2019, we made some modifications to these pumps. We have had so many difficulties when it comes to our waste solids in our sanitation system. So what we did was to install some crushing pumps, PTAR, that would help us to properly solve and manage and not affect the actual treatment process. By 2019, regarding energy, we were able to replace and improve on energy consumption. Some sectors within the entity, depending on the needs for each factor or each office, some LED lamps would be turned on or activated, others would be turned off. So these sectors and areas within the entity and corporation helped, and 304 sensors, light sensors, were installed, hallways, waiting rooms, work with energy-saving sensors. By 2020, we also underwent a modernization of some solar panels, and they were relocated on the terrace area, where we have 24.7 heating water levels through solar panels. We also finished the LED lighting project that we started back in 2020. We now have 100% LED-based lighting in the corporation, and we also received a recognition and acknowledgement. The first one was from the network, the global network. We ranked third. I think this is the reduction of leadership in sustainable procurement or purchases. We were able to reduce chemical substances and some other elements or supplies, and we received the recognition, and we were rewarded in such a way by the network. And also we became part of the group of the hospitals that heal and cure the planet. We also installed solar energy in common public areas, parking spaces, and in external areas or spaces. We also modernized our elevators, where you actually got through today. It has a better system which saves up to 75% of energy consumption compared to traditional type of systems. We also received we ranked first in the reduction of carbon footprint, environmental footprint, and also water treatment. In 2021, we were able to reduce our carbon footprint. This was coming all the way from 2018, and by 2021, we were successful. We were also published related to the hospitals network that heal and cure the planet. And by 2022, we also ranked second for the carbon footprint for the main campus and medical center. We were also published in 2022 within the group of the hospitals that heal and cure the planet. And when it comes to waiting rooms and common public areas, we have some elements such as plants, therapeutic type of gardens. So where patients are actually waiting, there is also a symbiosis effect where we have some green areas, gardening areas inside the building, which allow family members and patients, family relatives can wait and can interact directly with nature. And we have almost in all waiting rooms are located, which allow us to have a better connection with the patients related to their condition. And in 2023, in this first semester of the year, we were able to dismantle the boilers, HUBU, and we're now working with solar panels, HUBU. So this has been one of this year's projects. We no longer use boilers. Water is heated directly by and through solar panels. So it's been 15 years of much work significant work, not just by ourselves. This has involved the entire corporation, maintenance processes, physical plant, environmental, purchasing and procurement, and many other processes that are involved that have been part of this process. And to finish here now, what are our challenges? We have several of them. Another big challenge that we have, that if our district allows us to do so, is to go to our on-site waste treatment processes, and I think we will be able to continue doing so within or inside the corporation. We also have a large-scale project. Probably there are some, or there will be some new construction projects which will allow us to deal with our water residual management processes. So that's another big challenge. The implementation of an organic orchard, a circular economy, to finish off and close some cycles on our list, and also our ISO 14001 certification with the LEED, L-E-E-D certification, which deals directly with green buildings. So that was the summary, the quick summary that I wanted to share with you. Thank you all for your attention. You're very kind. Thank you, Evelyn Panadero, for your presentation. Incredible the work that you have all done, and we're also very satisfied how our global network has also supported. And so we have a very small space for questions. So if we pass the microphone and we give the microphone to Andrea, who will read some questions that came through the website online. If someone here in this auditorium or conference room has a question, or if you're following up the broadcast online, I think we have a question in the back, and also we will move on to the next block. Let's ask Evelyn. Dr. Barrientos could not stay any longer with us because she had another commitment. And let's see if we can move forward. Andrea? Thank you, Carolina. Evelyn, your presentation generated a lot of interest. 3 questions for you from the website. Hopefully you can answer these 3 questions. First of all, what tool do you use for the flexi menu? The second one is for the pathogenic waste in order to reduce its generation, or another alternative type of system or method? And have you re-evaluated the water waste usage through the PTAR? When it comes to the food flexi menu, the nutrition area directly deals. Chef assesses and analyzes our dishes, the components, and what would be most beneficial for the patient. And then we have a person in charge of inquiring, asking every single day to patients, we have this available, this is available for lunch, what would you like? Oh, I don't like broccoli, or I don't like this or that. We give him or her different options so they can select and then increase their intake and minimize the consumption. For the biosanitation waste treatment, we're reviewing the guidelines and norms allowed in Colombia when it comes to high risk and low risk. For the time, on-site treatment, there were some guidelines coming from this district, and for the time, we don't have a water treatment use, so that we can hopefully implement this type of usage. And we now have, good morning, My name is Andrés Mora. I come from the San Pedro Foundation Hospital in Pasto, Colombia. Actually, I have two questions, what probably will come about later when we get together. How does this water heating system work with solar panels, and what's the percentage is being decreased or diminished or not generating any energy when it comes to conventional energy? Thank you very much. Well, Andrés, for our hospital entity, as I was telling you, this were coming from the hospital since we have a new implementation in the Barrios campus about a month ago. That's when it started to work. We have a significant reduction when it comes to gas consumption because our boilers used to work with gas, not energy. So that's where we see and notice the first zero-level consumption when it comes to gas consumption for the kitchen. So the real reduction is not so much in energy, but it's actually natural gas consumption. Thank you, Evelyn. I know that there are many other questions. Also, maybe during the break or refreshment break. And now we move on to we will have 3 presentations, and at the end we will have a question and answer. I will remind our panel members to speak slowly so that the message can be conveyed, translated into English. I invite Maria Marta Cosarin, a pharmaceutical member from Argentina. This is the assessment or evaluation of the environmental impact of pharmaceutical products. Hello? Hello?
Hola. Oh. Hola.
Hello.
Buenos días para todos.
Good morning, everybody.
Tanto los que están acá.
To those of you here present, thank you very much for this brand new opportunity to share with you what we do and how we've been implementing when it comes to the public purchasing procurement, sustainable public procurement program in our hospital.
Bien.
Very well. Let's talk a little bit about the regional hospital Ushuaia. It's a public hospital. It has 75 beds at this time because we sustained or experienced a fire in 2021. We live in a section of the city that is air dependent and also can be reached by land through Chile. When it comes to doing any type of articulation, we work. We're a member of the global network since 2016, and on a voluntary way, we signed up back in 2019 to be committed. Let's talk about the pharmaceutical product. And when it comes to this, let me see, let's look. I don't have a pointer. So the program was worked towards the life cycle on pharmaceutical products. This means the processing of raw materials, extraction of raw materials towards its end point. When it comes to medications, we have medication is what we consume, what we give to patients. But underneath this, we have an active principle that generate or yield some type of action, analgesic, excipient, colorings, and other types. The primary container, many are made in Argentina. Secondary container, the storage, distribution, quality, safety. To be able to start, We did a FODA, F-O-D-A analysis, which has to do with strengths, opportunities, and also in Argentina when it comes to international agreements. We have a lot of agreements. We have data-based type of system. All the data that we collect has to be then put through Excel and then onto the system. And as a hospital, if we had certified quality, and environmental policy also collapsed. So we have a very weak techno structure or technological structure. And also on an Argentinian level, we're a federal nation. This means that we have individual policies in each province or region. This brought about an internal context and external context that is not favorable. So what we did was to try to work internally to be able to implement this program. So we based on a recommendation by Farco-Miller. This means to have or go through 5 stages. An experimental stage, we're going to look at it, to analyze injectable products, single-use plastics, which has to do with the accessories that injectables do have. Subsequently, we did an expansion phase. We aimed at how we're going to go through the expansion and then through a consolidation phase. Our guide and it's 357 medications from the pharmacotherapeutic. And then we created 16 groups. Those 16 groups, what we did was to look and see how each of them would fall into. The 2 are on top are the largest when it comes to amount, and we have the inhalers and the analgesics that would impact. So we pondered these when it comes to the amount. When we analyze these 4 groups, we have 75.35% of the amounts of supplies, 75.35%. This would allow us to save on 2 lines. In a quantity line, with few groups, we would yield to many amounts. Let's talk about 2 of them. The expansion phase of the first stage, and we will talk about inhalers. For all the groups, what we did, a transversal analysis, we measured everything, and we used some criteria that we deemed or consider a sustainability criteria. We put together for these Excel formulations. We would get data on the first yellow column. It has to do with social or economical criteria, which if it was national or foreign, whether we have public labs, medication manufacturing labs. The other one, based on the packaging, who was the technical director, man or woman? So as a sustainability aspect, what type of gender criteria to use? When it comes to secondary containers, not only did we have the matrix that we acquired on the experimentation phase, but also we started to measure volume. We found a big difference for the same presentation on the same line. And then recollection of data, or data collection. Here we were able to find on the same active principle the differences in size. Look what we have here, 30% smaller. We could also identify them in others. Up to 30 and 50% less of no resources. On the other hand, we realized that single-use containers, like the plastic type of containers, would not be identified, so they were not recyclable. By 2019, all the products, imported products, came with their own identification. For this group, there was a second tier. In Argentina, you could see the difference between them. Afterwards, we found that 55.88% of injectables that required light exposure protection, which would yield greater resources at the pharmacy for the safe storekeeping or storing rather. So we were managing the internal type of use, and we had several active principles. Those that are the cold chain or non-cold chain are going to use a cost that we're not seeing, and when it comes to the most economical, we have to deal with the others. Cost of energy of the ice cooler or refrigerant, human resources that are being used or not used when a cold chain comes about, measuring change. So then we have a new purchase or procurement specification, non-acquirable or non-acquiring, or the non-cold chain. For the inhalers case, on an environmental criteria, we started to use and analyze all. These are the findings. We would see how the valve, whether we could identify it and consider it to be part of the recycling program, or when it comes to injectables, 100% could not be identified. And then we started to analyze on different formulations what amount, what type of propellant each of them had. So we analyzed 7 medications, 3 were medical samples or the gift from the lab to the medical office. The 4 labs were national. There were some commercial medical samplings. We found 2 propellants, each one with its heating and atmospheric values, and then the carbon footprint per dosage on each one of them, being able to find a great difference or large difference between each one of them. When it came to the actual presentation, the format, what impact each one could have. A great difference that has to do with the dosage of each, and when it comes to the commercial, we can see, and the other 2 deal with or relate to salbutamol. 100 units of the BM, one with another, we could reduce our carbon footprint with 0.3 tons. But when it's much more consumed, we could reduce up to 0.8 tons of carbon footprint. So generating a solid criteria for sustainability and to be able to make decisions and be able to measure how we can advance or move forward with our procurement or purchasing. So when it comes to sustainability criteria, we could select and ponder positively the one that has less and lower amounts. We could also calculate only on propellants of all those 2475 units that were analyzed, the alternatives on the marketplace, only one of them has dry powder, so it's a great barrier because we don't have any alternatives. So this criteria becomes stronger. And on the other hand, the dry powder is much higher or more expensive. The economical cost to do the actual transference. On the other hand, we also realized that we had medical samples that had an impact on 6.3% on the carbon footprint. So to implement this policy in Argentina about a product that has international protocols, it's a challenge to be dealt with. And then we also compare this with a study that comes from the British NHS. And also for the same product, we noticed there were differences in the propellants that we could work on to lower the amount of propellants that we have. In 2021, in Great Britain, they released or issued some guidelines and norms when it comes to these products. So when we could see how they were doing with this regard, they told us that it had a high impact of the carbon footprint. Our main learning lessons that we can share to be able to design tools and to establish how these inhalers differ when it comes to a fixed dosage. In the future, we can also learn about the impact. We learned that it's much more important to take small steps, and we need to value the process. Here it is. The program was developed stage by stage. It eventually consolidated. Well, and also what we're working on when it comes to medical samples on a national level, to see what are the commercial presentation formats, packaging, to have a 250 salbutamol when it comes to the dosage, to be able to work. And for medical samples, it's not so much that there is a probability or a complicated potential when it comes to its production or manufacturing. And we also have to work on everything that has to do with the prescription and the management or use of inhalers, as England is doing it. For this procurement plan and purchasing plan, we could create and generate certain values when it comes to our own availability. There is a lot of limitations related to bibliography. We have found some other things, but when we want to transform all the decisions or the lowering, diminishing of the footprint or the impact on the environment or the PVC, there isn't a bibliography available, or either national or international. This procurement program that we're generating, we believe that it has a 100% acceptance level. It has normal public norms and guidelines, and we didn't get any information from the suppliers, nor did we get any observations from the regulation monitoring entities. We were able to generate an activating environment when it comes to gender. Others have to do with requirements, the cold chain process, our own research and our own academic research, not only to be able to issue our own criteria, but to give feedback to our process with new specifications that can be improved. And I think the best part of it is that we can change a paradigm. It has to be more economically feasible, viable, to improve its life cycle. It has to do to procure and purchase the best value, not only to buy the most economical, but to take into account all the hidden costs when it comes to the analysis of life cycle of a product. How much are we going to spend or save in the transportation? We are actually over 300 kilometers from the capital city in Argentina, and the codependence. Therefore, if we continue doing and working on things in the same way when it comes to medications or medical samples, we will continue seeing the same results when it comes to sustainability or the environmental impact. And if we change the answer, that is evolution. But if we change the question, that is revolution. Whether it's gluten or is it lactose free, we're going to have products and medications that are more sustainable, inclusive, environmentally speaking. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Maria Marta. We're going to continue with our panel members. I now invite Suara Alejandra Cuervo from the Méderi Health Clinic here in Colombia with her presentation about farming marketplaces. Good day to you. It's a pleasure for me to be here today. First of all, to thank Health Without Harm and to Méderi Hospital and to be part of this event. Well, I can tell you a little bit about myself. I come from Cartagena, Colombia, a coast-based, north coast-based in Colombia. My name is Sara Cuervo, and I'm an environmental engineer in charge of projects, and currently I work as the coordinator of operational services at our institution. So let me tell you about our Méderi Health Clinic. This is based in the city of Cartagena, Colombia, in the neighborhood of Boca Grande, which is a tourist type of neighborhood. The Méderi Health Clinic, compared to Méderi Clinic, we're very small. We're a third-level clinic. We have a 9,000 square meter area, more or less 300 and some collaborators, 86 registered doctors. Currently, we have an average of coverage about 38,000 plus patients. We have 53 beds, 16 UCI ER beds. So we are a small clinic, in other words. Well, basically, in general terms, to highlight that we are an entity where all of us work respectfully with dedication and commitment to our service and to our patients. It's only been 1 year that we became a member of the global network of green and healthy hospitals. We're working on 5 main objectives. Today, I will talk to you and share about one case, how we are able to manage food nutrition related, and I want to share this story with you. Mrs. Edilma Perez, she's a farmer, peasant of the Matuya province in the department or state of Bolívar. This woman, 69 years age, and for 50 years she has been a food collector that are directly grown in backyards and patios in the province. And this lady has been working for many years in this community, in this very small provincial area. Peasants and farmers can actually leverage and sell directly their products. As you well know, here in Colombia, the gap between the broker or intermediary and the peasant or farmer is rather wide. So these ladies And these two women have worked for a long time to be able to sell their products directly. And then here we have Angelica Campos, our colleague or worker. She's our physical therapist. She wakes up very early, goes to work. I think it happens to all of us. If it's a beautiful day, we're on time, we're punctual. But if not, we are tardy or late. And oftentimes personal matters, our need to purchase or buy products or to go shopping, it's difficult because we're always working, busy. Sometimes it's not so close by. And also we have a user. She came to the clinic one day to do a medical exam, and she ended up food products of great quality in one single trip. So this is how I want to tell you a story about farming markets. This is an initiative that we implemented in 2022. The objective is basic: to bring for one single day a product from the fields that dealt with healthcare, or to promote these healthy lifestyle products in our context, not only for our collaborators, but also for our users who come to our entity to get treatment or to process or get some testing. And also the social aspect that as our hospital entity, when it comes to socializing, we also need to work on to generate and create this inclusion type of spaces and activities, to create these spaces where Ilma or Mrs. Emperatriz were able to, in a very direct way, to sell these products without any brokers or middlemen, and to be able to support Afro-Colombian communities and victims of the armed conflict in Colombia. Basically, this is what I am showing you on this slide. The source of the products, Matuya, is the 69 kilometers from the city of Cartagena, about 1 hour and 17 minutes on a highway. This initiative, which is very simple, and I want to inspire you, to those of you who have the infrastructure or the possibility in your hospitals that you may replicate. This did not come about by itself. We have a background aspect. We've always been concerned about the health of our collaborators. Let's say that due to safety in the workplace and well-being, during many years we have monitored how physical and health condition of our workers is. And we found that, in fact, during some space of time, we have people who are overweight. We have staff members who do not eat or consume any fruits or vegetables on a more habitual basis, because also on the coast, the Atlantic coast, it may be more difficult to find fruit right there and then. So in our case, when compared to other cities, so this was a little background aspect. How or why can we not generate or create a space at the workplace with healthy products from local producers? So a year ago, when we checked our schedule and agenda, we realized that we needed to find a way to implement concrete, specific actions. One item on the agenda when it comes to food and nutrition, the idea was to work with agricultures who could provide these type of products locally and in an organic way, and also to generate to our own patients or own hospital workers practices that contribute to nutrition, social equality, and environmental cleanliness and sustainability, and how we could impact that objective. We then developed and created our first farming marketplace. This was done in our own dining area. It was very small initially. I am going to show you and share with you some of those results. In our first ever farming dining place, we had some sales, as you can see on the slide. with 80 collaborators working. It was our first time. People were a bit skeptical. Oh, am I going to work, but I am going to have to buy? Do I have time? Maybe I'll show up later. Maybe the fruit will run out. We didn't have the coverage that we wanted, but in this opportunity, we realized that with this initiative, we could impact our own colleagues and co-workers, but also to change the paradigm for a patient who has been staying at the hospital for a long time, or someone who has gone through a procedure. Maybe he or she wanted to buy some products. So on the second phase or stage, done in the first semester of this year, we did our open to the public type of farming place. We used a terrace, balcony type of area, where we brought our farmers with an availability of products much larger, so that all of us, our neighbors, community members, hospital workers, could participate. It became extramural, neighborhood-wide type of activity. We had sales of, at that time, where is it? Excuse me. I don't know what happened to my slide. We quadrupled our sales. Could you please help me with this slide? I think we need to go back. Please go back. One more back. That's it. We had a total of 175 collaborators and 48 people from the community, between workers at other healthcare institutions, users, neighbors, etc. So the main learning lessons. I am going to step out of the environmental context for a moment, because we need to speak about the entire complex, the relationship in the ecosystem in the healthcare context. We learned, and these spaces and type of activities are necessary. People were happy, pleased. People showed up as if they were going into a marketplace. They felt as if they wanted to have breakfast, to eat fresh fruit, to have contact and relationship with other community members. We can see our doctors who were very pleased. We know that the stress level at our entities and institutions is very high, so it's very important to take a break from this. We learned that during these activities, we do not work alone. We can integrate or incorporate other members, my colleagues from the pharmacy area, from the nutrition department. So on that day, we also promoted prevention aspects. We sold food. Everybody was happy. It was a win-win situation. Everybody was very pleased. The rational use of medications, and we took advantage of the opportunity when it came to what we're spending and what we could provide to users. So this could become a window display for these farmers, for them to sell directly. We could also diminish the carbon footprint. And excuse me, for those of you who have a lot of experience when it comes to carbon footprint matters, simply what we did was we triangulated of where collaborators live, what would be their impact when it comes to CO2 kilograms, and also just to go to work, do the shopping, or to have to go to work on a Saturday or a Sunday and do the shopping. So we saved one trip, traffic-wise, and kilograms of CO2. So this means that the more we can carry on and set up this type of activities and we can leverage, obviously we will have a greater impact on the carbon footprint by these people. As our next challenge for this activity, I can tell you we need to improve our logistics. This is a provincial region. The transportation is rather complex. We can improve this aspect. We can improve the centralization of the payment method to allow for an app such as Neki in Colombia, or a payment application due to the number of people who are expecting a change, improvement. We need to improve publicity. It's important when we create this type of activities, farmers can manage to sell all their products. So it's important to get involved all interested parties at our hospital so that this activity may become successful. And also, since we are against single-use plastics, for those people who are thinking about replicating or duplicating this type of activity, always mention in your publicity, try to bring an eco-friendly type of bag. And obviously, our biggest challenge is to increase the frequency of these marketplaces or market opportunities and to institutionalize and for all people, all parties to take advantage of. Thank you very, very much. And I hope that I was able to motivate you and to help you replicate or duplicate the idea. Thank you. Muchísimas gracias, Suara Cuervo. Thank you. Congratulations. And now we're going to move on to the next and last presentation. Brenda Arias. She comes from Col Subsidio. She's an environmental manager. And at the end of the presentation, we will have space for questions and answers, Q&A, either from online, and then we will take a break. Good morning. It's a pleasure from Culp Subsidio to accompany and to share with you and our experiences that we have with sustainable procurement. Culp Subsidio is the Colombian compensation fund that aims to close the social gaps that we have in our country. Culp Subsidios, we work about 18,000 employees on a national level. We are a very large organization, and we have a very complete portfolio of services: healthcare, housing, education, culture, and many other type of services on a national level. When it comes to healthcare, we are an HMO equivalent. We are a network of HMOs, healthcare provider. We have different facilities on a national level at different complexity levels. Level 1, 2, 3, and high specialties, oncology, cardiology, among others. And we have been innovating our infrastructure, renovating construction sustainable criteria, and we're currently in the process of drafting a sustainable guide, and hopefully we will have an opportunity to share it with you next. When it comes to coverage, we are present in 7 states on a national level: Bucaramanga, Boyacá, Pereira, in Bogotá, where we have the largest coverage, about 40 healthcare facilities in Villavicencio, Ibagué, and Cali, for a total of 67 healthcare establishments or facilities. And currently, we have an expansion plan that is very interesting, where we aim to have more coverage on a national level. Being a large-scale organization, we have a corporate environmental model. So this is the guiding entity and the guiding marker for a comprehensive policy of system management, and we have some very clear points and focus when it comes to sustainability: air, water, soil, and biodiversity. Each of these has an operational environmental plan, and the first commitment we have is to comply with the law, rules, and regulations, and to innovate all these components. We also instruct and go about our actions based on environmental excellence and development, sustainable development objectives. I am going to talk to you about some of the advances and progress we have made when it comes to the sustainable procurement or purchasing model. We became a member of the global network in 2018, and we were very interested in the guide for the sustainable procurement management in healthcare. So we wanted to find out more what were their components. And let's say that one of the biggest impacts that we have in the hospital sector is precisely the procurement and purchasing aspect. The very first action in the chain is when I guarantee the installed or on-site capacity or capability to provide a service and all the supplies that I need to acquire or procure to provide the service to patients. So then, from that standpoint, we started to measure the environmental impact. We deepened and improved some processes when it came to referential markers. We started to understand how procurement and purchases would actually work in our organization. When we realize we have different services on a national level, we have two purchasing departments or procurement. There's a corporate procurement department in charge of all the transversal procurement, like stationery, administrative-related matters. But at the same time, we have some specialized purchasing departments. For example, the specialized purchasing for healthcare. These have three different scopes: supplies, equipments, and medical services. So at the purchasing or procurement department is rather large, and it has very specific guidelines that are very interesting. We put together some working business tables with the procurement team. We did some interviews to find out what type of criteria they had at the moment of purchasing. We have a corporate manual. At that time, the manual itself didn't have an environmental premise or context. So basically, we started and initiated a referential type of process with the Valle del Lili Foundation to be able to better understand the model. And we also had some meetings where we directly involved the boss or chief director of purchasing. He or she would attend and participate in these training processes, and they started to better understand the process. This allowed us to create and integrate the purchasing or procurement committee. Leaders of each purchasing area, high management level administrative members participate, also support areas when it comes to general services coordination, and also from the environmental area, and very important, our biomedical leader department. With this committee, we started to develop the guide for sustainable procurement and purchase adapted directly to our entity. As a reference, we use the Sustainable Procurement Index or Guide, and we started to create and develop our own methodology for the sustainable procurement, and this is what we used. Thanks to this index or guide, we could define some criteria for our suppliers and be able to measure them. We also developed a sequence, which is the PHBA cycle, to be able to guide the development. When it comes to the planning phase, the first thing we did was to analyze the purchasing or procurement behavior specifically in healthcare, and we decided to do a diagnosis of our suppliers. We found a very ample and very large purchasing portfolio. So we took a sample of this diagnosis. 507 suppliers was the sample. And what we did is we did an evaluation and an environmental impact assessment. This would include 3 dimensions: social, economic, and environmental dimensions. And in this way, we developed our own methodology to be able to assess the suppliers. Before implementing, we defined what scopes were going to be used. There were 507 suppliers, and we classified them in 3 or within 3 scopes. Scope number 1, the largest number of suppliers, 246, specifically for supplies. In this category, we included surgical and medical supplies and devices, chemical and drug products, biosecurity or safety, and patient care and attention. In the classification of equipments, tangible equipment related to healthcare to patients, surgical and medical supplies, maintenance, publicity, marketing, and administrative services, for a total of 105 suppliers. And under the category of services, 156 suppliers. And we included services such as hire or contracted, maintenance, service, laundry, transportation, and medical services. We decided to do this classification because there were some suppliers that were selling exactly the same supplies to us, so we wanted to differentiate or distinguish those that provide a service versus a product. And this was very helpful to determine the methodology. So this is how we got to our criteria of evaluation. In the scope 1 and scope 2 for supplies, we were able to define, to assess based on consumption, meaning the units we were purchasing based on the type of product. Based on this, we then categorized them. So we had a range between certain units, 1 to 10, 11 to 100, 101 to 1,000 units, medium impact, and over 1,000 units, it would have a significant impact when it came to consumption. For the scope number 3 in services, we also realized that we could not assess or evaluate it in the same way. So what we did was the value of the service contracts, the cost, the actual amount. So we established at the same time some value or amount range, low, medium, and significant. And this was the first criteria to analyze the environmental impact. Subsequently, we defined all the environmental axles, and we developed some procurement criteria. When it came to biodiversity, we analyzed if the suppliers were direct producers or they were middlemen brokers. We also assessed the leveraging of forest products. Did they take into account the landscape? Did they do any animal testing? We also realized that some suppliers did not produce directly in our country, but had manufacturing plants in other countries. We researched and found out if there were some animal testing, among other factors. When it came to the water component, we also realized and researched what was their supply, emissions, what type of emissions they were releasing. We became aware that we had a lot of commercial brokers or middlemen, and that they had also mobile sources when it came to the carbon footprint. Not only mobile sources, but also fixed sources, exterior visual publicity, refrigerant gases, noise. When it comes to waste, it's the one component we developed the most. What are the materials that they use to develop or create, manufacture the product? What types of shipping or packaging they would use to deliver the product? How were they delivering the product? We realized and found out that many suppliers would bring equipment from other countries, and they would bring some materials that in our policies, internal policies, would not allow, as is the case of the styrofoam. So we started to identify which suppliers these were, what type of packaging and shipping methods they were using, and the type of extractions they were using to develop and manufacture the products. In the energy category, we also assessed and analyzed the use of fossil fuels, the consumption of energy, and in the social component, whether it was local labor, we reviewed the sanctioning processes, whether they had any environmental issues, any complaints by the community, or any impact to health. This criteria also included, based on the assessment of each component, a ponderation, consideration, and the results that we obtained, we were able to classify them based on a scope. On the scope 1, when it came to supplies, we realized that we had 60 suppliers with a high level impact, and this meant 24% of suppliers that sell chemical products and drug pharma products. This had a very significant presence and ranking when it came to consumption. When it comes to equipment, we had 107 high-level type of impact. This has to do with medical and surgical devices or equipment. And when it came to services, we had significant level of impact. This had to do mostly with maintenance, specifically all the biomedical equipment in our network. With this assessment and environmental impact analysis, we then selected these suppliers with a high level significant, and we did a more detailed probing type of analysis. There are environmental aspects, impacts, critical points, the norms or guidelines that apply, control points that can be used to reduce the environmental impact, and aspects to take into account when it came to procuring and contracting or hiring. That's when some criteria about sustainable impact on a corporate level were used. And that based on this environmental impact study, how are we going to apply and use the criteria when it came to procurement? So last year, we did a much more customized study with 10 suppliers. We selected these 10 suppliers with the high management officers, and we reviewed the contracts that we have with them. We did some audits directly on these companies and services. We assessed in a deeper and more detail with these components, and we found very interesting things and aspects that we didn't know. When we spoke directly with the suppliers, we understood that some of them had some internal initiatives to recirculate or recycle some products. Some of them had some projects to reduce their own carbon footprint when it came to transportation. So we started to identify some positive aspects that these suppliers had and to define some strategies so that we could empower them and how to help them identify those aspects and help them grow and be involved in a more collaborative type of process. Which were some of the findings and results we had? When it came to all the contracts with our suppliers, we include a clause about reputational type of risks, and this include the environmental component. We also noticed that certain policies when it comes to zero level of styrofoam came about, and we realized that some suppliers that provide us or supply us with medications and the way they actually deliver, they were using styrofoam coolers or refrigerants to be able to preserve the cold chain. All these activities were actually happening in our institution that were not directly involved or involving the institution. We called them directly. We had a meeting with all of them. There were not many, and we actually carried on a reimbursement or returning activity, and we also participated in other activities where they were able to manufacture other coolers or coolants or refrigerators that would not use styrofoam. In this way, we started to change negotiation clauses, environmental clauses. We also participated each week in the financial committees when it comes to health management in our entity. In these committees, we discuss all the contracts, all the negotiations, and from the environmental department, we always raise our hand. What aspect or component should be included, or whether it's a service or a product. We also highlighted very much, and it's very important with these sustainable procurement models, the commitment by our high-end manager is an economist and financial, but our general manager has a lot of participation and involvement. He always includes the environmental area, and we have had great environmental results when it comes to Roche laboratories for the processing of medical samples. We noticed that their technologies had some flaws when it comes to the dumping of medical samples. So we renewed and updated and included processing plans for these labs to improve their approach, and this way we were able to reduce and minimize the type of plastic and other materials. We're currently purchasing this liquid, well, we're purchasing other materials and they would go into incineration. So through these new negotiation models, we were able to reduce the impact, and also we are working along the way with other suppliers when it comes to the ultra venous bags. It has been challenging because these have to do with very large-scale contracts that we had, but we've been able to negotiate with them, and when it comes to updating the new contracts, we can avoid those pitfalls. And these are some of the samples that we have, learning lessons, the process analysis, and the behavior in the purchasing procurement department. The challenges that we now have looking forward is to continue improving sustainable procurement, to implement these initiatives, to be able to implement them in negotiation processes. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Very interesting, such a presentation. Now we'll open up the floor with some questions that comes from the chat. If someone here wants to raise his or her hand, we can pass the microphone around. So the first question is for Marta. Excellent initiative, they say. And it's actually two questions from an online guest. Any feeding feedback or any impact from your patients or their families, family members, and when it comes to sustainable procurement, what type of involvement or participation have the pharmaceuticals when it comes to products that are less polluting, less contaminating, less impactful? When it comes to patients, no, we have not conducted any surveys, but truly, all the products that we have that are gluten-free or can offer security and confidence to patients on one hand. On the other hand, we notice that it's better for us, human resources, not to be thinking, oh, this brand or that brand or the other brand. The same with latex, for example. It would be the same type of approach. When it comes to the pharmaceuticals, we've been working with pharmaceuticals because one thing that I did not mention, the primary source is the product, what appears on the shelf on the product. Without information, we go to secondary sources, connection or dealing with the lab, or through directly with the manufacturing plant. So we need to develop a relationship, what our project is about, what our concepts are, and many of them we get replies, friendly type of feedback, not so friendly sometimes, but this goes within the matrix of our process, favorable, unfavorable replies, responses, and this has to do with a positive scoring type of results. Thank you, Maria Marta. Now another question from our on-site conference. This is for Brenda. Very interesting, this presentation. When you talk about Roche, which is a supplier for labs, we also have the same supplier. I wanted to see the scope. Did they switch technologies? Did they review technical data files? Did they review or check because sometimes it looks like a black box, like a mysterious type of issue. I'd like to get some feedback on that. Thank you. Well, actually, analysis type of technology for diagnostics all over the world. We met with Roche, the Roche people, their medical area. We invited them to join us at different work tables. We've been working with them over an 8-year period where we have been analyzing those liquids or substances. We did some lab testing to look at the harmful, dangerous type of levels and other components that demonstrate, in fact, this would require a waste type of approach and management. And there was some type of dilemma whether we could manage it or treat it as a dumping type of product or waste treatment product. We also reviewed technical data files, all the profile, the compositions, the levels, mercury level composition, other metals, all the detailed related to the equipment and devices. And we did not find any other way except storing. So there are two sources, the retro washing water and the actual liquid. The retro washing testing, we did some lab testing, and we could handle it and manage it as a domestic or internal dumping. But then when it had some toxic or harmful levels, we did some chemical processes with another supplier, and we did some research, and a treatment plant was developed and created to adapt these type of waters or liquids. And the contract that we have with Roche is very, very large scale. To change the technology was not possible. Their technology is European, and they told us that they didn't have any other type of technology available. We also brought about and highlighted their parent house, corporate house, manufacturer plant, and we asked them, how can it be not possible that you don't have any other type of technology available? How should we be the ones to look for another solution when it comes to solving this technology? They are working on these issues, but we know that it's not going to be an immediate reply. So the solution for now was the treatment plant and the updating of the new contract. I think we have another question. Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. This is for Brenda. How many people or persons are involved? How many persons are involved when you started this project? For how long the environmental impact analysis last? Thank you. Initially, the diagnosis and the assessment of the environmental impact lasted about close to 2 years. And it was done with the entire environmental team, about 7 professional members directly working in the environmental area, and procurement or purchasing, 3 of them, including the leader or director of procurement, purchasing. So this was a major challenge to work in an articulated way because of the timing, scheduling, coordination. So that's why we lasted a long time doing the analysis, and last year we started to take action on those results. Thank you very much. We have time for one more question. Good morning, everybody. My name is Laura Cuervo. I am environmental engineer from the Thomas Uribe Hospital from Tuluá, Valle del Cauca. The question is for Dr. Marta. When it comes to the sustainable procurement program, you were talking about some criteria, the life cycle of pharmaceutical products that you would include into a matrix to get some grading or scoring to decide or determine the products whose parameters were more appropriate to be obtained or acquired. My question is, how were you able to articulate, based on the specifications and medical criteria, to lessen or lower the gap between the criteria and the safety parameters and their own use, and also for the procurement program to have that environmental scope when it comes to the acquisition or purchasing of those products? Well, based on our norms and guidelines, pharmaceutical, we have 3 inclusiveness, sustainable criteria points that deal with the technical area. The specifications when we place the order, when the assessment is done with the supplier and we are included ourselves in this stage, and also the acquisition. So each time that we were reviewing certain criteria, it would give us or yield either a new criteria to add to the matrix, or it would give us feedback when it comes to the procurement specification. In the beginning, we had an injectable criteria, but then there were cold chain, non-cold chain. That changed automatically the specification. when it comes to placing the order. When it comes to controlling a differential, it would impact the matrix when it came to decision making. One thing I did not mention, with injectables and the compressed products, we had 75% because it was large volume, great or large impact when it came to decision making. So it generates or yields this scoring, some criteria when it comes to technical matching. It could be gender, it could be a local supplier, and these would be social criteria, and some other criteria, environmental, which are the ones we define where to go, which to go, when it came to, for example, inhalers. So, to the type of product, we have different matrices, different criteria. We cannot include the entire pharmaceutical product. Of those 16 groups, we did some pondering, we analyzed environmentally. We would not be working with it to ponder on those two that met solid environmental criteria and the quality to be able to determine a critical mass when it came to criteria. Very well. Thank you very much to our three panel members. Your presentations have been very, very interesting. In this way, we close the first block, which will continue after our refreshment beverage break. And we will also give you some basic directions. Let's come back at 11:10 local Colombian time zone, 11:10, 1:10 a.m. in Argentina, 12:10 in Chile, for the second block of talks and presentations. Those of you who are present in this conference, you have tea and coffee available. And for those of you who are following us and joining us online, we have also put together some videos that you can enjoy during this short break. Thank you very much. We will see all of you at 11:10 Colombian time zone. Thank you.
Como la mayoría de mis colegas, inicié mi carrera dando mi palabra de honor a través del juramento hipocrático. Como pediatra, estaba orgullosa de ser parte de la tradición de médicos de la antigüedad, quienes se comprometían, con el mismo espíritu con el que lo hacemos hoy, a tratar a las personas enfermas y a protegerlas de la injusticia, y sobre todo, a no causar daño. Desde los tiempos de Hipócrates, la medicina evolucionó de una forma inimaginable. Tratamos los síntomas de nuestros pacientes de manera asombrosa, pero por fuera de nuestras instalaciones, algunas enfermedades están aumentando en proporciones epidémicas. Por supuesto que nos preguntamos qué es lo que enferma a las personas y por qué se repite una y otra vez. En nuestro viaje para diagnosticar y tratar el cuerpo humano, hemos avanzado y retrocedido muchas veces. Pero hace 20 años, junto con un grupo de colegas, comprendimos que necesitábamos una visión más amplia para entender el problema. Notamos que los termómetros, cada uno con una cantidad de mercurio capaz de contaminar un lago entero, se acumulaban en nuestra basura. En nuestras propias instalaciones, observamos que los incineradores de residuos hospitalarios arrojaban gases tóxicos a la atmósfera. Las dioxinas y el mercurio provenientes de la incineración de residuos caían sobre la tierra, contaminaban el agua y los alimentos, envenenando nuestros cuerpos y los cerebros en desarrollo de niñas y niños. Estábamos contribuyendo a enfermar a nuestros pacientes, infringiendo el juramento que habíamos hecho acerca de no causar daño. Entonces, formamos una coalición de médicas, médicos, enfermeras, enfermeros y activistas para revertir la situación e impulsamos un cuidado de la salud que respetara nuestro juramento y saneara nuestra casa. En la actualidad, por ejemplo, los termómetros de mercurio cayeron en desuso a nivel mundial. Pero mientras usted me está escuchando, el clima está cambiando y las personas para quienes trabajamos enfrentan quizás el mayor daño de todos. Ahora necesitamos que el sector salud se convierta en líder en un sentido aún más amplio. Consumimos grandes cantidades de energía en cada continente, lo que contribuye al cambio climático y a la contaminación del aire, que mata a 7 millones de personas por año. Solo en Estados Unidos, el sector salud es responsable del 8% de las emisiones de gases de efecto invernadero. Pero aquí está nuestro poder de influencia. Nuestra actividad representa el 18% de la economía de Estados Unidos y el 10% de la economía mundial. Los cambios que realicemos pueden hacer que las industrias dejen de causar daño y establecer nuevas normas que impactarán positivamente en la salud de nuestros pacientes. Imaginemos, por ejemplo, si el sector salud combatiera la resistencia a los antibióticos comprando solo carne libre de antibióticos. O cómo las soluciones innovadoras para eliminar los residuos, como la biodigestión, podrían ayudar a proveer de energía a los hospitales. El sector salud podría ayudar a que la energía renovable sea viable. Al abandonar los combustibles fósiles, reduciríamos las emisiones de dióxido de carbono que dañan a nuestros pacientes y a nuestro planeta. Nos encontramos en un momento decisivo en la historia de la medicina y podemos convertirlo en un punto de inflexión. El doctor Martin Luther King dijo: el arco moral del universo se inclina hacia la justicia. Únase a nosotros ahora que el sector salud se inclina hacia un futuro más justo y sostenible, basado en nuestro juramento original: no causar daño.
Para hablar de la historia de Méderi, es necesario remontarse a 1962, año en el que el Instituto Colombiano de Seguros Sociales del gobierno se encontraba administrando la clínica San Pedro Claver. Con el paso de los años, se evidenció un notable abandono con una infraestructura deteriorada y equipos en mala condición, afectando la calidad del servicio a los pacientes. Medio siglo después, 3 prestigiosas instituciones, Compensar, la Universidad del Rosario y la Orden Hospitalaria San Juan de Dios, unieron sus esfuerzos y el 1 de mayo de 2008 nació Méderi. Hoy, Méderi vive un constante proceso de transformación enfocado en una cultura de servicios centrada en el paciente. Méderi es una red hospitalaria que cuenta con 2 sedes ubicadas en la ciudad de Bogotá, Colombia: Hospital Universitario Mayor y Hospital Universitario Barrios Unidos, que forma e investiga. Hace más de 14 años, trabaja por brindar una atención integral ofreciendo servicios a la necesidad de sus usuarios a través de la innovación, conocimiento y humanización en el sector salud. Con la elocuencia característica desde el nacimiento de este sueño llamado Méderi, hemos evolucionado en cada proceso con la misma pasión con la que realizamos nuestra labor, logrando dejar huella en el bienestar y felicidad de nuestros usuarios. Los cambios han fortalecido y embellecido nuestros espacios, adecuándonos a estándares internacionales de atención hospitalaria y de confort. Estamos en una reinvención constante. Contamos con una capacidad instalada que representa el 6,5% de las camas hospitalarias en Bogotá, Colombia. Hemos sido reconocidos por ser una de las mejores edificaciones hospitalarias en Latinoamérica. Contamos con espacios amplios, dotados con la mejor tecnología, con buenas prácticas médicas y más y mejores servicios amigables con el medio ambiente y el cambio climático. Reducimos la huella de carbono con la adaptación del sistema de paneles solares para el calentamiento de agua en ambas sedes. La transformación e innovación en la prestación de los servicios de salud de Méderi nos ha permitido incorporar en cada idea elementos que conllevan al respeto por el entorno y el cuidado del medio ambiente. Trabajamos con un modelo de humanización enfocado en el respeto, privacidad y dignidad que permite tanto al paciente como a su familia una atención humanizada que respeta sus derechos y deberes. Hemos creado un círculo virtuoso para hacer de esta una gran experiencia, dejar un legado de investigación y ciencia con la concepción de institutos que nos permiten seguir brindando una atención interdisciplinaria y de excelencia. Día a día alimentamos este sueño con la certeza de que solo haciendo las cosas con amor, respeto y honestidad aportamos a la salud y bienestar de nuestra sociedad. Somos Méderi.
El residuo era, se llenó la bolsa, cerramos la caja y que se la lleve. ¿Qué hacían? ¿A dónde iba? ¿Qué proceso? ¿Qué decía la legislación? No teníamos idea.
Un camión que se utilizaba para reparto de carne se utilizaba para retirar residuos biocontaminados del hospital. Vino medio tarde ese muchacho un día y en esto del apuro que tenía, de poder irse rápido, yo le pregunto, ¿por qué estás tan apurado? Y me dice, porque yo tengo que salir a repartir carne antes de las 8 de la mañana. Le digo, ¿qué, con este camión? Sí, me dice. O sea, voy al crematorio, bajo los residuos y me voy a retirar la carne. Así fue.
Los residuos no se estaban manipulando como correspondía y había desconocimiento con respecto a ese tema.
Que no había así una conciencia de que nosotros trabajábamos con ciertas sustancias que eran perjudiciales para la salud de la gente que trabajaba acá y la gente que venía a atenderse.
Yo soy Carlos Marinosi, soy enfermero de profesión, pertenezco al Comité de Gestión Interna de Residuos del hospital desde su conformación en el año 2000. Yo era enfermero asistencial de la Guardia de Adultos, 0 conocimientos de residuos. Me dice mi jefe en ese momento, dice, tenés que ir a participar del Comité de Gestión de Residuos del hospital. Bueno, voy, sin tener idea de lo que era, hasta que todos los que estábamos, las 10, 12 personas que estábamos ahí, no teníamos conocimiento de lo que era una gestión de residuos propiamente dicha. En la primera etapa hicimos todo un relevamiento institucional de lo que contábamos, de lo que teníamos, de lo que generábamos. Se hizo un anteproyecto de normas donde hicimos talleres para saber cómo íbamos a trabajar.
Y al principio siempre viste que todo te parece una utopía. ¿De qué estamos hablando? Sí, pero viste lo que cuesta, que la gente que hace lo que quiere. Bueno, es un trabajo lento.
Por eso el grupo se transformó en un equipo. Y eso es vital, es decir, saber cuál es el objetivo e ir todos hacia ese objetivo.
Ese estudio nos dio que regenerábamos en ese momento 44.000 kilos al año de residuos biocontaminados o patológicos. Después de un año de poner en práctica las normas, ese estudio lo volvimos a realizar y fue una disminución a 26.000 kilos por año. Eso quiere decir que esas normas de clasificación general de residuos hospitalarios dio sus efectos.
Y a partir de ahí es como que, bueno, empezamos a tomar, íbamos aprendiendo, a tomar conciencia de todo lo que hacíamos y en esto de la conciencia de estar cuidándonos entre todos.
En el año 2009 llegamos a ser Centro de Referencia de Gestión de Residuos. Ese proyecto, el de la Secretaría de Ambiente de la Nación, tiene una matriz ponderadora que evalúa de 0 a 6. Nosotros llegamos al 5,75, siendo el primer hospital dentro de todos los hospitales del grupo que trabajamos para ser Centro de Referencia de Gestión de Residuos, el primero en Argentina. ¿Qué es ser Centro de Referencia de Gestión de Residuos? Es que el hospital sea modelo a replicar en cualquier otra institución pública o privada de su gestión de residuos. En el año 2013 fue el primer hospital en Rosario y uno de los 8 en Argentina de ser miembros fundadores de la Red Global de Hospitales Verdes y Saludables.
Por ser miembros de una comunidad de salud, por ser miembros de un hospital, entendemos muy bien que lo que es promoción y prevención de salud es lo esencial.
La gestión de residuos en una institución de salud la hacemos todos y cada uno de los miembros, en cada servicio. Cuando se generó el comité teníamos 3 objetivos. Uno que era disminuir costos, porque cada kilo de residuo biocontaminado que hay que tratar se paga, afianzar las normas de bioseguridad y disminuir la contaminación en el ambiente hospitalario. Actualmente el comité de residuos trabaja en distintas corrientes de residuos. Tenemos los sólidos urbanos, que son los que son compatibles con los domiciliarios. Tenemos los residuos biocontaminados o patológicos, que son los desechos de las atenciones médicas, que van en bolsa roja. Tenemos los químicos peligrosos, que son todos los elementos químicos que llevan una disposición especial. Tenemos los residuos reciclables y tenemos los residuos informáticos. Hoy podemos decir que se cumplieron con los 3 objetivos, porque se creó un grupo horizontal y participativo de trabajo de nivel de gestión y operativo.
Todos podemos charlar, todos podemos opinar, o sea que no es algo vertical, es totalmente horizontal y todos pueden opinar.
Fundamentalmente es tener en claro cuál es el objetivo y hasta dónde vamos a llegar.
Trabajar en equipo no es fácil. Hay momentos en que supongo que también a lo mejor uno cae y decae porque ve que las cosas no salen como uno quiere y porque vos sentís que estás luchando, que estás peleando así onda Quijote con molinos de viento, pero creo que nunca hay que perder las esperanzas y que siempre hay que estar.
Hoy por hoy todos los hospitales provinciales y municipales han tenido contacto con este comité y que nos ha permitido a nosotros y ha permitido a otros servicios tomar conocimiento y agendar lo que es la problemática.
Desde el punto de vista de un profesional de la salud como es el médico, tenía que tener ese conocimiento. Y bueno, me pareció que participando del comité podía replicar todo lo que se hablara en ese comité y lo que se hiciera en el hospital en mi servicio. Se
llegó a concientizar que la problemática de los residuos atañe a todas las funciones dentro del hospital, no es de un específico. Y este espacio de reflexión participativa trabajan niveles de gestión y niveles operativos. El comité de residuos ya está instalado y está reconocido dentro de la institución. Habrá gente nueva y esperemos que haya gente nueva y que se siga interesando por el trabajo y creemos que vamos a lograr mucho más.
Para eso necesitas continuidad y comunicación, no hay otra forma.
Y el secreto es preocuparnos por el otro. En esto de estar viendo que lo que hacemos o lo que hicimos no lo podemos dejar parado, porque si no estaríamos retrocediendo. Entonces, en esto de estar pensando en el otro, en el cuidar el otro, que nos cuidamos nosotros mismos, eso hace que sigamos.
Yo creo que hay una sola forma de empezar, que es de cero, digamos, viendo qué es lo que tenemos y a dónde vamos, qué es lo que tenemos y qué es lo que podemos obtener. Y después pedir información y consultar y pelearla y equivocarse, porque a veces también uno se equivoca. Y eso, y mucha fuerza, más que nada.
Sostenerlo en el tiempo me parece que es el desafío actual.
Estar cuidando el ambiente, de esto de estar cuidándonos a nosotros mismos, de esto de cuidar la población que atendemos, tiene que ver con eso, de cuidar la salud del otro. Entonces, todo lo que nosotros podemos minimizar, que esté en contacto con el paciente, con la población, es importante. Y con el trabajador, obviamente. El trabajador también tiene que estar protegido de todo tipo de cuestiones que tengan que ver con su salud.
Las enfermedades están muy relacionadas con todo lo que es el medio ambiente. Desde la polución, zonas de la ciudad en donde no hay una buena disposición de los residuos. A medida que han pasado los años, uno nota que la gente se enferma más.
Que el hospital de Roque Sáenz Peña, de la ciudad de Rosario, es centro de referencia en algo, que estamos haciendo bien las cosas, que empezamos de la nada y que hoy llegamos hasta acá y somos reconocidos por un buen trabajo. Yo, en lo personal, muy orgulloso. Y orgulloso de representar a todo el personal del hospital que hace la gestión y a la institución en sí. Esto es una tarea extra a nuestra función específica dentro del hospital, sin ningún tipo de remuneración, donde cada uno lo hace porque le gusta, porque está interesado, porque tiene el interés en dejar y en trabajar en un ambiente menos contaminado, en el ambiente hospitalario que sea menos contaminado y que sea más saludable, tanto para los pacientes como para nosotros mismos, que tenemos que trabajar para un mejor planeta. El consejo que le puedo dar es un speech que tenemos en el comité, que dice: paso a paso, día a día, el trabajo entre todos hace que los cambios puedan llegar a ser posibles.
trabajan en el sector salud han alzado la voz en diversas regiones para promover una transformación de la narrativa y para posicionar al cambio climático como un problema de salud pública.
Como líderes de opinión, los profesionales de la salud tienen lo que se llama un capital neto de influencia entre los más altos a nivel de científicos.
Podemos resonar, unir voces, hacer masa, levantar la mano ante las autoridades.
Tienen un sitio de respeto y de escucha en sus comunidades. hay que usarlo.
El climático es una crisis de salud pública mundial. Los impactos de la sequía o las olas de calor ya los estamos viendo en la población y los centros de salud también son vulnerables a estos.
Como profesionales de salud, ¿qué vamos a hacer al respecto?
Pienso que como profesional de la salud es necesario que hagamos estrategias para incidir efectivamente en el cambio climático.
Necesitamos que se involucren más, que se comprometan más profesionales de la salud.
Los profesionales de la salud comprometidos con la salud ambiental.
Sí podemos llegar a un sector salud de 0 emisiones para 2050, pero esto va a requerir acción inmediata, decisiva y deliberada en todo el sector salud.
Y la recomendación que nosotros tenemos es tener una visión multiactor que te genere acciones a diferentes niveles y que promueva un involucramiento ciudadano.
Poder escuchar a otras personas para poder ir adquiriendo conocimientos o para intercambiar puntos de vista e ir construyendo conjuntamente soluciones a estas problemáticas.
Del cambio climático, considero que el sector salud debe liderar la difusión hacia la población de los efectos en la salud de la contaminación ambiental.
En mis consultas intento alertar sobre el impacto del clima en la salud y la necesidad de que todos aportemos nuestro granito de arena para evitar que esta crisis se profundice.
Cuidemos la vida y la salud de todos. Unámonos.
El trabajo en equipo es una habilidad muy importante. Los roles que eran de contribución individual cada vez son menores.
Porque no hay nada realmente significativo que uno pueda lograr individualmente. Puede haber algunos individuos que empujen más, que hagan punta, pero los avances significativos son siempre colectivos.
Thank you very much for being punctual, for being on time. So we're now in good conditions to continue with the second block of this first day. I am going to invite Dr. Javier Tovar, a doctor from the Hospital University Mayor Javier San Marcos, the pharmaco-contamination or pollution, the silent threat. Have a wonderful day, all of you. I come from the greetings to the Méderi Corporation for allowing me to be here, and to the global network of green and healthy hospitals. Basically, our university is very much involved in science and research. We have 51,000 students. 5,000 are, this was founded in 470 years ago, and the faculty has about 375 years of existence. Contaminants are emergent when it comes to the pharma group. Diseases, nurses, we have not been so conscious, because what happens then with the medication? So what we are going to, or driving to, an eco protection. That's what we're aiming at. The threat. Medicine is always linked to medications from all points of view. We have to look at formulation, prescriptions, the emergent components, and how the environment impacts population, the compounds, the abuse, drug abuse, and also how this manifests itself. Here we're looking at basically anti-inflammatory that are being used, and analgesics, of course, that are used on a daily basis when it comes to surgery. Imagine if there are so many daily surgical operations, how much are we actually impacting the environment? The magnitude of the problem when it comes to contaminants and polluting agents. Our world is moving toward, who's at fault? Man himself is actually damaging, hurting the environment. The emerging contaminants, medications, 50% of these, we don't know how to eliminate them or get rid of them. When it comes to initiatives, how do we, the officer or the employee or worker, how do we actually get rid of them? Fictitiously? How this can be actually. We notice that the life cycle starts from the manufacturing, through veterinary area, medicine, processing. At the end, where does it impact the environment? From the insects' point of view, animals, fish, it has an enormous impact. And it's going to influence because we contribute in one way or another to the harm of these species. We see that when we have medication, we go to the legma, like the releasing, the freeing of this medication, the metabolism and excretion. That's where we end up. But what happens afterwards? We look and see that chemical components, medications, have low concentration effects. But when it comes to the elimination, what is the actual effect that we need to be taught or learned, or they don't tell us much about? So we cannot just simply deal with the sustainable impact of these medications on the environment. It's our work, our job, from the research point of view, and also at our university. We also manufacture the medication, we distribute it, we teach and go to the consumption, we teach it. So there is a big question mark at the faculty and professorship. It's rarely mentioned or it's rarely highlighted or emphasized. At the end, the waste management, non-consumed, many times medications are purchased, are stored, and when it comes to the audit time, without any control or any supervision whatsoever. So then, it's not just the urban or showers or hospitals, the setting, we also contribute to environmental contamination. At some point, I did a master's program. They never mentioned to me the environmental contamination. They limited themselves to the effects of the pharmacodynamics of that medication on the patients, but not the effect on other patients. Here you can see another example. Water pollution. How we dispose, we'll get rid of medications. Of course, we have to look at the presence of the pharma or drugs in the environment, the toxic effects, and the regulatory aspects. Pollution of water, you can see the list. They are anti-allergic or some medications in public health, basically, or the anti-hypertension medications. How long, how much time does it remain in the environment when they are disposed? We will look at this later on. Type of volume, what type of drugs. The environmental risks. We can see air, flora, fauna, fish, and what causes damages and hurts mollusks. How can we also... Everything that we consume when it comes to seafood, ceviches and seafood in general. We are not conscious or fully aware of the impact, and we will look at why. It is more concerning for the actual chronic exposure than the acute or grave contamination. As I tell my students, when it comes to working with, when it comes to fish, it inhibits reproduction, bacteria resistance, and for example, with the sea bass, it lowers or diminishes its productivity or reproduction ability. Human health risks. I apologize, in my country, we have the dispensing and issuing of drugs or medications, whether it's for animals, cows, chickens, in a very indiscriminate way. It's not so much that it's low risk or long term or short term. The consumption of food, and this influences our daily nutrition, and without needing and the resistance that we're creating. If we go to very high level resistance, and then we get byproducts. And what type of pharmas or pharmaceutical? I work on an intensive therapy. How much resistance is already predisposed on this patient? We don't know it. Blockers. The evidence. Imagine, basically, in Europe, the biggest, largest producer after US, the most consumption of medications, 150 grams of antibiotics in the population. I can't, since you already spoke about how can we diminish the environmental impact by pharma. A hypertensive person, and you issue or prescribe all these boxes, or a different type of format presentation. When it comes to climate change, I hope we never get into an OR operating room or ER room. So this has a large and big impact on the carbon footprint, 1.1 million of tons. Imagine the impact that these cause on a world level, at a hospital level sector. Happily, in Scotland, they have already removed, which is or has one of the largest impacts, environmental impacts. I don't know how it is in Colombia. You already about inhalers and propellants or dry powder. The better ones, dry powder, but the cost is high. Also, preference for the patient or to deal with the prescription itself, dry powder. So we can see here the impact, inhalers, and the carbon footprint. Look at the actual numbers and the statistics. An inhaler is like a little car going at the speed. How many inhalers are being consumed at every single hospital center? The incidence in my country is very high when it comes to asthma. Imagine how many inhalers are being taken home on a daily basis. I will skip this part. Who is going to think that at the Antarctic we're going to find environmental impact? The Granada University did a study. Look at the impact on the environment in Antarctica. But look, I couldn't believe it at first. Basically, they took samples from streams, brooks, lagoons, and even the coast. And they found analgesic, stimulants, nicotine, among others. And it's actually impacting the environmental law. Imagine this is an Antarctic. What would be the harm or impact in our own communities? These are the one drugs or the drugs that were found in the Antarctic. Painkillers and calming pills and all types of drugs, anxiety type of medications. This is the example that I was mentioning to you earlier. In India, the Lopictis disappeared. Cows are holy animals, so they provide and give medication. But this vulture actually disappeared, and it started to disappear. The population of vultures disappeared. The same with this animal and species had problems in Australia, and they were able to find the components that contributed to their disappearance. Human health risks. We talk about recycling water or the reprocessing of water in a plant. Because if it has a plant that adequately processes and eliminates all the analgesic, calming, sedative type of components. In agriculture is only 10%. In Israel, 10% in the drought season, they recycle circulation. But who actually ingests or consumes vegetables? Because that person who might be pregnant and without imagine the impact on the baby if that woman or mother-to-be is ingesting this type of pharma drugs. I have seen patients with one single tablet with an anti-convulsant has had major repercussions and consequences, and this is a long subject matter to deal with. So this is not being measured when it comes to the recycled water and the impact. Drinking water, when it comes to the actual watering of fields, What are the proposals that we have? A global type of health policy. And probably you may ask yourself, global health? And oftentimes, not only healthcare professionals know it. It's a public health subject matter. How can I favor, how can I help when it comes to my community? And a circular economy, we need to talk and use the participation of healthcare and environmental engineers. We need to change the environmental impact, climate change, when we talk about, but sometimes these are isolated elements that should not impact the population. Also, education should play an important factor to promote pharmacological type of measures. Over here, excuse me. The Royal Pharmaceutical Society has recommended better not to medicate than to medicate. They are not thinking about the production itself. They recommend that the doctor or the medical professional should be more rational, more sensible, or to change the container, the presentation, all the production chain. And of course, when it comes to the healing and the curing at a hospital level, in our first presentation, we talked about contaminants and pollutants, but that's just one part because there is no awareness in the pharma sector. We have different means, different ozone or activated carbon, but this implies an additional cost in relationship to its production. Of course, this would be a way. SIGRE, and congratulations to all the pharmaceutical participants, the adequate elimination of what we dispose of at home, the common type of disposal. One disposes sanitation type of items. So we are going from a linear economy to a circular economy that we must recommend. And finally, the circular economy is what going to provide a sustainable factor. Medicals need to understand it, are not going to understand it, because I include myself to the prescription. It's not about prescribing. It's the entire process until the elimination of and disposal of drugs. Education to the public, to the masses, the different training, formation, integration, pharma prescription, eco-prescription, and we get to research. Many times, or oftentimes, we don't really delve or probe into it. We need to work on identifying main problems to be able to live in a much more sustainable, friendlier world. So when it comes to the regulatory aspects, many times it's not fully or well understood. Solid residuals or waste management, and not much has been discussed. How do we eliminate and dispose of drugs? We go through with an indication of a process by the Ministry of Health, but on a personal, specific level, it's very different to what we think of the environmental world. I hope to have met the time allowed to me, and as a doctor, as a professional in healthcare, I hope to be able to contribute to the commitment with humanity and to the planet. I thank to the board of directors, to the hospitals, to the global network of green and healthy hospitals, and to be in such a beautiful country. It's a pleasure, and a city as beautiful as Bogota. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Tovar, for your presentation. And now the time comes for us to listen to rethink the purchasing. We invite Dr. Maria Veronica, which is the Chief, Dr. Maria Veronica Torres Serino, Chief and Director of the Toxicology and Environmental Service at the Austral University Hospital in Argentina. Hello, hello. It's beautiful to be here to see familiar faces and friends from Health Without Farm. I wanted to share with you some experiences about who we are and what we have evolved, how we have evolved over time. We've been learning. The things that we had thought about, we have to rethink when years go by and time passes. Our hospital has a 22-year-long history. It's located in the province of Buenos Aires, 50 kilometers from the federal capital city, 221 beds, and we've been a member and accredited. Rapidly, I will tell you about our itinerary trajectory. The hospital was born and came about with environmental criteria, limitations on paper use, printing, from the very first moment of existence. But in 2008, we joined the campaign non-purchasing of supplies with mercury, and also we started working on developing and eliminating everything that we could possibly eliminate or dispose. This was a long roadway, samplers, but this was a long road. We also joined the global network when they started, and this gives us a framework, 10 different ways to think about sustainability. Sustainability, we do all them, different places, different disciplines. So it's actually good and useful to look at it this way. And we joined in 2016 for the carbon footprint program, and to be able to understand. But to measure the carbon footprint, the global network told us how to proceed and the impact of the carbon footprint. So we joined the SHIP project in 2018, realizing that not everything was about purchasing and procurement. So then we need to go and find the pharmaceutical companies and the lab producers and the acquisition power type of players. But we need to convince those who are going to decide, looking at the entire landscape. And we also joined the zero race or race to zero. This is our compass. This is where we're heading. Based on our carbon footprint, and I used an older version, 2016, it hasn't changed much, but we can't get frustrated. But with our carbon footprint, it allowed us to rethink our global agenda. We have 60% of our carbon footprint when it comes to energy, electric energy. We changed it, we did everything, but our next step has to be with renewable energy. So that's why 70% has been used with renewable energy, 70% which is high cost. These are all purchasing, procurement, management. Alliances are very important to join campaigns, to set goals, to make commitments, to tell the hospital this is the pathway, we cannot deviate or take a detour. And the rest of our carbon footprint has to be with inhalers, thanks to Mariana, who did a very complete, comprehensive research. We all have the same challenges. And plastic, single-use plastic waste management. After the pandemic, we sort of got back to that habit, and purchasing, procurement, purchasing. Everything starts for the entire process or landscape, from the time we purchase it until we dispose it. Within the context of this chain, where it's going to go, pathogenic, how much are the bags, the entire life cycle, where it comes from, where we're bringing it from, our ability to understand it. Some of the things that I like to share, to belong to the global network allows us, it's not just about getting rewards or awards or recognitions, but it's the work itself that is not, we're all brothers, sisters, relatives, kinship, we're related. We do it not only for ourselves, but for those around us. These are some of the hospitals where we have participated. This is basically what I'm showing you, where we have planted trees, families who have recognized and acknowledged our participation, and this is something that I truly enjoy. It's very good, it's very positive. Perhaps we didn't plant as many trees as we wanted to. Briefly, and before focusing on my own material, how do we purchase and procure? We do it through committees. There have been some changes, but we have through supplies, committees for medications, committees for works and facilities. There's always a director or a board group of directors. Toxicology is always present. Infections, engineering, all of them are parties that participate actively, and of course procurement, financial staff members. Our list of toxic and harmful materials, we cannot purchase something that does not appear on this list, and it's very important. No one can purchase anything that is not included in the list. Before now, with digital purchasing and procuring, we don't need technology, we need decision making. So we have a traffic light of suppliers who responds, who replies, who reacts, who has quality levels that compliance, and the type of work we do with suppliers. And so when it comes to the actual management, for the only hospital in Argentina, a series of purchasing, we tried to do it this way, but when it came to matching the price of certain material, for example, latex, so we contribute to the technical decision, but we asked suppliers how not to include or use or employ, and we gave them reasons and justifications. We invited them to change the formula, the manufacturing process. So it's not always successful, it's not always favorable, but there's always someone willing to negotiate and to change their way of doing it. You will see here part of the purchasing procurement committee, the accounting people, the purchasing manager, the storage warehouses. Some of you know it very well. Everything is in its place, but everything has been classified, categorized, and what it is for. Very well. I am going to focus on 3 experiences. When it comes to thinking about sustainability, you have to include. I am going to work on my speed. The process of extraction at the lab level, as I said, 22 years for our entity, and for me, one of the things that we always is the way we do things, it becomes an issue. With greater energy efficiency, the liquid management, but the problem was the process. We would use between more or less 5 blood vials or tubes, because they would go to each sector. Many of these jars or flasks would travel. A lot of blood would be extracted, and more than one extraction would happen. So what we did was, with a new technology, to start thinking about disposable. Today, with these changes in technology and changes of processes, we did an extraction. The same flask or jar goes through different areas, and it's an average of 2 flasks or vials per patient. So, first of all, the well-being of the patient, the blood extraction, there is time savings, the perception of that patient, the well-being of the personnel or staff members, and energy savings with the change of technology, and the reduction of 900 kilograms per year of these plastic vials or tubes, pathogenic waste. So we have to think about the sustainability of these processes, and we were successful with this approach. To me, this was very significant. It was very meaningful. The volume that would take up 2 rooms or 30 square meters if we were to place all the little tubes or containers together. The next one is an older one. As I said, in 2008, we eliminated or disposed of the mercury thermometer. We were concerned about mercury. So when it was proposed, there were digital thermometers at that time, some of them disposable. Today we're not thinking so much, but digital thermometers, when we did the transition, we would use, you will see the image, there were armpit thermometers with the speculum for the quick reading of temperature. 10 years later, we realized that we were continuing paying for the measuring with those SIS devices, that we have the anesthetic recovery, so we were paying per measuring. So then we started to replace this, infrared thermometers and regular type digital thermometers, because this was the billboard or the banner that we used for the campaign. We got rid of, disposed of the disposable for Argentina. It was 123,000 pesos on an annual basis. Not much money, not much volume. But these speculums, these little tubes for measuring, were not good or useful. We had a bad, poorly thought, poorly devised contract to have to rethink about these thermometers. And what we had understood at the time, we needed to readjust and make new plans. Very well. One more. Sterilization boxes. This is something that we were behind and pressing for a long time, but it was a good opportunity. This is our chief of sterilization. Before, we would use typical classic standard boxes made of paper, and these alternatives were expensive, costly, until last year. The price or cost of paper just shot up. It went through the roof. So this gave us the possibility to understand and to do a cost analysis, a more realistic cost analysis. Each intervention has 12 kilograms of waste, and 12% relate to the wrappings. So the paper would break or be perforated, and it would lose its sterilized nature. So that's not measurable. So the sustainability and the work done with suppliers, the change of price, to negotiate, and the investment in this case was not so high, a 2-year type of return, so people are happier now. The chief of the operating room and surgery room are in this image. And lastly, one other sustainability is the replacement of our vacuum pumps. All the electronic supplies have become obsolete or not very applicable or relevant anymore. But when it comes to doing the analysis, the cost analysis, I didn't do this. It was the maintenance chief or director was the one who did this cost analysis. So it involves people from the surgical area, and we start creating alliances and working with different colleagues. So people get contagious about this type of analysis. So we have 2 types of pumps. One that has half the cost, and one has twice as much. So to eliminate the engine start peaks, to eliminate those peak cycles on electronic devices, but one can request this from suppliers, and this can be done. So over here, the sustainability starts from the replacement of the existing technology. The per hour consumption, it's not so much that we're going to get rid of all the pumps or replace all the technology, but when it comes to doing it, we have to do it. So sustainability is a roadway, it's a pathway. It's not a destination. So from leadership and the alliances is number one point highlight to be working in a network, the replacement of chemicals, and to re-evaluate or assess the constant light exposure to the actual evidence. And I haven't met many of you that I am currently learning from. To dispose of waste and residue and to improve people's experiences, innovating changes when it comes to investments, and to also wait for opportunities for the cost of products to lower or to come down. So we hope to have this, and working with suppliers that actually want and have the intention to help us. And they must be present, they must follow up and be part of this process. And with this, I finish. Thank you very, very much. Thank you very much, Veronica. And to finish this block, we're going to invite through our virtual online connection Juan Gallardo, the Chief of Green Areas of the Psychiatric Hospital in Putaendo, Chile, who leads the agricultural unit. Dr. Philip Pinel Putaendo Hospital, Mr. Juan Salvador Gallardo Pinto. We are working on a small glitch with our connection, our streaming and broadcast transmission. Please wait a moment. I also, before we go to our lunch break, we're going to have a space for Q&A. And for those of you here present in Bogota, as well as those of you participating online, I think we have Mr. Juan Gallardo. We are listening to you. Thank you. Good afternoon. To thank you for the invitation from the Global Network. My name is Juan Gallardo Pinto. I am an agronomy engineer and chief of the Agriculture and Green Areas unit at the Putaendo, Chile hospital. We're going to start the presentation is related to the strategy. Now I can see the presentation. When it comes to the strategy of recovery and the leverage of organic waste. Here I want to tell you about our facilities, the psychiatric hospital, Dr. Philip Pinel. It's located in a rural location about 3 kilometers from the commune center in Valparaiso. It's geographically lodged between a mountain range. The psychiatric hospital, it's a medium complexity facility, and it deals with all kinds of, it has a total of 264 beds and 530 employees and about 480 with a surface of 21,340 square meters, which allows us to have an ample coverage surface, green area, and places for recreational agriculture, medium scale, as well as our facilities. The specific action that we develop in our institute, it's the recovery and the leveraging of organic waste. The global climate change has caused that we can be more sustainable when it comes to the material and disposal or waste that we eliminate. And this is actually the leveraging that we're trying to put into effect. And through the drafting of and creation of compost and worm racing, we have been able to work in a natural grass field that is used for recreational purposes by our users. And it's this reason why this material, compost material, is used for reforestation that we've been developing since last year, which allows us to take advantage the soil resources and also to improve its structure and microbiota. Here is where we prepare the compost. It's a very specific action. This comes from the food preparation, from the food service unit for both patients and employees. So these disposable items, we mix them with the rest of trimming and organic branches. So this materials, organic material, is the first resource that we can have in order to for it to decompose naturally. How do we leverage it and take advantage of it? We create and make a natural fertilizers with two conditions: to improve the soil structure and also the microbiota. And here is where the compost behaves and interacts with worms and bacteria, mushrooms, and this becomes organic agricultural, which interact and contribute to the disintegration that becomes a nutritional component for the soil, and in a very extended time, it allows us to utilize it. Here we can see the actual preparation. It's an actual mix of layers where all the organic waste that has been taken from the nutritional area, and this also keeps us from using landfills where we are not contributing to the pollution. So this organic and this layer of or bedding using nutritional food waste and leaves, trimmings, branches, as well as sawdust that we can use inside the hospital, and also feces and animal waste that we can reuse it and be able to collect it so that we can contribute to the disintegration and the compost. Next. It's here after we have the mix, this mix to a compost chamber where we can increase the temperature and for the bacteria and fungi and can generate this type of structure and give us during a certain period of time the development of this activity. This is a 7-day long activity and it's covered with this type of carp and be able to degrade and disintegrate and decompose all this mix, and in order to yield better sustainability. It's very important that the time that passes 7 days, we turn it over, we mix it up and spin it around, and depending on the seasonal conditions that we have in our facilities, obviously it takes longer during the winter months, but also during the summer the temperatures are so high, so sometimes it could last up to 25 or 30 days. On these images we can see the type of work, the bed or chamber with the different ingredients that we combine and put into this compost, and the earth takes on a very favorable and attractive color, and we can improve the degradation and disintegration or the breakdown of these components in our region. So the soil benefits and has a high level of erosion, and we restructure the quality of the soil, and the microbiota is improved, which allows us to better use and management of water, better adaptation and reclaiming of rainfall waters, and everything that has to do with plants. What were the first results to change the paradigm to not call it waste or trash, and rather organic waste or residuals? And one of the main results is that 64,800 kilograms of this organic waste per year has produced a total of 13,600 kilograms of organic soil, which has been used for reforestation, internal gardens, and only improving the structure of the soil, which has been a great incentive, and to be able to participate in the sustainability of the environment, and to also apply our follow-up and to be able to demonstrate the initiative. Next. Here we can see a sports field, and also we are able at the same time to use seeds of lower water consumption that have an objective or purpose to develop and carry on different types of activities. And before, we didn't have that type of water consumption levels, and this has given us the opportunity to have sporting type of fields, and that our users and our officers and employees better soil structure, other qualities that are friendly with the environment. Also in these results, we have also been able to work with the organic waste, and that we treat it as an amendment for greenhouses, the actual compost that we prepare, and the products that go back to the productive cycle. Whatever we're able to grow and plant, it's part of the productive chain. It yields, we can go back to the food chain using a circular economy, and also we contribute to the sustainability of the environment. It also has an aspect that is therapeutic to the patient and the users, and it yields an environmental development that can be friendly to the environment. We can see in this image the growing of different types of lettuces. We may have a small glitch with his connection. One moment. Very interesting presentation by Mr. Gallardo, agronomist and engineer. I think we need to wait a few more minutes. Maybe we can open up a space for some questions while we wait for him to join us and reconnect and continue with his presentation. So let's make use of this time. I think we have received some questions through our online chat room. There are two questions for Verónica, Doctora Torres Serino. The first one, what is the role that the bioanalyst plays in the extraction and use of processes? Excuse me. Could you explain a little bit more the type of reduction of tubes or files, since this requires, did this cause any inconvenience? Bioanalysts, we're talking about lab staff members. If that's the case, they were responsible for creating this process. The first idea was the concern. Yes? Excuse me, one moment. The first concern, the change of technology, switch, to start with, which was reaching its life cycle, useful life cycle, and then to look at the process, something that the lab director did, to start to rethink about many processes inside the hospital. We noticed that we were using too many tubes or files, so the different extraction cycles, 2 tubes or files. Of course, there is a procedure that may require more than 2 or 3. And that blood file goes through different areas within the institution. I am making this up through immunology or blood testing or whatever the area. So these files go through different devices, equipment. Fundamentally, it has multiple applications, multiple savings type of project. But the beauty of it, it's the actual process. To use the process, how people go about using it, and the same file, blood file, goes through different stages, different areas, different departments. Thank you very much, Veronica. We also have online, we have a question through the chat room for Dr. Tovar. If you could come up to the podium microphone. The question is, could you give us more information about the process that pharmaceutical waste are gone through or processed through? The Ministry of Health has some guidelines, first from pharmaceutical chemicals to assess the volume of the medication. Then we contact a company that deals with the waste, but then it goes through a notary so that at the moment that it's captured, the medication to be disposed, to verify from the exit point to the solid residual stage. But it's not done frequently because of the complexity, bureaucratic aspect of the process. So when it comes to common waste, as if it were a trash collection type of effort or exercise. So the medical director said, just look into it, get rid of it. It's about the impact that that medication or packaging or how it can be reusable or reused. In Cantabria, about 2 weeks ago, 7 compromaxina to toxic levels, to HEPA toxic levels. A complete compound when it comes to this waste. So it's about the impact that it's causing. That's why education to the general population, education to the producers or to authorities, because this is also administrative. It's not just medical authorities, but we also realize that we contaminate and pollute the environment, and I think we need to take it into account to improve regulatory processes. In Peru, lastly, or lately rather, the environmental impact of the medication in its post-sale, post-prescription stage. Sometimes we only get to the prescription and the patient acquiring the medication. In fact, the same lab, sometimes they also provide us with this medication. They do not eliminate or dispose adequately, and they do not comply with the regulations. That would be my answer. Thank you very much, Dr. Tovar. Luckily, we reconnected our link and communication with Dr. Gallardo. Mr. Gallardo, engineer, please, we're listening to you now. When it comes to technology, this is what happens. I apologize. Let's go back to the presentation, or what do we do? Okay. We will resume and go about the circular economy and what we can develop, and go back to the chain, the food chain, and the service, and to have products without any kind of pesticides or chemical substances. We only use organic agriculture from the very start until harvest time. No chemical product, no pesticide is used. It's only organic, and it's only an adjustment or improvement. When we talk about compost, there are no plague or plague control or any potential risks of illness. Everything is environmentally favorable. Results. Aside from plants and circular economy, we have been able to do some reforestation that goes through different stages. We planted in the first year about 30, 35 trees were planted with a low water consumption, and within the framework of the planting, the reusing or recycling of the same soil. Therefore, we improved the capability of the growth, which yields fruit, and the ability to continue increasing reforestation, and also the improvement on the soil structure and a better macrobiota for the planet, for the much more or better oxygen levels. And it's a small contribution and to have influence on climate change. Next. The main learning lessons or points that we have obtained: the using of organic waste to improve the soil structure and the microbiota, the circular economy when it comes to sustainable products at zero cost levels, processes that help us to not waste organic residue or material in landfills, and the leadership in the change of paradigm when it comes to waste or trash residues, and the resistance to that change, and to be able to teach to the community and to other institutions and entities as part of this global network, and to provide environmental education so that we can all share and benefit from these learning experiences and be able to use these organic resources. What are our next challenges in the global agenda or programming? It's been less than a month. We have projected our main sustainable garden, and we're working on this day to day. As you can see on this image, this roundabout is being worked on, and we're trying to plant and grow a sustainable garden that will have very low water consumption, as well as the watering process, and with a therapeutic type of garden where sensorially we will be able to attract other participants, other users. We will have other soil coverings. Our users will be able to walk barefoot with native plants and flowers, and this will be part of the main center. Other developments will be plants that go inside, whether it's aroma issuing flowers, local flowers, seasonally, whether it's winter or summer, different types of colors. And this will allow us to have a very better visualization, a very visual aspect, and to develop better therapeutic type of gardenings, the improvement in strengthening of the microbiota, and be able to face the environmental and sustainable aspect. And this is what we hope to achieve in our conference next year and be able to show these results. This has been a great incentive and a great objective to aim and to meet those challenges. This also includes and aims to reduce water consumption by using plant species that require less water, and also it will allow us to reclaim and use rainfall that are typical or at least compatible with the local conditions. And if we used local soil and sand, the structure can be improved, and we can create a different type of system that will have an automatic sprinkler or watering system or a dripping system, and it will definitely lessen or lower the rainfall impact, and also underground type of watering system. And perhaps this can change all the different types of consumption levels. Perhaps instead of watering 8 or 9 hours, with 2 hours on a weekly basis, we can use a dripping or drip type of water system, which will be more beneficial. And this is why this is a challenge that as an institution we hope to achieve in the next year and be able to present this at the global network of green and healthy hospitals. This is a more detailed look of the composition. We can see the percentage, 40% of rocks or stones, gravel or loose gravel, and also compost mixed with leaf matter. Once we create these different layers, we can then the piping and tubing, which will allow the watering system to be placed underground, and it will improve the hydro consumption both on the surface and underground. So we're very proud and feel very proud as an institution to expose and let you know at a future conference with a greater sense of participation, involvement, and participation in the global network. And it is how we have reached the conclusion of our presentation. Thank you very much for inviting me. My contact information is here should you have any questions or should you want to get involved and develop any type of projects, and we hope to be able to participate and help you as best as possible. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Gallardo, Engineer Gallardo. Could we please ask you to stay for a few minutes? We may have a few questions. I think the microphone is being passed around. Thank you for your patience when it comes to technological glitches.
De lo difícil que a veces es, pero como decía Verónica, y también es muy interesante ver todas las presentaciones.
As Veronica was saying, it's also very interesting, and we always face different challenges and different objectives. Let's go with the question for Mr. Gallardo. Hello, good afternoon. Engineer Gallardo, my name is Alejandra Castañeda from the nervous system, Colombian system. We are entirely and wholly a psychiatric entity. Two questions for you. Did you have any inconvenient type of challenges when it comes to creating the compost, either with plagues or bacteria. Here in Colombia, because of our tropical geographical location, is very difficult. And also when it comes to the service provision and including, did you include patients as part of the therapeutic approach or angle, or patients were not included in this project? Those are my two questions. Alejandra, it's very nice to greet you. And also, as I said, my contact information is there so that we can go beyond this conference and continue talking and discussing. Regarding your inquiry, when it comes to vectors, when we developed this, we were surprised to be in a mental health institution and to perhaps deal with things such as colors and smells, odors. So we were ready to take on the challenge to be able to, because of temperature, to give a higher temperature to this type of colony or community and to cover and sort of make a cake of compost and to lower and lessen the smells, the odors and colors, to be able to do and generate the compost in a more practical and efficient way. So the institution itself, the entity, was concerned. We knew that there would not be any plagues or any potential harms or dangers. So we used this plastic material, dark in color, black in color, to be able to cover and contain, and it gave us a beneficial aspect, taking into account, related to your second question, were the users or patients able to participate? There are psychiatrists and other type of support staff members that allow us to get involved. We also have to make sure that there is safety, that they can wear gloves, safety type of shoes, accessories, and that they can work in a very safe environment and setting. And also to be able to contribute with a grain of goodwill and to create a link or a bond with Mother Nature and the environment. And in some cases where we were able to contribute from a multidisciplinary standpoint, to not only include professionals in the healthcare, but also to include and incorporate human resources and the entire team, and to ensure that there is safety so that the project can be developed. Thank you very much, Engineer Gallardo. So with this, we close the first panel of the first session of the fifth conference. Let's go to some instructions about our next move. Let's see, after lunch, we will come back here on time at 2 p.m. Colombian time zone, 4 o'clock in Argentina, 1 p.m. in Costa Rica, 3 p.m. in Costa Rica. For those of you, you're free to have lunch within this hospital. There are different places where you can have lunch. We will continue sharing some videos with people online, and in all cases, we suggest that you can use this space to take a break, stretch your legs, to rest, or to get to know each other, to get to know your colleagues, or to approach some of our panel members. And if you're online listening, you can also send your queries and questions. So we will meet back for the second session of this afternoon for the use of plastics and disposals and chemical products, and we will have a workshop, a group-based workshop. So much will we get done on-site as well as virtually, so do not miss it. Let's meet back at 2 p.m. Colombian time zone. Thank you very, very much.
When we started Healthcare Without Harm 20 years ago, we were a small group of outsiders to healthcare, bringing forward the issues of environmental pollution that the healthcare industry was responsible for. And we were able to show at scale how to transform healthcare to be more environmentally responsible. We were able to move mercury, which was the gold standard in healthcare, and eliminate its use around the world. We were able to show how to immunize millions of kids in the Philippines without using incineration. We've been able to build a movement inside of healthcare of health professionals who care about a larger healing mission that they have. It's not enough for us to be healing individual patients. We need to be healing communities and the planet that sustains all of us. And as we look forward to the next 20 years of our work, I am deeply hopeful that all the people that we have engaged and catalyzed and inspired in the healthcare sector will now take a broad sustainability agenda and spread it throughout the world. We've built a network in more than 50 countries now, and we want to extend that to every place on the planet so that the way that we rethink healthcare in the 21st century is about supporting healthy people in healthy communities on a healthy planet. So wherever you find yourself in the healthcare sector, architects, food service directors, purchasing people, environmental managers, nurses, doctors, CEOs, community health workers, there's a door for you to enter to bring about sustainable healthcare, and there are many, many allies that we are gathering around the world to help you and to be peers with you. And so we look forward to collaborating with you over the next 20 years in transforming healthcare in ways that will make them an anchor for resilient communities all over the world.
Detrás de esta inmensa mole de cemento y de ladrillo, hay mucha historia que contar. Décadas de años se dicen rápido, pero se construyen lento. Hoy, la historia de Méderi, red hospitalaria, se encuentra en constante evolución. De permanente mirada hacia el futuro, de indisoluble compromiso con el mejoramiento continuo para ofrecer el mejor servicio a todos nuestros pacientes. Desde mayo de 2008, cuando cambió a ser Méderi, empezó una nueva leyenda. Por fuera se han hecho algunos retoques, aunque en esencia sigue siendo la misma. Pero los verdaderos cambios se han hecho por dentro en hospitalización, tecnología e ingresos con arquitectura humanizada, promoviendo el trato digno a nuestros pacientes. Y es que poco queda de lo de ayer. Hoy, sus espacios son amplios, llenos de luz, dotados con la mejor tecnología, con sobresalientes prácticas médicas, más y mejores servicios, rampas de acceso, señalética moderna y clara, amigable con el medio ambiente y el cambio climático, y lo suficientemente flexible para adaptarnos a las circunstancias del momento. Méderi es un ente vivo que se deja querer, que se deja arreglar, que se deja mejorar, porque en él se resume bien la esencia de lo que es hospitalidad y ciencia. Méderi, red hospitalaria, en sus 2 sedes suma un área de aproximadamente 51.000 metros cuadrados. Así, el Hospital Universitario Mayor con 40.000 metros cuadrados y el Hospital Universitario Barrios Unidos con 11.000 metros cuadrados. ha sido reconocida por ser una de las mejores edificaciones hospitalarias en Latinoamérica, por reordenar, remodelar y ampliar sus espacios para el bienestar y confort de los usuarios. En ambas sedes se ha realizado el 100% del reforzamiento estructural y se ha incorporado un sistema de paneles solares para el calentamiento de agua. Por eso, el cambio no se detiene. El ambiente de confort y de arquitectura humanizada ha pasado por el Centro Integral de Servicios, planes especiales, urgencias, oficinas administrativas, imágenes diagnósticas, oncología, hall principal, pisos de hospitalización, laboratorio clínico y gestión pretransfusional, hemodinamia y ginecobstetricia. Hoy, todas las habitaciones cuentan con su baño, incluyendo ducha y teleducha, dotados de mobiliario especial que ofrece a los pacientes un espacio digno y tranquilo. Un buen resumen de los últimos 4 años sería 233 nuevas camas, 7.000 metros cuadrados de remodelación, 100% de reforzamiento del edificio e incorporación de nuevos equipos como resonador, angiografía y rayos X en imágenes diagnósticas. Hoy, Méderi es un veterano vital, al que no se le nota el paso de los años, porque detrás del cemento y el ladrillo hay un ser complejo que se proyecta hacia el futuro. Méderi, red hospitalaria.
Estamos acá en el segundo taller regional de compras sostenibles para el sector salud. Estamos en Medellín, en San Vicente Fundación, en su sede de Río Negro, que es el primer hospital LEED Platinum por fuera de Estados Unidos. Es el único edificio con estos estándares, digamos, de construcción y de operación en América Latina. Estamos muy contentos con la representación de los países y la participación súper activa de nuestros miembros, trabajando hoy en eficiencia energética, ayer con foco en químicos, pero también estamos trabajando otros enfoques, como por ejemplo de cómo incorporar perspectiva de género en las compras sostenibles, que ha tenido un muy buen resultado con nuestros miembros.
Para nosotros en Salud Sin Daño es muy importante poder generar estos espacios en donde las y los profesionales de salud que trabajan en las instituciones que forman parte de la red global se conocen, intercambian el trabajo y la experiencia del día a día, aprenden no solamente de las capacitaciones que brindamos, sino también del trabajo y de los resultados que están logrando en sus propias instituciones. Así que siempre es una prioridad para nosotros poder generar estos encuentros presenciales en donde aparece esta riqueza en el aprendizaje a través de las experiencias comunes.
Hoy las charlas de género, de energía, mostraron resultados que podemos llevar a nuestras comunidades y beneficiar así a las personas que trabajan en los hospitales y a las personas que estamos atendiendo en las comunidades.
Fue muy satisfactorio realmente esta cuestión de empezar como a darse cuenta las personas de este vínculo tan necesario, tan oportuno y de alguna manera esta herramienta tan efectiva que es la herramienta de compras públicas del Estado para trabajar en términos de equidad de género.
Este año se trataron temas importantes como sustancias químicas, energía y género. Esto es importante porque como establecimientos de salud tenemos que ser partícipes y pioneros.
Cuando uno viene acá se da cuenta que puede estar muy avanzado en algún tema, marcándolo en compra, ¿cierto? Puede estar más avanzado en algún criterio o forma de comprar en forma sostenible y más atrasado en otro. En particular nosotros tenemos bastante avances, por ejemplo, en residuos, en riles y en eficiencia energética, pero estamos un poquito más atrás que fijándonos ahora con la experiencia y lo que hemos visto en el taller en sustancias químicas. Entonces yo creo que ha sido lo más valioso, poder llevarnos criterios, ¿cierto?, abiertos, una planilla de trabajo, una nueva herramienta para poder en el fondo hacer un catastro de estas sustancias químicas y en el fondo poder buscar criterios de compras sostenibles que sean estándares a todos los establecimientos Y eso es lo bueno de esta red, que en el fondo compartimos lo que ya está haciendo otro y no inventando algo nuevo.
It has been such a privilege and an honor to join together with Salud Sin Daño here in Medellin, in Colombia, for this workshop on sustainable procurement in health products and services. This has been an inspiring community with so many great examples implementing sustainability in energy, in less toxic chemicals, in management of resources, in energy efficiency, in water management. And these stories that I have heard and these examples can be shared all over the world and help other hospitals, health systems, and UN agencies to improve practices for the procurement of products and services.
I've been really impressed at the level of organization at Healthcare Without Harm South America. This is a really inspiring group of people. We've heard stories of change around anesthetic gases and different kinds of disinfectants. And you can tell how excited everybody is to be making these changes in their home institutions. You can tell that each change gives them the energy to go back and make the next change. And it's been really lovely to see the sense of solidarity between everybody and to meet in particular so many strong female leaders from South America. So I thank you for what I've learned. You've inspired me. I will take that home to Canada, and we'll do what we can to also reduce our emissions from healthcare.
Nosotros en el Hospital de Niños ya hemos realizado algunas compras sostenibles con criterios de sustentabilidad y también estamos trabajando en poder capacitar mejor a los médicos y a los compradores para que a la hora que vayan a comprar no solamente ponderen aspectos económicos, sino también puedan interpretar y ver, digamos, el tema que en este momento se está prevaleciendo, que es el tema del cuidado del planeta.
Creo que nos vamos con muchísimo aprendizaje, muchas experiencias. Vemos que el nivel en gestión ambiental hospitalaria va en alza, tiene un crecimiento exponencial. Y no, nada, agradecerle a Salud Sin Daño y a todos los miembros de la red global por este espacio tan importante.
Estamos felices por el resultado de este encuentro. Los miembros están compartiendo generosamente sus aprendizajes, sus éxitos y también las cosas en las que todavía sienten que tienen que mejorar y en donde la red cumple ese rol fundamental de trabajo colaborativo en el que entre todos juntos van logrando soluciones a problemas que cada uno tiene cotidianamente en su hospital o en su sistema y que en este tipo de encuentros en la red se generan soluciones colectivas, así que estamos muy contentos de que eso esté sucediendo y que estemos todos aprendiendo a implementar compras sostenibles de manera efectiva y contribuir a que el sector salud pueda reducir su impacto ambiental y también su carga sobre el cambio climático.
Regular cleaning and good hygiene is crucial in preventing infections and maintaining a healthy home. But the use of disinfectant products can be harmful, with medium and long-term health effects. By teaching patients about the risks of disinfectant products, we can support both good hygiene and safety. Disinfectants contain chemical agents that carry significant health risks. They can irritate the skin, eyes, and lungs. They can also cause breathing difficulties and respiratory illnesses, such as asthma. Many disinfectants also pollute the air, water, and soil, with long-lasting effects on aquatic systems. And they can even do more harm than good by destroying beneficial microorganisms and increasing the resistance of superbugs. Disinfectants have a role to play in healthcare, but how do we support hygiene and safety at home? Importantly, there is no need for healthy people to disinfect in private households. Disinfectants should only be used at home in justified cases, such as living with an infected person under quarantine. Cleaning instead of disinfecting is enough to maintain a clean and healthy home and does not present the risks posed by disinfectants. But what is the difference between a disinfectant and a cleaning product? Disinfectants contain biocidal agents to inactivate or destroy microorganisms. Cleaning products remove dirt, molds, and allergens and adequately protect against infections. It's not always easy to identify them, but most household disinfectants contain ammonia, chlorine, or alcohol. Eco-labeled cleaning products do not include disinfectants and also have a reduced environmental impact. Talk to your patients and let them know that disinfectant products are often unnecessary at home and could be doing more harm than good. Frequent and correct hand washing with soap and water and regular cleaning of surfaces provides sufficient protection against common infections, as well as COVID-19. When disinfecting is necessary, a few simple rules can help reduce health risks. Avoid chlorine and ammonium-based disinfectants, and consider alcohol or hydrogen peroxide products instead. Wash your hands before and after cleaning, and clean the surface first using detergent and water. Disinfect in a well-ventilated area, away from children, pets, or vulnerable members of your household. Carefully follow product instructions, dilute properly, and apply the product for the recommended duration. Do not mix or combine products, and reduce the risk of breathing in harmful substances by avoiding spray products. At a time when hygiene is high on the public agenda, healthcare professionals are uniquely placed to provide clear, reliable information to promote safe and effective hygiene and reduce health risks.
Que ya el liderazgo comunitario no quiere decir ser jefe o no quiere decir ser la persona más visible, quiere decir quién arrastra con el ejemplo, quiere decir quién inicia ese proceso, quién se vuelve un nodo de comunicación, quién se vuelve un gestor de la comunidad.
Industria, comercio, academia, hospital, ¿qué tienen en común? Ahí es el tema ambiental y es el resonar en la misma frecuencia, en el mismo objetivo, en el mismo fin de unirnos y generar un liderazgo comunitario al respecto.
Es muy importante que como personal de salud asuma siempre el liderazgo para luchar contra el cambio climático, buscando herramientas para crear conciencia entre mis colegas sobre el buen uso de la energía, sobre la reducción de las emisiones de gases, teniendo una buena gestión de los residuos. Ser líder significa ser consciente y actuar de manera oportuna contra el cambio climático. El clima está cambiando, nosotros también deberíamos. Somos la herramienta más eficiente para lograr el cambio.
Quienes trabajan en el sector salud han alzado la voz en diversas regiones para promover una transformación de la narrativa y para posicionar al cambio climático como un problema de salud pública.
A nivel de las audiencias, cuando empezamos a hablar de afectaciones a la salud, todos nos ponemos muy atentos a la información.
Como líderes de opinión, los profesionales de la salud tienen lo que se llama un capital neto de influencia entre los más altos a nivel de científicos.
Participé en el programa de formación en liderazgo de la salud por el clima de salud sin daño. Me quedé llena de aprendizajes, de desafíos, pero sobre todo muy inspirada por personas que muchas veces desde abajo lograron solo con su voz movilizarse, asociarse con otros y ejercer una influencia real y directa en la acción climática. Seguir levantando los brazos, levantando mi voz y ocupar el rol que tenemos para la lucha por el cambio climático, que sin duda es una problemática de salud pública y por ende tenemos mucho que hacer aún.
Cuando hablamos de las soluciones del cambio climático, no es solamente pensar en cuántas gigatoneladas hay que reducir, sino cómo y quiénes están beneficiando tanto con las acciones como cuáles son los impactos también de esas soluciones.
I think health professionals play a very important role. They are trusted communicators, they are credible sources of information, and they have a moral and ethical responsibility to care for people's health and well-being and advise for strategies that improves health.
El cambio climático es un problema de salud pública. Sus consecuencias están a la vista. Como médico y como joven, siento la enorme responsabilidad de hacerme cargo, de alzar la voz, de crear vínculos y relaciones estratégicas con mis pares, de abordar este problema global de forma interdisciplinaria. Porque no hay más tiempo, porque la respuesta tiene que ser ahora.
it is critically important for the health sector to lead by example, to increase our credibility, to say we need to have policies of non-proliferation of fossil fuels because of climate change and health.
Make sure that you use your influence as a health professional to lead by example, reduce our carbon footprint.
Tienen un sitio de respeto y de escucha en sus comunidades. Hay que usarlo.
When we started Healthcare Without Harm 20 years ago, we were a small group of outsiders to healthcare, bringing forward the issues of environmental pollution that the healthcare industry was responsible for. And we were able to show at scale how to transform healthcare to be more environmentally responsible. We were able to move mercury, which was the gold standard in healthcare, and eliminate its use around the world. We were able to show how to immunize millions of kids in the Philippines without using incineration. We've been able to build a movement inside of healthcare, of health professionals who care about a larger healing mission that they have. It's not enough for us to be healing individual patients. We need to be healing communities and the planet that sustains all of us. And as we look forward to the next 20 years of our work, I am deeply hopeful that all the people that we have engaged and catalyzed and inspired in the healthcare sector will now take a broad sustainability agenda and spread it throughout the world. We've built a network in more than 50 countries now, and we want to extend that to every place on the planet so that the way that we rethink healthcare in the 21st century is about supporting healthy people in healthy communities on a healthy planet. So wherever you find yourself in the healthcare sector, architects, food service directors, purchasing people, environmental managers, nurses, doctors, CEOs, community health workers, there's a door for you to enter to bring about sustainable healthcare, and there are many, many allies that we are gathering around the world to help you and to be peers with you. And so we look forward to collaborating with you over the next 20 years in transforming healthcare in ways that will make them an anchor for resilient communities all over the world.
Detrás de esta inmensa mole de cemento y de ladrillo, hay mucha historia que contar. Décadas de años se dicen rápido, pero se construyen lento. Hoy, la historia de Méderi, red hospitalaria, se encuentra en constante evolución. De permanente mirada hacia el futuro, de indisoluble compromiso con el mejoramiento continuo para ofrecer el mejor servicio a todos nuestros pacientes. Desde mayo de 2008, cuando cambió a ser Méderi, empezó una nueva leyenda. Por fuera se han hecho algunos retoques, aunque en esencia sigue siendo la misma. Pero los verdaderos cambios se han hecho por dentro en hospitalización, tecnología e ingresos con arquitectura humanizada, promoviendo el trato digno a nuestros pacientes. Y es que poco queda de lo de ayer. Hoy, sus espacios son amplios, llenos de luz, dotados con la mejor tecnología, con sobresalientes prácticas médicas, más y mejores servicios, rampas de acceso, señalética moderna y clara, amigable con el medio ambiente y el cambio climático, y lo suficientemente flexible para adaptarnos a las circunstancias del momento. Méderi es un ente vivo que se deja querer, que se deja arreglar, que se deja mejorar porque en él se resume bien la esencia de lo que es hospitalidad y ciencia. Méderi, red hospitalaria, en sus 2 sedes suma un área de aproximadamente 51.000 metros cuadrados. Así, el Hospital Universitario Mayor, con 40.000 metros cuadrados, y el Hospital Universitario Barrios Unidos, con 11.000 metros cuadrados. Ha sido reconocida por ser una de las mejores edificaciones hospitalarias en Latinoamérica, por reordenar, remodelar y ampliar sus espacios para el bienestar y confort de los usuarios. En ambas sedes se ha realizado el 100% del reforzamiento estructural y se ha incorporado un sistema de paneles solares para el calentamiento de agua. Por eso, el cambio no se detiene. El ambiente de confort y de arquitectura humanizada ha pasado por el Centro Integral de Servicios, planes especiales, urgencias, oficinas administrativas, imágenes diagnósticas, oncología, hall principal, pisos de hospitalización, laboratorio clínico y gestión pretransfusional, hemodinamia y ginecobstetricia. Hoy, todas las habitaciones cuentan con su baño, incluyendo ducha y teleducha, dotados de mobiliario especial que ofrece a los pacientes un espacio digno y tranquilo. Un buen resumen de los últimos 4 años sería 233 nuevas camas, 7.000 metros cuadrados de remodelación, 100% de reforzamiento del edificio e incorporación de nuevos equipos como resonador, angiografía y rayos X en imágenes diagnósticas. Hoy, Méderi es un veterano vital, al que no se le nota el paso de los años, porque detrás del cemento y el ladrillo hay un ser complejo que se proyecta hacia el futuro. Méderi, red hospitalaria.
Estamos acá en el segundo taller regional de compras sostenibles para el sector salud. Estamos en Medellín, en San Vicente Fundación, en su sede de Río Negro, que es el primer hospital LEED Platinum por fuera de Estados Unidos. Es el único edificio con estos estándares, digamos, de construcción y de operación en América Latina. Estamos muy contentos con la representación. Ayer, con foco en químicos, pero también estamos trabajando otros enfoques, como por ejemplo de cómo incorporar perspectiva de género en las compras sostenibles, que ha tenido un muy buen resultado con nuestros miembros.
Para nosotros en Salud Sin Daño es muy importante poder generar estos espacios en donde las y los profesionales de salud que trabajan en las instituciones que forman parte de la red global se conocen, intercambian el trabajo y la experiencia del día a día, aprenden no solamente de las capacitaciones que brindamos, sino también del trabajo y de los resultados que están logrando en sus propias instituciones. Así que siempre es una prioridad para nosotros poder generar estos encuentros presenciales en donde aparece esta riqueza en el aprendizaje a través de las experiencias comunes.
Hoy las charlas de género, de energía, mostraron resultados que podemos llevar a nuestras comunidades y beneficiar así a las personas que trabajan en los hospitales y a las personas que estamos atendiendo en las comunidades.
Fue muy satisfactorio realmente esta cuestión de empezar como a darse cuenta las personas de este vínculo tan necesario, tan oportuno y de alguna manera esta herramienta tan efectiva que es la herramienta de compras públicas del Estado para trabajar en términos de equidad de género.
Este año se trataron temas importantes como sustancias químicas, energía y género. Esto es importante porque como establecimientos de salud tenemos que ser partícipes y pioneros.
Cuando uno viene acá se da cuenta que puede estar muy avanzado en algún tema, enmarcándolo en compras, ¿cierto? Puede estar más avanzado en algún criterio o forma de comprar en forma sostenible y más atrasado en otro. En particular nosotros tenemos bastante avances, por ejemplo, en residuos, en riles y en eficiencia energética, pero estamos un poquito más atrás que fijándonos ahora con la experiencia y lo que hemos visto en el taller en sustancias químicas. Entonces yo creo que ha sido lo más valioso, poder llevarnos criterios, ¿cierto?, abiertos, una planilla de trabajo, una nueva herramienta para poder en el fondo hacer un catastro de estas sustancias químicas y en el fondo poder buscar criterios de compra sostenibles que sean estándares a todos los establecimientos. Y eso es lo bueno de esta red, que en el fondo compartimos lo que ya está haciendo otro y no inventando algo nuevo.
It has been such a privilege and an honor to join together with Salud Sin Daño here in Medellin, in Colombia, for this workshop on sustainable procurement in health products and services. This has been an inspiring community with so many great examples implementing sustainability in energy, in less toxic chemicals, in management of resources, in energy efficiency, in water management. And these stories that I have heard and these examples can be shared all over the world and help other hospitals, health systems, and UN agencies to improve practices for the procurement of products and services.
I've been really impressed at the level of organization at Healthcare Without Harm South America. This is a really inspiring group of people. We've heard stories of change around anesthetic gases and different kinds of disinfectants. And you can tell how excited everybody is to be making these changes in their home institutions. You can tell that each change gives them the energy to go back and make the next change. And it's been really lovely to see the sense of solidarity between everybody and to meet in particular so many strong female leaders from South America. So I thank you for what I've learned. You've inspired me. I will take that home to Canada and we'll do what we can to also reduce our emissions from healthcare.
Nosotros en el Hospital de Niños ya hemos realizado algunas compras sostenibles con criterios de sustentabilidad y también estamos trabajando en poder capacitar mejor a los médicos y a los compradores para que a la hora que vayan a comprar no solamente ponderen aspectos económicos, sino también puedan interpretar y ver, digamos, el tema que en este momento está prevaleciendo, que es el tema del cuidado del planeta.
Creo que nos vamos con muchísimo aprendizaje, muchas experiencias. Vemos que el nivel en gestión ambiental hospitalaria va en alza, tiene un crecimiento exponencial. Y no, nada, agradecerle a Salud Sin Daño y a todos los miembros de la Red Global por este espacio tan importante.
Estamos felices por el resultado de este encuentro. Los miembros están compartiendo generosamente sus aprendizajes, sus éxitos y también las cosas en las que todavía sienten que tienen que mejorar y en donde la red cumple ese rol fundamental de trabajo colaborativo en el que entre todos juntos van logrando soluciones a problemas que cada uno tiene cotidianamente en su hospital o en su sistema y que en este tipo de encuentros en la red se generan soluciones colectivas, así que estamos muy contentos de que eso esté sucediendo y que estemos todos aprendiendo a implementar compras sostenibles de manera efectiva y contribuir a que el sector salud pueda reducir su impacto ambiental y también su carga sobre el cambio climático.
Regular cleaning and good hygiene is crucial in preventing infections and maintaining a healthy home. But the use of disinfectant products can be harmful, with medium and long-term health effects. By teaching patients about the risks of disinfectant products, we can support both good hygiene and safety. Disinfectants contain chemical agents that carry significant health risks. They can irritate the skin, eyes, and lungs. They can also cause breathing difficulties and respiratory illnesses, such as asthma. Many disinfectants also pollute the air, water, and soil with long-lasting effects on aquatic systems, and they can even do more harm than good by destroying beneficial microorganisms and increasing the resistance of superbugs. Disinfectants have a role to play in healthcare, but how do we support hygiene and safety at home? Importantly, there is no need for healthy people to disinfect in private households. Disinfectants should only be used at home in justified cases, such as living with an infected person under quarantine. Cleaning instead of disinfecting is enough to maintain a clean and healthy home and does not present the risks posed by disinfectants. But what is the difference between a disinfectant and a cleaning product? Disinfectants contain biocidal agents to inactivate or destroy microorganisms. Cleaning products remove dirt, molds, and allergens and adequately protect against infections. It's not always easy to identify them, but most household disinfectants contain ammonia, chlorine, or alcohol. Eco-labelled cleaning products do not include disinfectants and also have a reduced environmental impact. Talk to your patients and let them know that disinfectant products are often unnecessary at home and could be doing more harm than good. Frequent and correct hand washing with soap and water and regular cleaning of surfaces provides sufficient protection against common infections, as well as COVID-19. When disinfecting is necessary, a few simple rules can help reduce health risks. Avoid chlorine and ammonium-based disinfectants and consider alcohol or hydrogen peroxide products instead. Wash your hands before and after cleaning and clean the surface first using detergent and water. Disinfect in a well-ventilated area, away from children, pets, or vulnerable members of your household. Carefully follow product instructions, dilute properly, and apply the product for the recommended duration. Do not mix or combine products, and reduce the risk of breathing in harmful substances by avoiding spray products. At a time when hygiene is high on the public agenda, healthcare professionals are uniquely placed to provide clear, reliable information to promote safe and effective hygiene and reduce health risks.
Que ya un liderazgo comunitario no quiere decir ser jefe o no quiere decir ser la persona más visible, quiere decir quién arrastra con el ejemplo, quiere decir quién inicia ese proceso, quién se vuelve un nodo de comunicación, quién se vuelve un gestor de la comunidad.
Industria, comercio, academia, hospital, ¿qué tienen en común? Ahí es el tema ambiental y es el resonar en la misma frecuencia, en el mismo objetivo, en el mismo fin de unirnos y generar un liderazgo comunitario al respecto.
Es muy importante que como personal de salud asuma siempre el liderazgo para luchar contra el cambio climático, buscando herramientas para crear conciencia entre mis colegas sobre el buen uso de la energía, sobre la reducción de las emisiones de gases, teniendo una buena gestión de los residuos. Ser líder significa ser consciente y actuar de manera oportuna contra el cambio climático. El clima está cambiando, nosotros también deberíamos. Somos la herramienta más eficiente para lograr el cambio.
Quienes trabajan en el sector salud han alzado la voz en diversas regiones para promover una transformación de la narrativa y para posicionar al cambio climático como un problema de salud pública.
A nivel de las audiencias, cuando empezamos a hablar de afectaciones a la salud, todos nos ponemos muy atentos a la información.
Como líderes de opinión, los profesionales de la salud tienen lo que se llama un capital neto de influencia entre los más altos a nivel de científicos.
Participé en el programa de formación en liderazgo de la salud por el clima de Salud Sin Daño. Me quedé llena de aprendizajes, de desafíos, pero sobre todo muy inspirada por personas que muchas veces desde abajo lograron solo con su voz movilizarse, asociarse con otros y ejercer una influencia real y directa en la acción climática. Seguir levantando los brazos, levantando mi voz y ocupar el rol que tenemos para la lucha por el cambio climático, que sin duda es una problemática de salud pública y por ende tenemos mucho que hacer aún.
Cuando hablamos de las soluciones del cambio climático, no es solamente pensar en cuántas gigatoneladas hay que reducir, sino cómo y quiénes están beneficiando tanto con las acciones como cuáles son los impactos también de esas soluciones.
I think health professionals play a very important role. They are trusted communicators, they are credible sources of information, and they have a moral and ethical responsibility to care for people's health and well-being and advise for strategies that improves health.
El cambio climático es un problema de salud pública. Sus consecuencias están a la vista. Como médico y como joven, siento la enorme responsabilidad de hacerme cargo de alzar la voz, de crear vínculos y relaciones estratégicas con mis pares, de abordar este problema global de forma interdisciplinaria, porque no hay más tiempo, porque la respuesta tiene que ser ahora.
It is critically important for the health sector to lead by example, to increase our credibility, to say we need to have policies of non-proliferation of fossil fuels because of climate change and health.
Make sure that you use your influence as a health professional to lead by example, reduce our carbon footprint.
Tienen un sitio de respeto y de escucha en sus comunidades. Hay que usarlo.
When we started Healthcare Without Harm 20 years ago, we were a small group of outsiders to healthcare, bringing forward the issues of environmental pollution that the healthcare industry was responsible for. And we were able to show at scale how to transform healthcare to be more environmentally responsible. We were able to move mercury, which was the gold standard in healthcare, and eliminate its use around the world. We were able to show how to immunize millions of kids in the Philippines without using incineration. We've been able to build a movement inside of healthcare, of health professionals who care about a larger healing mission that they have. It's not enough for us to be healing individual patients. We need to be healing communities and the planet that sustains all of us. And as we look forward to the next 20 years of our work, I am deeply hopeful that all the people that we have engaged and catalyzed and inspired in the healthcare sector will now take a broad sustainability agenda and spread it throughout the world. We've built a network in more than 50 countries now, and we want to extend that to every place on the planet so that the way that we rethink healthcare in the 21st century is about supporting healthy people in healthy communities on a healthy planet. So wherever you find yourself in the healthcare sector, architects, food service directors, purchasing people, environmental managers, nurses, doctors, CEOs, community health workers, there's a door for you to enter to bring about sustainable healthcare, and there are many, many allies that we're gathering around the world to help you and to be peers with you. And so we look forward to collaborating with you over the next 20 years in transforming healthcare in ways that will make them an anchor for resilient communities all over the world.
Detrás de esta inmensa mole de cemento y de ladrillo, hay mucha historia que contar. Décadas de años se dicen rápido, pero se construyen lento. Hoy, la historia de Méderi, red hospitalaria, se encuentra en constante evolución. De permanente mirada hacia el futuro, de indisoluble compromiso con el mejoramiento continuo para ofrecer el mejor servicio a todos nuestros pacientes. Desde mayo de 2008, cuando cambió a ser Méderi, empezó una nueva leyenda. Por fuera se han hecho algunos retoques, aunque en esencia sigue siendo la misma. Pero los verdaderos cambios se han hecho por dentro en hospitalización, tecnología e ingresos con arquitectura humanizada, promoviendo el trato digno a nuestros pacientes. Y es que poco queda de lo de ayer. Hoy, sus espacios son amplios, llenos de luz, dotados con la mejor tecnología, con sobresalientes prácticas médicas, más y mejores servicios, rampas de acceso, señalética moderna y clara, amigable con el medio ambiente y el cambio climático, y lo suficientemente flexible para adaptarnos a las circunstancias del momento. Méderi es un ente vivo que se deja querer, que se deja arreglar, que se deja mejorar, porque en él se resume bien la esencia de lo que es: hospitalidad y ciencia. Méderi, red hospitalaria, en sus 2 sedes suma un área de aproximadamente 51.000 metros cuadrados. Así, el Hospital Universitario Mayor, con 40.000 metros cuadrados, y el Hospital Universitario Barrios Unidos, con 11.000 metros cuadrados. Ha sido reconocida por ser una de las mejores edificaciones hospitalarias en Latinoamérica, por reordenar, remodelar y ampliar sus espacios para el bienestar y confort de los usuarios. En ambas sedes se ha realizado el 100% del reforzamiento estructural y se ha incorporado un sistema de paneles solares para el calentamiento de agua. Por eso, el cambio no se detiene. El ambiente de confort y de arquitectura humanizada ha pasado por el Centro Integral de Servicios, planes especiales, urgencias, oficinas administrativas, imágenes diagnósticas, oncología, hall principal, pisos de hospitalización, laboratorio clínico y gestión pretransfusional, hemodinamia y ginecobstetricia. Hoy, todas las habitaciones cuentan con su baño, incluyendo ducha y teleducha, dotados de mobiliario especial que ofrece a los pacientes un espacio digno y tranquilo. Un buen resumen de los últimos 4 años sería 233 nuevas camas, 7.000 metros cuadrados de remodelación, 100% de reforzamiento del edificio e incorporación de nuevos equipos como resonador, angiografía y rayos X en imágenes diagnósticas. Hoy, Méderi es un veterano vital, al que no se le nota el paso de los años, porque detrás del cemento y el ladrillo hay un ser complejo que se proyecta hacia el futuro. Méderi, red hospitalaria.
Estamos acá en el segundo taller regional de compras sostenibles para el sector salud. Estamos en Medellín, en San Vicente Fundación, en su sede de Río Negro, que es el primer hospital LEED Platinum por fuera de Estados Unidos. Es el único edificio con estos estándares, digamos, de construcción y de operación en América Latina. Estamos muy contentos con la representación de los países y la participación súper activa de nuestros miembros, trabajando hoy en eficiencia energética, ayer con foco en químicos, pero también estamos trabajando otros enfoques, como por ejemplo de cómo incorporar perspectiva de género en las compras sostenibles, que ha tenido un muy buen resultado con nuestros miembros.
Para nosotros en Salud Sin Daño es muy importante poder generar estos espacios en donde las y los profesionales de salud que trabajan en las instituciones que forman parte de la red global se conocen, intercambian el trabajo y la experiencia del día a día, aprenden no solamente de las capacitaciones que brindamos, sino también del trabajo y de los resultados que están logrando en sus propias instituciones. Así que siempre es una prioridad para nosotros poder generar estos encuentros presenciales en donde aparece esta riqueza en el aprendizaje a través de las experiencias comunes.
Hoy las charlas de género, de energía, mostraron resultados que podemos llevar a nuestras comunidades y beneficiar así a las personas que trabajan en los hospitales y a las personas que estamos atendiendo en las comunidades.
Fue muy satisfactorio realmente esta cuestión de empezar como a darse cuenta las personas de este vínculo tan necesario, tan oportuno y de alguna manera esta herramienta tan efectiva que es la herramienta de compras públicas del Estado para trabajar en términos de equidad de género.
Este año se trataron temas importantes como sustancias químicas, energía y género. Esto es importante porque como establecimientos de salud tenemos que ser partícipes y pioneros.
Cuando uno viene acá se da cuenta que puede estar muy avanzado en algún tema, enmarcándolo en compra, ¿cierto? Puede estar más avanzado en algún criterio o forma de comprar en forma sostenible y más atrasado en otro. En particular nosotros tenemos bastante avances, por ejemplo, en residuos, en riles y en eficiencia energética, pero estamos un poquito más atrás que, fijándonos ahora con la experiencia y lo que hemos visto en el taller en sustancias químicas. Entonces yo creo que ha sido lo más valioso, poder llevarnos criterios, ¿cierto?, abiertos, una planilla de trabajo, una nueva herramienta para poder en el fondo hacer un catastro de estas sustancias químicas y en el fondo poder buscar criterios de compra sostenibles que sean estándares a todos los establecimientos. Y eso es lo bueno de esta red, que en el fondo compartimos lo que ya está haciendo otro y no inventando algo nuevo.
It has been such a privilege and an honor to join together with Salud Sin Daño here in Medellin, in Colombia, for this workshop on sustainable procurement in health products and services. This has been an inspiring community with so many great examples implementing sustainability in energy, in less toxic chemicals, in management of resources, in energy efficiency, in water management. And these stories that I have heard and these examples can be shared all over the world and help other hospitals, health systems, and UN agencies to improve practices for the procurement of products and services.
I've been really impressed at the level of organization at Healthcare Without Harm South America. This is a really inspiring group of people. We've heard stories of change around anesthetic gases and different kinds of disinfectants. And you can tell how excited everybody is to be making these changes in their home institutions. You can tell that each change gives them the energy to go back and make the next change. And it's been really lovely to see the sense of solidarity between everybody and to meet in particular so many strong female leaders from South America. So I thank you for what I've learned. You've inspired me. I will take that home to Canada and we'll do what we can to also reduce our emissions from healthcare.
Nosotros en el Hospital de Niños ya hemos realizado algunas compras sostenibles con criterios de sustentabilidad y también estamos trabajando en poder capacitar mejor a los médicos y a los compradores para que a la hora que vayan a comprar no solamente ponderen aspectos económicos, sino también puedan interpretar y ver, digamos, el tema que en este momento está prevaleciendo, que es el tema del cuidado del planeta.
Creo que nos vamos con muchísimo aprendizaje, muchas experiencias. Vemos que el nivel en gestión ambiental hospitalaria va en alza, tiene un crecimiento exponencial. Y no, nada, agradecerle a Salud Sin Daño y a todos los miembros de la red global por este espacio tan importante.
Estamos felices por el resultado de este encuentro. Los miembros están compartiendo generosamente sus aprendizajes, sus éxitos y también las cosas en las que todavía sienten que tienen que mejorar y en donde la red cumple ese rol fundamental de trabajo colaborativo en el que entre todos juntos van logrando soluciones a problemas que cada uno tiene cotidianamente en su hospital o en su sistema y que en este tipo de encuentros en la red se generan soluciones colectivas, así que estamos muy contentos de que eso esté sucediendo y que estemos todos aprendiendo a implementar compras sostenibles de manera efectiva y contribuir a que el sector salud pueda reducir su impacto ambiental y también su carga sobre el cambio climático.
Regular cleaning and good hygiene is crucial in preventing infections and maintaining a healthy home. But the use of disinfectant products can be harmful, with medium and long-term health effects. By teaching patients about the risks of disinfectant products, we can support both good hygiene and safety. Disinfectants contain chemical agents that carry significant health risks. They can irritate the skin, eyes, and lungs. They can also cause breathing difficulties and respiratory illnesses, such as asthma. Many disinfectants also pollute the air, water, and soil, with long-lasting effects on aquatic systems. And they can even do more harm than good by destroying beneficial microorganisms and increasing the resistance of superbugs. Disinfectants have a role to play in healthcare, but how do we support hygiene and safety at home? Importantly, there is no need for healthy people to disinfect in private households. Disinfectants should only be used at home in justified cases, such as living with an infected person under quarantine. Cleaning instead of disinfecting is enough to maintain a clean and healthy home and does not present the risks posed by disinfectants. But what is the difference between a disinfectant and a cleaning product? Disinfectants contain biocidal agents to inactivate or destroy microorganisms. Cleaning products remove dirt, molds, and allergens and adequately protect against infections. It's not always easy to identify them, but most household disinfectants contain ammonia, chlorine, or alcohol. Eco-labeled cleaning products do not include disinfectants and also have a reduced environmental impact. Talk to your patients and let them know that disinfectant products are often unnecessary at home and could be doing more harm than good. Frequent and correct hand washing with soap and water and regular cleaning of surfaces provides sufficient protection against common infections, as well as COVID-19. When disinfecting is necessary, a few simple rules can help reduce health risks. Avoid chlorine and ammonium-based disinfectants, and consider alcohol or hydrogen peroxide products instead. Wash your hands before and after cleaning, and clean the surface first using detergent and water. Disinfect in a well-ventilated area, away from children, pets, or vulnerable members of your household. Carefully follow product instructions, dilute properly, and apply the product for the recommended duration. Do not mix or combine products, and reduce the risk of breathing in harmful substances by avoiding spray products. At a time when hygiene is high on the public agenda, healthcare professionals are uniquely placed to provide clear, reliable information to promote safe and effective hygiene and reduce health risks.
Que ya un liderazgo comunitario no quiere decir ser jefe o no quiere decir ser la persona más visible, quiere decir quién arrastra con el ejemplo, quiere decir quién inicia ese proceso, quién se vuelve un nodo de comunicación, quién se vuelve un gestor de la comunidad.
Industria, comercio, academia, hospital, ¿qué tienen en común? Ahí es el tema ambiental y es el resonar en la misma frecuencia, en el mismo objetivo, en el mismo fin de unirnos y generar un liderazgo comunitario al respecto.
Es muy importante que como personal de salud asuma siempre el liderazgo para luchar contra el cambio climático, buscando herramientas para crear conciencia entre mis colegas sobre el buen uso de la energía, sobre la reducción de las emisiones de gases, teniendo una buena gestión de los residuos. Ser líder significa ser consciente y actuar de manera oportuna contra el cambio climático. El clima está cambiando, nosotros también deberíamos. Somos la herramienta más eficiente para lograr el cambio.
Quienes trabajan en el sector salud han alzado la voz en diversas regiones para promover una transformación de la narrativa y para posicionar al cambio climático como un problema de salud pública.
A nivel de las audiencias, cuando empezamos a hablar de afectaciones a la salud, todos nos ponemos muy atentos a la información.
Como líderes de opinión, los profesionales de la salud tienen lo que se llama un capital neto de influencia entre los más altos a nivel de científicos.
Participé en el programa de formación en liderazgo de la salud por el clima de Salud Sin Daño. Me quedé llena de aprendizajes, de desafíos, pero sobre todo muy inspirada por personas que muchas veces desde abajo lograron solo con su voz movilizarse, asociarse con otros y ejercer una influencia real y directa en la acción climática. Seguir levantando los brazos, levantando mi voz y ocupar el rol que tenemos para la lucha por el cambio climático, que sin duda es una problemática de salud pública y por ende tenemos mucho que hacer aún.
Cuando hablamos de las soluciones del cambio climático, no es solamente pensar en cuántas gigatoneladas hay que reducir, sino cómo y quiénes están beneficiando tanto con las acciones como cuáles son los impactos también de esas soluciones.
I think health professionals play a very important role. They are trusted communicators, they are credible sources of information, and they have a moral and ethical responsibility to care for people's health and well-being and advise for strategies that improves health.
El cambio climático es un problema de salud pública. Sus consecuencias están a la vista. Como médico y como joven, siento la enorme responsabilidad de hacerme cargo, de alzar la voz, de crear vínculos y relaciones estratégicas con mis pares, de abordar este problema global de forma interdisciplinaria. Porque no hay más tiempo, porque la respuesta tiene que ser ahora.
It is critically important for the health sector to lead by example, to increase our credibility, to say we need to have policies of non-proliferation of fossil fuels because of climate change and health.
Make sure that you use your influence as a health professional to lead by example, reduce our carbon footprint.
Tienen un sitio de respeto y de escucha en sus comunidades. Hay que usarlo.
When we started Healthcare Without Harm 20 years ago, we were a small group of outsiders to healthcare, bringing forward the issues of environmental pollution that the healthcare industry was responsible for. And we were able to show at scale how to transform healthcare to be more environmentally responsible. We were able to move mercury, which was the gold standard in healthcare, and eliminate its use around the world. We were able to show how to immunize millions of kids in the Philippines without using incineration. We've been able to build a movement inside of healthcare of health professionals who care about a larger healing mission that they have. It's not enough for us to be healing individual patients. We need to be healing communities and the planet that sustains all of us. And as we look forward to the next 20 years of our work, I am deeply hopeful that all the people that we have engaged and catalyzed and inspired in the healthcare sector will now take a broad sustainability agenda and spread it throughout the world. We've built a network in more than 50 countries now, and we want to extend that to every place on the planet so that the way that we rethink healthcare in the 21st century is about supporting healthy people in healthy communities on a healthy planet. So wherever you find yourself in the healthcare sector, architects, food service directors, purchasing people, environmental managers, nurses, doctors, CEOs, community health workers, there's a door for you to enter to bring about sustainable healthcare, and there are many, many allies that we're gathering around the world to help you and to be peers with you. And so we look forward to collaborating with you over the next 20 years in transforming healthcare in ways that will make them an anchor for resilient communities all over the world.
Detrás de esta inmensa mole de cemento y de ladrillo hay mucha historia que contar. Décadas de años se dicen rápido, pero se construyen lento. Hoy, la historia de Méderi, red hospitalaria, se encuentra en constante evolución. De permanente mirada hacia el futuro, de indisoluble compromiso con el mejoramiento continuo para ofrecer el mejor servicio a todos nuestros pacientes. Desde mayo de 2008, cuando cambió a ser Méderi, empezó una nueva leyenda. Por fuera se han hecho algunos retoques, aunque en esencia sigue siendo la misma. Pero los verdaderos cambios se han hecho por dentro en hospitalización, tecnología e ingresos con arquitectura humanizada, promoviendo el trato digno a nuestros pacientes. Y es que poco queda de lo de ayer. Hoy, sus espacios son amplios, llenos de luz, dotados con la mejor tecnología, con sobresalientes prácticas médicas, más y mejores servicios, rampas de acceso, señalética moderna y clara, amigable con el medio ambiente y el cambio climático, y lo suficientemente flexible para adaptarnos a las circunstancias del momento. Méderi es un ente vivo que se deja querer, que se deja arreglar, que se deja mejorar, porque en él se resume bien la esencia de lo que es: hospitalidad y ciencia. Méderi, red hospitalaria, en sus 2 sedes suma un área de aproximadamente 51.000 metros cuadrados. Así, el Hospital Universitario Mayor con 40.000 metros cuadrados y el Hospital Universitario Barrios Unidos con 11.000 metros cuadrados. Ha sido reconocida por ser una de las mejores edificaciones hospitalarias en Latinoamérica, por reordenar, remodelar y ampliar sus espacios para el bienestar y confort de los usuarios. En ambas sedes se ha realizado el 100% del reforzamiento estructural y se ha incorporado un sistema de paneles solares para el calentamiento de agua. Por eso, el cambio no se detiene. El ambiente de confort y de arquitectura humanizada ha pasado por el Centro Integral de Servicios, planes especiales, urgencias, oficinas administrativas, imágenes diagnósticas, oncología, hall principal, pisos de hospitalización, laboratorio clínico y gestión pretransfusional, hemodinamia y ginecobstetricia. Hoy, todas las habitaciones cuentan con su baño, incluyendo ducha y teleducha, dotados de mobiliario especial que ofrece a los pacientes un espacio digno y tranquilo. Un buen resumen de los últimos 4 años sería 233 nuevas camas, 7.000 metros cuadrados de remodelación, 100% de reforzamiento del edificio e incorporación de nuevos equipos como resonador, angiografía y rayos X en imágenes diagnósticas. Hoy, Méderi es un veterano vital, al que no se le nota el paso de los años, porque detrás del cemento y el ladrillo hay un ser complejo que se proyecta hacia el futuro. Méderi, red hospitalaria.
Estamos acá en el segundo taller regional de compras sostenibles para el sector salud. Estamos en Medellín, en San Vicente Fundación, en su sede de Río Negro, que es el primer hospital LEED latino por fuera de Estados Unidos. Es el único edificio con estos estándares, digamos, de construcción y de operación en América Latina. Estamos muy contentos con la representación de los países y la participación súper activa de nuestros miembros, trabajando hoy en eficiencia energética, ayer con foco en químicos, pero también estamos trabajando otros enfoques, como por ejemplo de cómo incorporar perspectiva de género en las compras sostenibles, que ha tenido un muy buen resultado con nuestros miembros.
Para nosotros en Salud Sin Daño es muy importante poder generar estos espacios en donde las y los profesionales de salud que trabajan en las instituciones que forman parte de la red global se conocen, intercambian el trabajo y la experiencia del día a día, aprenden no solamente de las capacitaciones que brindamos, sino también del trabajo y de los resultados que están logrando en sus propias instituciones. Así que siempre es una prioridad para nosotros poder generar estos encuentros presenciales en donde aparece esta riqueza en el aprendizaje a través de las experiencias comunes.
Hoy las charlas de género, de energía, mostraron resultados que podemos llevar a nuestras comunidades y beneficiar así a las personas que trabajan en los hospitales y a las personas que estamos atendiendo en las comunidades.
Fue muy satisfactorio realmente esta cuestión de empezar como a darse cuenta las personas de este vínculo tan necesario, tan oportuno y de alguna manera esta herramienta tan efectiva que es la herramienta de compras públicas del Estado para trabajar en términos de equidad de género.
Este año se trataron temas importantes como sustancias químicas, energía y género. Esto es importante porque como establecimientos de salud tenemos que ser partícipes y pioneros.
Cuando uno viene acá se da cuenta que puede estar muy avanzado en algún tema, enmarcándolo en compras, ¿cierto? Puede estar más avanzado en algún criterio o forma de comprar en forma sostenible y más atrasado en otro. En particular nosotros tenemos bastante avances, por ejemplo, en residuos, en riles y en eficiencia energética, pero estamos un poquito más atrás que fijándonos ahora con la experiencia y lo que hemos visto en el taller en sustancias químicas. Entonces yo creo que ha sido lo más valioso, poder llevarnos criterios, ¿cierto?, abiertos, una planilla de trabajo, una nueva herramienta para poder en el fondo hacer un catastro de estas sustancias químicas y en el fondo poder buscar criterios de compras sostenibles que sean estándares a todos los establecimientos. Y eso es lo bueno de esta red, que en el fondo compartimos lo que ya está haciendo otro y no inventando algo nuevo.
It has been such a privilege and an honor to join together with Salud Sin Daño here in Medellin, in Colombia, for this workshop on sustainable procurement in health products and services. This has been an inspiring community with so many great examples implementing sustainability in energy, in less toxic chemicals, in management of resources, in energy efficiency, in water management. And these stories that I have heard and these examples can be shared all over the world and help other hospitals, health systems, and UN agencies to improve practices for the procurement of products and services.
I've been really impressed at the level of organization at Healthcare Without Harm South America. This is a really inspiring group of people. We've heard stories of change around anesthetic gases and different kinds of disinfectants. And you can tell how excited everybody is to be making these changes in their home institutions. You can tell that each change gives them the energy to go back and make the next change. And it's been really lovely to see the sense of solidarity between everybody and to meet in particular so many strong female leaders from South America. So I thank you for what I've learned. You've inspired me. I will take that home to Canada and we'll do what we can to also reduce our emissions from healthcare.
Nosotros en el Hospital de Niños ya hemos realizado algunas compras sostenibles con criterios de sustentabilidad y también estamos trabajando en poder capacitar mejor a los médicos y a los compradores para que a la hora que vayan a comprar no solamente ponderen aspectos económicos, sino también puedan interpretar y ver, digamos, el tema que en este momento está prevaleciendo, que es el tema del cuidado del planeta.
Creo que nos vamos con muchísimo aprendizaje, muchas experiencias. Vemos que el nivel en gestión ambiental hospitalaria va en alza, tiene un crecimiento exponencial. Y no, nada, agradecerle a Salud Sin Daño y a todos los miembros de la Red Global por este espacio tan importante.
Estamos felices por el resultado de este encuentro. Los miembros están compartiendo generosamente sus aprendizajes, sus éxitos y también las cosas en las que todavía sienten que tienen que mejorar y en donde la red cumple ese rol fundamental de trabajo colaborativo en el que entre todos juntos van logrando soluciones a problemas que cada uno tiene cotidianamente en su hospital o en su sistema y que en este tipo de encuentros en la red se generan soluciones colectivas, así que estamos muy contentos de que eso esté sucediendo y que estemos todos aprendiendo a implementar compras sostenibles de manera efectiva y contribuir a que el sector salud pueda reducir su impacto ambiental y también su carga sobre el cambio climático.
Regular cleaning and good hygiene is crucial in preventing infections and maintaining a healthy home. But the use of disinfectant products can be harmful, with medium and long-term health effects. By teaching patients about the risks of disinfectant products, we can support both good hygiene and safety. Disinfectants contain chemical agents that carry significant health risks. They can irritate the skin, eyes, and lungs. They can also cause breathing difficulties and respiratory illnesses, such as asthma. Many disinfectants also pollute the air, water and soil with long-lasting effects on aquatic systems, and they can even do more harm than good by destroying beneficial microorganisms and increasing the resistance of superbugs. Disinfectants have a role to play in healthcare, but how do we support hygiene and safety at home? Importantly, there is no need for healthy people to disinfect in private households. Disinfectants should only be used at home in justified cases, such as living with an infected person under quarantine. Cleaning instead of disinfecting is enough to maintain a clean and healthy home and does not present the risks posed by disinfectants. But what is the difference between a disinfectant and a cleaning product? Disinfectants contain biocidal agents to inactivate or destroy microorganisms. Cleaning products remove dirt, molds and allergens and adequately protect against infections. It's not always easy to identify them, but most household disinfectants contain ammonia, chlorine or alcohol. Eco-labeled cleaning products do not include disinfectants and also have a reduced environmental impact. Talk to your patients and let them know that disinfectant products are often unnecessary at home and could be doing more harm than good. Frequent and correct hand washing with soap and water and regular cleaning of surfaces provides sufficient protection against common infections, as well as COVID-19. When disinfecting is necessary, a few simple rules can help reduce health risks. Avoid chlorine and ammonium-based disinfectants, and consider alcohol or hydrogen peroxide products instead. Wash your hands before and after cleaning, and clean the surface first using detergent and water. Disinfect in a well-ventilated area, away from children, pets, or vulnerable members of your household. Carefully follow product instructions, dilute properly, and apply the product for the recommended duration. Do not mix or combine products, and reduce the risk of breathing in harmful substances by avoiding spray products. At a time when hygiene is high on the public agenda, healthcare professionals are uniquely placed to provide clear, reliable information to promote safe and effective hygiene and reduce health risks.
Que ya el liderazgo comunitario no quiere decir ser jefe o no quiere decir ser la persona más visible, quiere decir quién arrastra con el ejemplo, quiere decir quién inicia ese proceso, quién se vuelve un nodo de comunicación, quién se vuelve un gestor de la comunidad.
Industria, comercio, academia, hospital, ¿qué tienen en común? Ahí es el tema ambiental y es el resonar en la misma frecuencia, en el mismo objetivo, en el mismo fin de unirnos y generar un liderazgo comunitario al respecto.
Es muy importante que como personal de salud asuma siempre el liderazgo para luchar contra el cambio climático, buscando herramientas para crear conciencia entre mis colegas sobre el buen uso de la energía, sobre la reducción de las emisiones de gases, teniendo una buena gestión de los residuos. Ser líder significa ser consciente y actuar de manera oportuna contra el cambio climático. El clima está cambiando, nosotros también deberíamos. Somos la herramienta más eficiente para lograr el cambio.
Quienes trabajan en el sector salud han alzado la voz en diversas regiones para promover una transformación de la narrativa y para posicionar al cambio climático como un problema de salud pública.
A nivel de las audiencias, cuando empezamos a hablar de afectaciones a la salud, todos nos ponemos muy atentos a la información.
Como líderes de opinión, los profesionales de la salud tienen lo que se llama un capital neto de influencia entre los más altos a nivel de científicos.
Participé en el programa de formación en liderazgo de la salud por el clima de Salud Sin Daño. Me quedé llena de aprendizajes, de desafíos, pero sobre todo muy inspirada por personas que muchas veces desde abajo lograron solo con su voz movilizarse, asociarse con otros y ejercer una influencia real y directa en la acción climática. Seguir levantando los brazos, levantando mi voz y ocupar el rol que tenemos para la lucha por el cambio climático, que sin duda es una problemática de salud pública y por ende tenemos mucho que hacer aún.
cuando hablamos de las soluciones del cambio climático, no es solamente pensar en cuántas gigatoneladas hay que reducir, sino cómo y quiénes están beneficiando tanto con las acciones como cuáles son los impactos también de esas soluciones.
I think health professionals play a very important role. They are trusted communicators, they are credible sources of information, and they have a moral and ethical responsibility to care for people's health and well-being and advise for strategies that improves health.
El cambio climático es un problema de salud pública. Sus consecuencias están a la vista. Como médico y como joven, siento la enorme responsabilidad de hacerme cargo, de alzar la voz, de crear vínculos y relaciones estratégicas con mis pares, de abordar este problema global de forma interdisciplinaria. Porque no hay más tiempo, porque la respuesta tiene que ser ahora.
It is critically important for the health sector to lead by example, to increase our credibility, to say we need to have policies of non-proliferation of fossil fuels because of climate change and health.
Make sure that you use your influence as a health professional to lead by example, reduce our carbon footprint.
Tienen un sitio de respeto y de escucha en sus comunidades. Hay que usarlo.
When we started Healthcare Without Harm 20 years ago, we were a small group of outsiders to healthcare, bringing forward the issues of environmental pollution that the healthcare industry was responsible for. And we were able to show at scale how to transform healthcare to be more environmentally responsible. We were able to move mercury, which was the gold standard in healthcare, and eliminate its use around the world. We were able to show how to immunize millions of kids in the Philippines without using incineration. We've been able to build a movement inside of healthcare, of health professionals who care about a larger healing mission that they have. It's not enough for us to be healing individual patients. We need to be healing communities and the planet that sustains all of us. And as we look forward to the next 20 years of our work, I'm deeply hopeful that all the people that we have engaged and catalyzed and inspired in the healthcare sector will now take a broad sustainability agenda and spread it throughout the world. We've built a network in more than 50 countries now, and we want to extend that to every place on the planet so that the way that we rethink healthcare in the 21st century is about supporting healthy people in healthy communities on a healthy planet. So wherever you find yourself in the healthcare sector, architects, food service directors, purchasing people, environmental managers, nurses, doctors, CEOs, community health workers, there's a door for you to enter to bring about sustainable healthcare, and there are many, many allies that we are gathering around the world to help you and to be peers with you. And so we look forward to collaborating with you over the next 20 years in transforming healthcare in ways that will make them an anchor for resilient communities all over the world.
Detrás de esta inmensa mole de cemento y de ladrillo, hay mucha historia que contar. Décadas de años se dicen rápido, pero se construyen lento. Hoy, la historia de Méderi, red hospitalaria, se encuentra en constante evolución. De permanente mirada hacia el futuro, de indisoluble compromiso con el mejoramiento continuo para ofrecer el mejor servicio a todos nuestros pacientes. Desde mayo de 2008, cuando cambió a ser Méderi, empezó una nueva leyenda. Por fuera se han hecho algunos retoques, aunque en esencia sigue siendo la misma. Pero los verdaderos cambios se han hecho por dentro en hospitalización, tecnología e ingresos con arquitectura humanizada, promoviendo el trato digno a nuestros pacientes. Y es que poco queda de lo de ayer. Hoy, sus espacios son amplios, llenos de luz, dotados con la mejor tecnología, con sobresalientes prácticas médicas, más y mejores servicios, rampas de acceso, señalética moderna y clara, amigable con el medio ambiente y el cambio climático, y lo suficientemente flexible para adaptarnos a las circunstancias del momento. Méderi es un ente vivo que se deja querer, que se deja arreglar, que se deja mejorar, porque en él se resume bien la esencia de lo que es: hospitalidad y ciencia. Méderi, red hospitalaria, en sus 2 sedes suma un área de aproximadamente 51.000 metros cuadrados. Así, el Hospital Universitario Mayor, con 40.000 metros cuadrados, y el Hospital Universitario Barrios Unidos, con 11.000 metros cuadrados. Ha sido reconocida por ser una de las mejores edificaciones hospitalarias en Latinoamérica, por reordenar, remodelar y ampliar sus espacios para el bienestar y confort de los usuarios. En ambas sedes se ha realizado el 100% del reforzamiento estructural y se ha incorporado un sistema de paneles solares para el calentamiento de agua. Por eso, el cambio no se detiene. El ambiente de confort y de arquitectura humanizada ha pasado por el Centro Integral de Servicios, planes especiales, urgencias, oficinas administrativas, imágenes diagnósticas, oncología, hall principal, pisos de hospitalización, laboratorio clínico y gestión pretransfusional, hemodinamia y ginecobstetricia. Hoy, todas las habitaciones cuentan con su baño, incluyendo ducha y teleducha, dotados de mobiliario especial que ofrece a los pacientes un espacio digno y tranquilo. Un buen resumen de los últimos 4 años sería 233 nuevas camas, 7.000 metros cuadrados de remodelación, 100% de reforzamiento del edificio e incorporación de nuevos equipos como resonador, angiografía y rayos X en imágenes diagnósticas. Hoy, Méderi es un veterano vital, al que no se le nota el paso de los años, porque detrás del cemento y el ladrillo hay un ser complejo que se proyecta hacia el futuro. Méderi, red hospitalaria.
Estamos acá en el segundo taller regional de compras sostenibles para el sector salud. Estamos en Medellín, en San Vicente Fundación, en su sede de Río Negro, que es el primer hospital LEED Latino por fuera de Estados Unidos. Es el único edificio con estos estándares, digamos, de construcción y de operación en América Latina. Estamos muy contentos con la representación de los países y la participación súper activa de nuestros miembros, trabajando hoy en eficiencia energética, ayer con foco en químicos, pero también estamos trabajando otros enfoques, como por ejemplo de cómo incorporar perspectiva de género en las compras sostenibles, que ha tenido un muy buen resultado con nuestros miembros.
Para nosotros en Salud Sin Daño es muy importante poder generar estos espacios en donde las y los profesionales de salud que trabajan en las instituciones que forman parte de la red global se conocen, intercambian el trabajo y la experiencia del día a día, aprenden no solamente de las capacitaciones que brindamos, sino también del trabajo y de los resultados que están logrando en sus propias instituciones. Así que siempre es una prioridad para nosotros poder generar estos encuentros encuentros presenciales en donde aparece esta riqueza en el aprendizaje a través de las experiencias comunes.
Hoy las charlas de género, de energía, mostraron resultados que podemos llevar a nuestras comunidades y beneficiar así a las personas que trabajan en los hospitales y a las personas que estamos atendiendo en las comunidades.
Fue muy satisfactorio realmente esta cuestión de empezar como a darse cuenta las personas de este vínculo tan necesario, tan oportuno y de alguna manera esta herramienta tan efectiva que es la herramienta de compras públicas del Estado para trabajar en términos de equidad de género.
Este año se trataron temas importantes como sustancias químicas, energía y género. Esto es importante porque como establecimientos de salud tenemos que ser partícipes y pioneros.
Cuando uno viene acá se da cuenta que puede estar muy avanzado en algún tema, enmarcándolo en compra, ¿cierto? Puede estar más avanzado en algún criterio o forma de comprar en forma sostenible y más atrasado en otro. En particular nosotros tenemos bastante avances, por ejemplo, en residuos, en riles y en eficiencia energética, pero estamos un poquito más atrás que fijándonos ahora con la experiencia y lo que hemos visto en el taller en sustancias químicas. Entonces yo creo que ha sido lo más valioso, poder llevarnos criterios, ¿cierto?, abiertos, una planilla de trabajo, una nueva herramienta para poder en el fondo hacer un catastro de estas sustancias químicas y en el fondo poder buscar criterios de compras sostenibles que sean estándares a todos los establecimientos. Y eso es lo bueno de esta red, que en el fondo compartimos lo que ya está haciendo otro y no inventando algo nuevo.
It has been such a privilege and an honor to join together with Salud Sin Daño here in Medellin, in Colombia, for this workshop on sustainable procurement in health products and services. This has been an inspiring community with so many great examples implementing sustainability in energy, in less toxic chemicals, in management of resources, in energy efficiency, in water management. And these stories that I have heard and these examples can be shared all over the world and help other hospitals, health systems, and UN agencies to improve practices for the procurement of products and services.
I've been really impressed at the level of organization at Healthcare Without Harm South America. This is a really inspiring group of people. We've heard stories of change around anesthetic gases and different kinds of disinfectants. And you can tell how excited everybody is to be making these changes in their home institutions. You can tell that each change gives them the energy to go back and make the next change. And it's been really lovely to see the sense of solidarity between everybody and to meet in particular so many strong female leaders from South America. So I thank you for what I've learned. You've inspired me. I will take that home to Canada and we'll do what we can to also reduce our emissions from healthcare.
Nosotros en el Hospital de Niños ya hemos realizado algunas compras sostenibles con criterios de sustentabilidad y también estamos trabajando en poder capacitar mejor a los médicos y a los compradores para que a la hora que vayan a comprar no solamente ponderen aspectos económicos, sino también puedan interpretar y ver, digamos, el tema que en este momento está prevaleciendo, que es el tema del cuidado del planeta.
Creo que nos vamos con muchísimo aprendizaje, muchas experiencias. Vemos que el nivel en gestión ambiental hospitalaria va en alza, tiene un crecimiento exponencial. Y no, nada, agradecerle a Salud Sin Daño y a todos los miembros de la red global por este espacio tan importante.
Estamos felices por el resultado de este encuentro. Los miembros están compartiendo generosamente sus aprendizajes, sus éxitos y también las cosas en las que todavía sienten que tienen que mejorar y en donde la red cumple ese rol fundamental de trabajo colaborativo en el que entre todos juntos van logrando soluciones a problemas que cada uno tiene cotidianamente en su hospital o en su sistema y que en este tipo de encuentros en la red se generan soluciones colectivas, así que estamos muy contentos de que eso esté sucediendo y que estemos todos aprendiendo a implementar compras sostenibles de manera efectiva y contribuir a que el sector salud pueda reducir su impacto ambiental y también su carga sobre el cambio climático.
Regular cleaning and good hygiene is crucial in preventing infections and maintaining a healthy home. But the use of disinfectant products can be harmful, with medium and long-term health effects. By teaching patients about the risks of disinfectant products, we can support both good hygiene and safety. Disinfectants contain chemical agents that carry significant health risks. They can irritate the skin, eyes, and lungs. They can also cause breathing difficulties and respiratory illnesses, such as asthma. Many disinfectants also pollute the air, water, and soil with long-lasting effects on aquatic systems, and they can even do more harm than good by destroying beneficial microorganisms and increasing the resistance of superbugs. Disinfectants have a role to play in healthcare, but how do we support hygiene and safety at home? Importantly, there is no need for healthy people to disinfect in private households. Disinfectants should only be used at home in justified cases, such as living with an infected person under quarantine. Cleaning instead of disinfecting is enough to maintain a clean and healthy home and does not present the risks posed by disinfectants. But what is the difference between a disinfectant and a cleaning product? Disinfectants contain biocidal agents to inactivate or destroy microorganisms. Cleaning products remove dirt, molds, and allergens and adequately protect against infections. It's not always easy to identify them, but most household disinfectants contain ammonia, chlorine, or alcohol. Eco-labeled cleaning products do not include disinfectants and also have a reduced environmental impact. Talk to your patients and let them know that disinfectant products are often unnecessary at home and could be doing more harm than good. Frequent and correct hand washing with soap and water and regular cleaning of surfaces provides sufficient protection against common infections, as well as COVID-19. When disinfecting is necessary, a few simple rules can help reduce health risks. Avoid chlorine and ammonium-based disinfectants, and consider alcohol or hydrogen peroxide products instead. Wash your hands before and after cleaning, and clean the surface first using detergent and water. Disinfect in a well-ventilated area, away from children, pets, or vulnerable members of your household. Carefully follow product instructions, dilute properly, and apply the product for the recommended duration. Do not mix or combine products, and reduce the risk of breathing in harmful substances by avoiding spray products. At a time when hygiene is high on the public agenda, healthcare professionals are uniquely placed to provide clear, reliable information to promote safe and effective hygiene and reduce health risks.
Que ya el liderazgo comunitario no quiere decir ser jefe o no quiere decir ser la persona más visible, quiere decir quién arrastra con el ejemplo, quiere decir quién inicia ese proceso, quién se vuelve un nodo de comunicación, quién se vuelve un gestor de la comunidad.
Industria, comercio, academia, hospital, ¿qué tienen en común? Ahí es el tema ambiental y es el resonar en la misma frecuencia, en el mismo objetivo, en el mismo fin, de unirnos y generar un liderazgo comunitario al respecto.
Es muy importante que como personal de salud asuma siempre el liderazgo para luchar contra el cambio climático, buscando herramientas para crear conciencia entre mis colegas sobre el buen uso de la energía, sobre la reducción de las emisiones de gases, teniendo una buena gestión de los residuos. Ser líder significa ser consciente y actuar de manera oportuna contra el cambio climático. El clima está cambiando, nosotros también deberíamos. Somos la herramienta más eficiente para lograr el cambio.
Quienes trabajan en el sector salud han alzado la voz en diversas regiones para promover una transformación de la narrativa y para posicionar al cambio climático como un problema de salud pública.
A nivel de las audiencias, cuando empezamos a hablar de afectaciones a la salud, todos nos ponemos muy atentos a la información.
Como líderes de opinión, los profesionales de la salud tienen lo que se llama un capital neto de influencia entre los más altos a nivel de científicos.
Participé en el programa de formación en liderazgo de la salud por el clima de salud sin daño. Me quedé llena de aprendizajes, de desafíos. Lograron solo con su voz movilizarse, asociarse con otros y ejercer una influencia real y directa en la acción climática. Seguir levantando los brazos, levantando mi voz y y ocupar el rol que tenemos para la lucha por el cambio climático, que sin duda es una problemática de salud pública y por ende tenemos mucho que hacer aún.
Cuando hablamos de las soluciones del cambio climático, no es solamente pensar en cuántas gigatoneladas hay que reducir, sino cómo y quiénes están beneficiando tanto con las acciones como cuáles son los impactos también de esas soluciones.
I think health professionals play a very important role. They are trusted communicators, they are credible sources of information, and they have a moral and ethical responsibility to care for people's health and well-being and advise for strategies that improves health.
El cambio climático es un problema de salud pública. Sus consecuencias están a la vista. Como médico y como joven, siento la enorme responsabilidad de hacerme cargo, de alzar la voz, de crear vínculos y relaciones estratégicas.
Para conectarse, conocerse, también le damos la bienvenida.
We also welcome those of you who have joined us online through streaming. Let's remind our panel members so that you can speak moderately and reasonably at a good pace so that the translation can be rendered effectively. We're going to talk about the sustainable or replacement of. We will invite now our facilitator, Claudia Lorena Paz, who will speak about remotely, Julio Antonio Sanchez, radiologist of pediatric services in Panama, to present global criteria for the purchasing or procurement of gloves and criteria that have been developed, which are available on our website, saludsindaño.org, in the sustainable purchasing or procurement section. Hello, good afternoon. I know that many of you already know who I am. We've been getting to know each other throughout the day. It's a pleasure to be here. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you for attending. What I am going to do, I am going to share with you a resource out of so many in our healthcare sector. We will talk about gloves, examination type of gloves and surgical gloves. We have developed these criteria, sustainability criteria for environmental and social sustainability jointly with several experts. And throughout several months, we attended and had multiple meetings, research, verification with literature, verification with suppliers, until we were able to produce and issue a technical data file. So the first thing is, why did we use this actual medical product? Gloves, as you will know, is perhaps one of the supplies, one device, a medical supply that it's most used or most frequently in a healthcare entity. We use gloves for everything, every single application. It's high volume supply. We generate a lot of waste because of its use. Besides the manufacturing of gloves, not only does it have environmental impacts, but also social, very important social impacts. Throughout the life cycle of gloves, especially in source countries. Do you actually know where these gloves come from? Most of them. They are being manufactured in countries we still
retención de pasaportes, trabajo infantil y muchísimas más violaciones de los derechos humanos, como Malasia, Tailandia, en estas fábricas donde trabajan los 8 días de la semana, con 10 minutos de descanso para almorzar, en fin. Muchas cuestiones laborales que llaman la atención para trabajar en sostenibilidad en la compra de guantes.
Sustainability
También
and
hablamos de
the
las
purching
cuestiones
and procuring.
ambientales. Por
Let's also
supuesto,
talk
la
about
generación de
the
emisiones de gases de
environmental
efecto
impact
invernadero
and
en toda
the
su producción,
emission
también
and
en su
greenhouse
disposición,
effect
la
gases,
incorporación de algunas
the
sustancias químicas que
incorporation
son
and
preocupantes
use
para la
of
salud humana
chemical
y preocupantes
substances
para el
which are
ambiente
important
en sí
for
mismo,
health, human health,
generación
and
de
for the
residuos, por
environment,
supuesto, y
waste
muchas oportunidades de mejorar,
generation, and
especialmente
many
en la
opportunities to
compra y
improve,
en la demanda que
especially in the
hacemos de estos
procurement and
insumos
purchasing and the
médicos.
demand
Aquí tenemos
of
en
these
imagen
supplies. Here
algunas portadas
we
de
have some
periódicos que han
images
evidenciado
and
algunas
newspaper
medidas que han
headlines
tomado los países
that
para vetar
show
o
some measures and some
para publicar y
methods
difundir el
and
trabajo
that some
forzoso, la
countries have
esclavitud moderna que
actually
incurre en algunas de estas fábricas.
displayed or
De
shown
los
and
mayores
shared
fabricantes
when it
del
comes
mundo,
to the
los
largest
Siguiente.
manufacturing plants of gloves
Bien.
throughout the world.
Entonces, ya con esta breve
So
introducción,
with this
queremos
brief
contar que
introduction,
nosotros
we'd
hemos
like to tell you
desarrollado
that we have
esta
developed
guía
this
de
guide,
criterios globales
a
para la
global
compra de
criteria
guantes.
guide
No
for
voy a
the
entrar en
purchase
detalle
and
de cada uno
procurement
porque
of
están
gloves.
disponibles,
I will
pero
not
sí
go
contarles
into
que
depth on
unos
each one of them,
criterios
but
de cumplimiento
there are
obligatorio, son
some
30 criterios. Estos
obligatory
criterios
type of
de cumplimiento
compliance
obligatorio que
criteria
preferiblemente deberían
that
cumplir todos
are
nuestros proveedores
preferably
incluyen
and should be
desde
complied
la
by all
adición
suppliers
de algunas sustancias
when it
químicas
comes
como
to
el
the
PVC,
addition
como los
of
estalatos,
chemical
como los biocidas,
substances
como los
like
suavizantes,
softeners,
como el PVC,
PVCs,
como el bisfenol A,
bisphenol
incluso
A,
también regula la
and it also
cantidad de
regulates
miligramos
the
de algunas
amount
sustancias
of
que deben
milligrams
contener
that
esos
some
guantes.
substances
Entre otras
should
cosas,
contain
como
when making
el
these
análisis
gloves.
de las
The
emisiones,
analysis of
el
emissions,
análisis de las
the
características
analysis
del
of
empaque,
the
de los
packaging
materiales,
characteristics or
de la
traits, the
sensibilidad,
sensibility,
niveles deseados.
sensitivity,
Este es otro
desired
grupo
levels.
de criterios que
As you can
desarrollamos.
see
En
on
este
the,
caso
on the
son
screen,
29
level 2,
criterios,
29
que son
criteria,
criterios de cumplimiento
which are
voluntario.
voluntary
Pero aquí
type of
básicamente ya
compliance.
complementa los
And
criterios
this
de nivel requerido, y
complements
aquí ya hacemos
the
un énfasis mayor en
required
la estimación y
level,
publicación
level
de
3,
reportes de emisiones,
the
¿bien? De huella de
reporting of
carbono. No
emissions,
solamente estimar,
carbon
sino también
footprint,
de cómo generar
but
un
also
plan de
how
acción frente a estas
to put
emisiones.
together and generate
Y criterios de
a plan
innovación o diálogo de
and
mercado, que son
the
criterios ya más allá,
innovation
tal vez,
and
de
marketing
consideraciones totales del
criteria,
análisis de ciclo de vida o
which
de fin de
deal
vida
directly
del
with the
producto.
life cycle
Tenemos
of the product.
un gran
So we
portafolio
have a
de
great
criterios.
portfolio when it comes to
Acabo solamente de
criteria.
mencionarles
I
unos
simply
pocos.
mentioned a
Les
few.
invito y las
I
invito a que
invite you
consulten
all to
estos criterios,
check
porque a
and
continuación, bueno, ya
look
los
into.
mencionamos. Les
We
voy
have
a
already
dar
mentioned some of
paso
these.
a
I will
una
move
experiencia
next
que probó estos
to
criterios
a
en una
specific
situación
experience
real.
which put
Tenemos un hospital
to the
en Panamá
test
que hizo
this criteria.
parte de una prueba piloto,
We
donde
have
probamos con
a
proveedores
hospital in
reales
Panama that was part of a pilot project. So I brought you a couple of images just to show you this technical data sheet for glove or criteria. And let's see, I will yield the microphone to Julian Sanchez, a radiologist in Panama or from Panama, and he did an evaluation or assessment of these criteria with 3 providers in Malaysia and Thailand, and he will share with us, and he will also tell us how he became aware and how these are unknown when it comes to the manufacturing of these medical supplies. So you have the microphone, Julian. Good afternoon. From the hospital in Panama, we have a pediatrics hospital where we deal with patient care, children up to 14 years of age. It's a fairly new hospital. It was founded in February of 2003. We have 99,000 plus patients that are served on a yearly basis, and we've been members of the global network since 2017. If you can show me, please, and share with me the presentation. Thank you. Okay. Last year, Claudia invited me so that we could jointly work on this type of project with gloves. When we started this project, we had to create an initiative to be able to do this work. What we did was to work on the reduced use of gloves. Gloves are used even to pick up a jar or a container, and they are quickly disposed to the trash. In trying to reduce PVC type of gloves, we didn't have any knowledge. Most gloves are or contain latex and PVC, which are carcinogens. When we review the literature, to get to know the materials, raw materials that are being used to make the gloves, and also to get to know the countries where they are actually manufactured. We didn't know this. And when we reviewed the criteria, we found out that these come from countries that are enslaved from the top to the bottom. Next slide. This is the format and chart that we used to apply the criteria. We included 3 companies. They didn't have much knowledge about certain things and catalogs and boxes. We also realized that they didn't even know how those gloves were being manufactured, how they were being used, packaged. So at the time when we went through the checklist internally as well as with the companies, we realized and became aware that we were completely ignorant and not fully informed. Next slide, please. What results did we obtain? As I told you, we have a central area where the purchases are made, conducted, and then those are sent to different areas. Our hospital belongs to the social compensation fund in the country. And in these 73 units, the central supply office or center distributes. So when it comes to purchasing our own gloves, what do? We meet with the suppliers, the petitioner, the storage unit or warehouse, and with the technical data files we find out what we can purchase or not purchase. So in the entire process of procuring gloves, a full-fledged, full-scale team, we're trying to reduce and minimize latex, those that contain vinyl or PVC, which is something, fact that came about after the study we conducted, and we realized that we were using too many latex gloves and PVC gloves. So we have changed and switched to try to protect our personnel as well as our patients. Our patients can also become allergic to latex, and that's why we have been changing and switching the system when it comes to procuring gloves. We didn't also know how gloves were sterilized. They are used. Gamma rays are used to sterilize. This does not affect the person's skin or patient's skin. All of these packaging, all these gloves come individually, so that it's easy to dispose. We also learned that we're starting to dispose gloves in another section to send them subsequently through another process where all plastics are being used to make other type of materials or products. Companies or suppliers, we found out they didn't have any knowledge of greenhouse effect gases, so we're starting to help them and assist them with the greenhouse effect gas notion and concept. They also didn't know or recognize that these products were coming from forced labor countries. They had not shown any interest in reading and getting informed, so we found out through the study that these gloves came from Malaysia and Cambodia and other countries. Next slide. What did we learn through this process? That we already have technical data sheets or files, and these technical data sheets, the weight of each product, what type of product should be used, the amount of ounces, or if they come in individual packaging or multiple type of bulk packaging, and also to make companies to commit to learn more about the greenhouse effect gas and the recycling aspect. They didn't know that the boxes or where the gloves are contained and shipped can be recycled. Also, gloves should not be contaminated or polluted, and also they can be recycled. To know the handling and management of documentation, paperwork when it comes to procuring gloves, and also the benefits to our health for patients and the environment. What are our next steps? To continue and be vigilant surveillance of products in our healthcare areas and to make sure they do not contain any toxic substances or harmful. Many of our doctors sometimes get allergies, so we're trying to eliminate that type of latex material. To review the recycling norms and guidelines, toxic waste and residue. And even in Panama, we still have incineration processes, and that affects human beings. Also, to make sure that personnel and employees are committed to protect the healthcare of our patients and our community, as well as the health of our planet. Those would be our next steps. Next. So basically, when Claudia invited us to be part of this process, I knew nothing about the gloves supplies. So besides being an actual honor, we're the only hospital in Panama that is a member of the global network. So we have learned many new things throughout this time. And we believe that this is a very good initiative because gloves, many of our institutions, entities, and facilities end up throwing and discarding those gloves. So we need to educate and improve, and we need to continue progressing when it comes to surveillance and when we need to use gloves and how they should be used. The same way when it comes to our suppliers, to get to know better their products and also to go through training and educating their personnel as to the use of gloves, when to use them, how to use them, where we're going to dispose of them, and the company that is in charge of doing this disposal. So with this, we have learned much. We have always been very interested in all these issues and matters. Being the only hospital in Panama working on this subject is very important for us to enrich our knowledge base, our training, and these trainings are very important. So I believe that going through training is the main objective to continue advancing and growing and moving forward with a global network, which for me has been a magnificent, wonderful project. I have a very supportive team at the hospital where we have nurses, medical personnel, technicians. So we have a multidisciplinary team that works with the global network and also other teams. So basically, that's what I wanted to share with you. I thank the global network. I thank Claudia for her openness and her availability. And we are also part of a WhatsApp group with Costa Rica and other members when I feel lost or not with the right information. So thank God we've been able to solve and troubleshoot. Thank you all. Have a great afternoon. Anything that you may inquire about. And I wanted to go to Colombia because of some medical issues when it comes to flying on an airplane. I couldn't do it. So I am very interested in places in cities in Colombia. I was born in Costa Rica, but I have been living in Panama for many years now. So basically, that's it. I am at your service. Thank you, Claudia. Very nice to meet you all, and so long. Thank you, Julian. Thank you, Claudia. We ask Julian to please remain online for a few minutes. We're going to listen to another presentation and we will have some questions for you. Also, online, we have John Echeverry, pharmaceutical chemist. He comes from the Valle del Lili Foundation, who will talk about the use of chlorine. John Jairo, ¿nos escuchas? Hello. We can see you and we can hear you. Thank you very much. Yes, we can hear you perfectly. Good afternoon. I don't see my presentation here yet. Right, I can see it now. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for inviting me. Thank you, Claudia. Thanks to the global network of green and healthy hospitals. Thank you for this invitation. This is an opportunity that we have been preparing for, to be able to share this space and to share some of the experiences and teachings when it comes to the use of chlorine in a hospital institution. And also our representatives, and Monica has been very much actively involved on an environmental level. I thank her for the involvement and level of participation as a chemist and as a pharmaceutical member, that I can share this knowledge and experiences with you in the next 10 to 15 minutes. Very well. I think the presentation is already put together. Let's talk about, and to perhaps clarify or clear up, the environmental chemistry, the use of chlorine in a hospital entity. Next. This has had some evolution ever since it was discovered, or in these combinations when can you hear me well? I don't have very good resolution. Maybe there is some background noise, but I think we can see the presentation. Great. So when heating up magnesium and chlorine magnesium, and this is the first discovery, as you can see on the screen on this slide, on an environmental level, because the next slide has an animation video. When it comes to the father of the hygiene, Semmelweis, for his residents back then, it turns out that women that he served or waited on, they would get infected and they would die. At that time, when using chlorine water to deal with infections and treating patients, the mortality rate was recorded at 0.9%. In an article that talks about, related to this process with disinfections and chlorine water, Louis Pasteur also crisscrosses the discovery of microorganisms, bacteria, and he does such synergy for the disinfectant type of processes. And we start doing testings, and different concentrations of chlorine then start to activate or deal. This is what has been known. So I call them little pink lice when it comes to this type of products. Next. This is something that I want to share. There must be leaders in your conference auditorium or audience when it comes to environmental sustainability. So, with entities that regulate the use of toxic substances, so this becomes on an international level. ATSDR is the Agency for Toxic Substances and Disease Registry in Atlanta, where they regulate chemical substances, and each chemical substance is given. Give me 1 second.
Okay, aquí estoy. Aquí estoy.
I am here. I am still here. So, in such way, this agency for each chemical substance assigns a number, like an ID number, for the assessment analysis of the substance, and identifies with the number for the chlorine content substances, and it identifies the different icons that you can see on the lower part of the slide, which indicates the degree or level of toxicity that I will show you on other products. Next. Next. For us to be able to understand the composition of chlorine in water, it's important for you to know this. Chlorine is never going to show up. It's not going to be isolated. It always needs a hydrolysis or ionization. Those three ways to be able to detect chlorine when it joins or mixes with water: HOCI, OCI, or Ci2. Next. In hydrolysis, when chlorine mixes with water, it forms something completely toxic for the environment. And also there's something called the dissociation. This can be formed like a hypochlorite. When we use chlorine in any of its manifestations, to be able to be effective, it needs, next, certain environmental conditions. It needs an adequate pH level so that it can eliminate or get rid of bacteria. So it needs an optimum pH to inactivate chlorine. So when do cleaning type of processes inside an hospital institution, if I want to get rid of bacteria or microbacteria, those concentration levels and processes need to be at a certain. This was done in 1980, and this diagram shows us the distribution of species and chlorine at a 25-degree temperature with different pH values, and that's when they realized and became aware they could eliminate or get rid of bacteria. Next. Up until this point, we are seeing how the use of chlorine is applied in a hospital context. Now, we're talking about the organic chloramines. So, HCIO, as time has gone by and with the passage of time, we have been working with different chemical substances. We will look into some of the studies that show how toxic these combined compounds like cyanide, for example. So it could be NH2Cl or NHCl2. But when we look at organic chloramines, next slide, and we start to look, which is where I want to get, on these web pages, I will share this as a reference. This comes from the National Library of Medicine. When we look into, or when we Google and look up, I do prefer to look at indexed scientific journals and not so much what Google provides or gives us as results. The short bibliography that we have available when it comes to the environmental impact and the use of chloraminas orgánicas, organic chloramines. So we have very little reference material, or very few of them. And we do a search on Google that only talk about organic chlorine, but it's a disinformation that we need to be aware of. And what the importance is for the use of organic chlorine. So next, please. When there's an article in the Journal of Environmental Sciences back in 2017, and I am going to read literally, organic chloramines can refer to any organic compound, halogen organic compound, measured as part of chlorine, and it could include N-chloramines, chloramino acids, and they can form different organic compounds, and they can be potentially harmful and toxic for human beings, and they can also exist as intermediaries for other subproducts of disinfection. So organic chlorine, we're not going to find it ever by itself. It's always accompanied by other toxic compounds. I am going to show you the next slide. Let me show you on this slide, this happens to be an organic chlorine. Look what we find here. The dichlorocyanurate of sodium, so it's Na plus ClO plus HClO. And if we go to the microbiological nature of it, in this presentation, chlorine enters the bacteria. So what is left alone? Cyanide, the compound that generates greater toxicity. So we have two types of toxicity, cyanide and the free chlorine that can generate or yield greater toxicity in human beings. Next. And this slide, let's move slowly. Okay, we're back. Let's stop here with this slide. When we see that chlorine, organic chlorine, has a disinfectant action, yes, we just reviewed that. It looks very pretty. It eliminates a greater percentage in 5 minutes when it comes to bacteria. Very small residual effect. But the iceberg, look at the iceberg image when it comes to the disinfectant action. Next one. The compounds of cyanide and chlorine. The ionization that this compound has, it's actually a little lie, because they're showing us a phenomenal compound. I am not taking away anything from it. It does, but when we look at the iceberg from the chemical standpoint, those compounds that are secondary, there remain cyanide and chlorine compounds, or they become more powerful. So with this slide, we will be able to clear up that the toxicity agency, ATSDR, tells us, and I will share 4 points with you. What happens to the environment? As you well know, you have more experience, but from the chemical point of view, chemistry, I can then make these 4 recommendations. Chlorine is a very unstable compound and reacts with a variety of chemical substances. It can be degraded or decomposed by sunlight in a matter of minutes. It dissolves in water, and it's also transformed into chlorine and hypochlorous acid. If it's poured in water on Earth, it could also be released into the air from either a tank. Next, and to finish with this, The recommendations, I will leave you with 4 recommendations. The chlorination is actually the method of disinfection on a low cost. It facilitates its application, but it has to be done with very precaution, and its final destination is actually up to each one of you to assess if this type of compound is what we need in our healthcare entities, and that the organic reaction when it comes to ammonium compounds are actually analogous, the cost-benefit ratio. So the chlorine reacts with both of them. We already spoke about those chloramines, and they are always accompanied with other organic compounds. The presence of organic nitrogen compounds during the process is actually very concerning. Those organic nitrogen compounds can be and exert a very high demand of chlorine, and also it lessens or diminishes the availability for disinfection. It lowers resistance, and we don't actually do that. We're actually delaying the resistance capacity, and there is environmental damage and there is resistance, and we actually don't do anything. These are recommendations that I can bring based on my experience, based on literature, and this is what I had to share with you in this brief space. I hope not to have overstepped and gone over my time limit. It's been a pleasure. Very nice for you to have taken into account our institution, and I hope that I have been able to trigger inquiries, questions, and we will have an opportunity to deal with questions and answers. Thank you very much, Claudia. Thank you very much, John. I hope you can hear the applause. We will have a space for Q&A, questions and answers. We know that you're at the hospital. We don't know if you can remain online for a few more minutes, but we understand if you have to go. And we will now continue and invite Mónica Castaño from Valle del Lili Foundation, who is going to share with us her experience with the disposal of single-use medical supplies. Good afternoon, everyone. I have my heart fully blown up and swollen out of joy and happiness for this opportunity. I've been working in the healthcare system for 18 years, and I have been a witness to this growth process. 18 years ago, I felt alone. I think Pablo Tobón and Fundación Valle del Lili Hospital back then, and now to see so many of you together working jointly. Congratulations to Health Without Harm. Thank you for existing. We are a chlorine-free hospital. Thank you, John, for your excellent presentation. Let's not get talked into or convinced about chlorine. I will talk to you about the strategies for the reduction of plastic at the Valle del Lili Foundation. And we're going to show you some strategies when it comes to. Let me ask you a question. What are the disposable devices that are actually? What are they made of? Are they? Is it made of plastic, disposable plastic? Do I have a pointer? Yes. Let me introduce to you Valle del Lili Foundation. We're located in Cali, Colombia. We're a high complexity institution. Our main campus has 147,000 square meters built installations, and we have also a campus of 180,000 square meters. More than 9,000 collaborators integrate and form between doctors, nurses, students. The foundation has been in existence 37 years, of which 18 I have been part of, and I am very pleased and filled with joy to be able to continue, participate, and get involved with these projects. Thank you for our board of directors and our upper management commitment who have been very responsible to the environmental subject and field. How do we actually achieve these environmental changes or improvements, environmental improvements? Where are we aiming towards? Are we looking inwardly or outwardly? In an isolated way, we can try to fix and remodel our home, our house, and each one of us can do the cleanup, but would the prioritization be sufficient to react and respond to global needs? So that's where there's a big or large gap between what we each are doing in an isolated way versus what is required globally, global sustainability. And this is the great shift that the foundation had or underwent since we became members of the global network. We were doing house cleaning and housekeeping in our own place. It was local impact. But then we realized that we were not joining, and through the global network of green and healthy hospitals and what health without harm and the clarity that we have received, we can join and be part of all these hospitals that integrate and make up the global network, and we can improve the patterns, change the way how we're developing and growing in the healthcare system. And this is a message with much hope, much positivity, of much joy, because look at where we are, how many of us are actually here. In 2005, when I started working, there were 2 of us in Colombia. I am very serious. I am so happy, and I think we're doing it right, and we're on the right path. This is part of our strategic planning. It's not just leaving it as an intention. And it's very important that I'd like to convey to you. This is not just our responsibility, those of us who are here. Each one of us, each collaborator as part of this organization, like an old clock, not a digital one, but the old-fashioned clocks. They had screws and little discs, so there is a propelling push, but what happens when you lose one single screw? The clock stops and stops working. Each of those pieces that make up the machinery of a hospital has to be in alignment and has to know what role, what function, what purpose, and what commitment it has when it comes to sustainable procurement. Not everybody procures or purchases, but everybody consumes. So this is part of the strategic planning. We have to teach guidance. We need to show leadership what it means, what this is about, as to becoming a green hospital. In the case of the Valle de Lili Foundation and over 9,000, 10,000 employees, we can do it, not alone, but together. These are part of our institutional pillars. As you can see, one of these pillars is the social responsibility pillar that aims to be responsible socially. So we have tried to do this through a mapping of ORS, the CDG Compass Guide, and we prioritize 9 of 17 global objectives. Together with the global green hospitals, we have conducted our environmental management. One of these pillars is co-eco, green procurement or purchasing. So sharing with you some of the cases, how can we diminish or eliminate plastic in a hospital context? Very careful, because we depend way too much on plastic, not only hospitals. Isn't it difficult for us to go shopping, to grocery shopping, and not have a bag, a plastic bag? So we are very codependent on plastic at hospitals or in the hospital sectors, and we now have other corporations aiming. So this has to do with sustainable purchasing and procurement. COECO aims at not only improve this type of approach, methodology, metrics, tools, strategies, but what's important is to generate a culture, a procurement and consumption that is sustainable. When it comes to a nurse aide, a nurse assistant, do we ask, and we dare to ask, do you actually procure or use? No, we use them. They consume the gloves, the syringes. If we don't teach them to do sustainable consumption, then they will never know about procurement. So in each pillar, we have established some strategies as to how to do it. We have the social responsibility pillar, where the COECO program comes about. It establishes some criteria. This is like an institutional guideline and norm, and that's where we direct the medical assistance pillar complies and performs these policies that come from social responsibility. They're on a continuous search. They are trained, they are in alignment, they know what the purpose is. They aim as to the best. And we have the research and innovation pillar. So we have invented things, and we are actually trying to do some medical devices innovation. And we also have the education and teaching or professorship pillar. We have to teach, we have to educate. Everything is in education. We cannot just retain and keep the information. And when we have this type of educational events, what's the publicity that is being put together? Are we just a green hospital and just handing out flyers and little papers? So when it comes to our COECO methodology, we have some criteria for purchasing and procurement and some tools. But we also have some incidental type of registries. We have to measure these. It's like a traffic officer. If you run the red line, here is your ticket and your citation. So we need to compare this to, let me introduce to you our sustainable procurement criteria. So I will share this presentation with you. We are a mercury-free hospital. We're about to eliminate completely latex. For publicity purposes, we also have published with our specific areas to carry on events. But also, how do we do publicity if we cannot hand out papers or we cannot print? So we need to reinvent ourselves. But this is part of our policies. If you need to print, what type of paper are we using? What type of ink? When it comes to events, catering, what type of glasses, paper, plastic, utensils. We also have some criteria for decoration purposes and celebrations. Speaking of latex gloves, latex is used not only for gloves, for decoration, for balloons. So we have some decoration criteria, some tools for the environmental assessment. This would be the type of life cycle assessments that we have done. This would be an example of before and after what is sustainable. This is a birthday celebration with latex balloons. It has no purpose, and now we have some reusable made of paper and natural fiber. We also have a report of environmental incidents when it comes to non-compliance in sustainable decorations. This also brings about, and it's a metric for cultural indicators. Regarding the pillar of medical assistance, at the sterilization central base, we are a gluten-free hospital. And also this has reduced the type of plastics. We also have pasteurization, and everything is done with temperature and heating. When it comes to laundry, we have our own laundry processing, and all these containers are reusable. They are returned to the supplier, and we have a minimum use. I don't know how you deliver the supplies when it comes to the storage unit. to the patients. Currently, we use plastic bags. We don't know how to replace this, but I can tell you now that Clara Ofelia, one of our directors, invented this. How can I go back? This is a chart for plastic use, and plastic supplies do not enter or go into the patient's room. So they put within this chart, this board, we can see here 100 bags on this particular board. So they use, and we have reduced 1.2 tons of plastic by this method in these 4 areas. Additionally, regarding clothing for hospitalization, previously we would put them into white plastic thick bags. So now we have these containers that go directly into the washers. What our Argentina hospital colleague, we also have this boxes for sterilization. We have also reduced 75% of plastic consumption, non-weaved fabric, and some economic results. The reuse of resuscitators, I don't know if you use them in your hospitals. Before, they used to be disposable PVC. But we purchased reusable resuscitators, and we have saved over 200 million US dollars per year. And I can also share that we have barriers. One of the barriers or obstacles is how to control resuscitators. They can be used for 100 uses, but how do we know which use? So it was solved with this laser marker. It actually marks with a QR indicator or marker every time it goes through the pasteurization process. It tells the QR code and registers, and this has been very beneficial. And we have avoided having to use 13 tons of PVC. These are trochards, reusable metallic tools. Between 3 and 5 of these are used in a surgery or surgical procedure. There is resistance to change by some doctors, and I asked them in training sessions, why can't you use a reusable trocard? So we're working now with them regarding to awareness, sensitivity. How much do you a laparoscopy instrument? And so the doctor now understands, and then now they are very much pro metallic or reusable trocars, and this is an important significant savings, minimizing waste, which translates $660,000 per year that we have saved because of the replacement or substitutions, which are now metallic or metal. This is also a very beautiful type of process with recollectors. How many containers with sharp edge containers? They cannot be sterilized. We've been working on a very important project over time, and we have been able to reduce 70% of this type of consumption. As we call them gardens, these are made of recycled plastic. But here I am sharing an image for each, the source, the raw material, the actual use, and the waste. One of them is that we're working hard to become a hospital without needles. Are you sure? People are calling me crazy when I ordered some syringes without needles. But we did a survey. 100% of syringes that are used in a hospital, 80% of them, 80% can be used without needles. Only 20% of syringes do need a needle. And how I'm sharing this fact with you so you can understand it better. So we're now using syringes without needles. We're also working for the use of the bayonet. in containers. So here, let me share. This is a device that we're assessing for future processing for the serum bags to be able bayonet, and we will be almost completely needle free at the hospital because we will have the syringe without needles. They are a registered mark, very well known and recognized. So what we do is we purchase and procure the needles on the side. So if there is a procedure that requires the needle, so they request it through our internal system. But all the syringes we purchase are without needles. And in this way, the life cycle is improved. Think about the production or manufacturing of a needle. So this is an image of our hospital of a used container. From the safety and healthcare point of view, there has been an increase of retractable or sharp containers. That device you see on the right hand side, sort of like purple color tips. It turns out that we requested the Ministry of Health and the Environment, and this device, it's like if it was a mini garden. It complies with specifications. It doesn't have any chlorine. It's rigid. This device is no longer sharp or sharp edge. It is now treated as a residual. And in this way, with this sample, I can show you how we control and look after how the classification of these gardens is being done and how important and significant the reduction of this consumption. So we're making sure that only the sharp containers go here. But it's not only about the purchase of the syringes without needles, and we have the incidence report. Look how over time we have reduced over $11,000 per year because of purchase and procurement of these containers and their incineration. When it comes to the research pillar, we are a innovation and research subdivision office that we have a surgeon, a thorax surgical doctor who is in charge, and they invented these devices. How can I call them? They patented these devices at the foundation. With these inventions, we did an analysis of the eco-design of these products. And these are some of the samples. On our webpage, you can find more information. This device is now entering the commercial market. You can purchase them. I am not doing any publicity for the Valle del Lili Foundation devices. But look, through innovation, we can actually solve and troubleshoot some environmental issues. This device has diverse and multiple uses for therapy applications. And so many therapeutic uses keeps or avoids having to buy other devices. There are times or moments when it prevents the use of a mechanical ventilator. So if it's not registered, let's invent them. We have the ability and the capability to come together as hospitals and to find solutions. Another example, and here we would need to come together as a hospital. This is called a mini bag device. It's inside the bag. It's kind of bluish in color. That device allows the preparation of the medication without any type of syringes or needles. This is the before and after. The before, you would need a needle, a syringe, and water. This device on the after image, it reduces. It only comes in one single unit. We have requested the supplier to manufacture other options. So let's invent the mini bag, and we can also try to reduce some. I think I have illustrated this type of need. And to finish, the education and teaching pillar, This is one way for us to teach our collaborator doctors what is the plastic contamination and the impact on the environment. But we also train in a technical way nurses, doctors, and personnel. What is PVC, what's chlorine, plastic, single-use plastic. When we have medical events or academic events, they used to be plastic, now they are made of bamboo. So what are the challenges? This one on the left-hand side was the sustainability, the previous sustainability, the balance between economy, society, and environment. But actually, sustainability is actually the environment is the base, and over environment is society, and over society is the economy. The first thing and the priority is the environment. We cannot live and cohabitate in a silk environment. Thank you very much. Thank you, Monica, very much. Thank you. We're now to go into the last session. We are inviting Liliana Pineda de Jesus from United Health from Brazil to talk about the leverage of textile materials. Good afternoon. I am Juliana. It's a pleasure to be here showing some of about the projects, and I want to thank you for the opportunity. United Health Group, it's a healthcare company. In Brazil, we have 35 hospitals. We are also operate a healthcare business, and we have more than 30,000 employees. The projects that I am going to show you and share with you were performed and contributed to by many areas: nutrition, supplies, internal communications, leadership, volunteer groups, and also different aspects for the emission of greenhouse gas effects and to avoid this type of. Uninovo, it's a project that deals with used uniforms, and the solutions are to propose a sensitivity type of solution that promotes the disposal of uniforms. And obviously these uniforms are being used in the hosting, hospitality industry. As you can see, some of these Uninovo bags are being used. So almost 6 tons of used uniforms. We can save the cutting of 210 trees, as you can see on the slide. Another project is the Aterro Zero, which has as an objective to improve the management of waste at hospital units when it comes to the separation, the packaging, the weight, and the final disposal. And this obviously deals and involves the greenhouse gas effects. In 3 months of this project, we have reduced 15% of common waste. We have also increased 12% of recyclable waste, which is corresponds to 49.5 carbon toxic gas. And also the environmental equipment team developed a guide, recommendations, and good practices that have been used by other hospitals. Another important project is the Desperticometro. This is a project performed and conducted by the nutrition waste area. Each unit has the aim to use as an indicator the per capita waste of each unit. So we believe in the key to reduce this waste and awareness. In 2022, we were able to reduce 52% of hospital restaurant food waste reduction. As you can see, we developed a campaign or put together to inform employees. And this project in 2022 reduced 5.1 carbon dioxide gases. Another project is the Aventai hidrorepelentes, which is carried out by the hotel unit. The use of these hydrorepellents has become a project with a great and positive environmental impact, since we stopped emitting waste and residuals. Today, we were able to improve and avoid having to emit 83 tons of CO2. This project has, or it is equivalent to 2,288 trees that were not cut. The main learning points: the way to reduce waste and to increase the efficiency at hospital processes implies the awareness and education of collaborators. When employees are aware of the importance of reducing the waste and to improve the efficiency, they can definitely adopt these practices. Thank you very much for inviting me to this, and we're very much aware of the search for innovation and sustainability.
Muchas gracias, Juliana.
Thank you very much, Juliana. And before we move on to the Q&A session, we're going to show a brief video about a hospital that is fully committed in our network, Militar Hospital from Nicaragua.
Hola amigos de Hospital Militar TV. El Hospital Militar Escuela Dr. Alejandro Dávila Bolaños llevó a cabo un acto de premiación a la persistencia y buena práctica de reciclaje, en reconocimiento al aporte de sus colaboradores. Conozcamos más detalles.
El Hospital Militar es un hospital que es miembro de la red de hospitales verdes y saludables. En ese sentido tenemos un compromiso con nuestro pueblo, con la sociedad y con el medio ambiente que debemos cuidar para heredar a las futuras generaciones, y en ese sentido nuestros colaboradores juegan un papel muy importante, ya que estas iniciativas que promovemos, ellos son grandes aportadores con su esfuerzo y trabajo a recolectar estos medios que luego son entregados a los pipitos.
Queremos destacar que es una alianza para nosotros de mucha importancia, que una institución del prestigio y de la calidad y del reconocimiento internacional por su aporte al medio ambiente haya decidido que todo el material, ¿verdad?, de reciclaje, todo el material que genere este hospital realmente no termine en desechos comunes, sino que se convierta realmente en un producto reciclable.
Es un mérito, es un honor, un orgullo para nosotros, pues somos uno de los departamentos que genera bastante desperdicio material reciclable, y nos sentimos gozosos de poder contribuir al saneamiento del medio ambiente, no ensuciarlo, no destruirlo, y protegiendo casualmente el medio ambiente con ese material de reciclaje y donándolo a la organización Los Pipitos, que contribuye de una manera económica, un aspecto financiero muy útil para ellos.
Es una iniciativa ambiental que trae demasiados beneficios. Entre ellas tenemos la educación ambiental a nuestros colaboradores en materia de residuos, la reducción de impactos ambientales que facilita que nuestros procesos se realicen con calidad y de igual forma el impacto social hacia la comunidad.
Estas prácticas impulsadas por el Hospital Militar promueven la participación de los colaboradores para reducir el impacto ambiental por el manejo de desechos, como parte del compromiso de la institución con el medio ambiente. Hasta pronto.
Thank you very much to the military hospital from Nicaragua. So now we will step into the Q&A session. We have a question from the online audience, an audience member for John Echeverry, who is now connected online and is listening to us. This is a question that has to do with the same topic. If organic chlorine is deemed or considered a contaminant or pollutant, in your experience, which is the disinfectant that you recommend for the hospital setting or field? Second question, in the same way, for hospital environments with low resources.
Hola.
Hello, good afternoon. Can you hear me well? We are now hearing. Were you able to hear both questions? Otherwise, I can repeat them. Yes. Yes, I did hear the questions. What happens is that I'm not sure if it's the network. You look a little blurred, cloudy. But if you can hear me well, yes, we can hear you and see you well, clearly. As to recommendations that I saw in the conclusions section, the chlorinization, it's a low-cost method, most used in all countries because it has easy access and it's economical or feasible, viable. And as far as a learning lesson, to give it a very good use to that type of chemical resource, for those entities or institutions where its maintenance can be based on hypochlorite. I do know that from the economical standpoint and accessibility to other disinfectants obviously becomes much costlier. So in this conclusion, we must give it good use to be able to create awareness about the use of chlorine. What other type of disinfectants can we use? Oxygen peroxide for surfaces, quaternary ammonia, and also taking into account its final or end use, and also ethanol use and alcohol. I think that's one of the most economical methods when it comes to cleaning up surfaces, and it can eliminate a high degree of bacteria, fungi. Alcohol can do this. So I think the question is more, or the answer is more about creating awareness, better use and management of the final disposing, and to use it where it should be used. Sometimes we use calcium hypochlorite in a non-adequate way. So I do an assessment, an analysis, where am I going to apply it? If it's a hospital setting, a patient's room, in a hallway, in a center storage unit, and also to validate if that's an infection or disinfection, if it admits or is good for or to be replaced with any of these, as in oxygen peroxide or ammonium, quaternary ammonium. I don't know if I have covered both questions. Thank you, John, for your answer. We now have a question here in our audience, and let's see who do we address the question to. It is addressed to Dr. Mónica Castaño. Good afternoon. My name is Jennifer Fernandez. I am a member of the department hospital in Huila, Colombia. Very proud to be from Huila, and we're here representing our hospital. And actually, what we want to, and I want to congratulate you for everything that you have said about and we have struggled with our own general manager. It would be so good for all general managers for the environmental care. The question goes to how do you do and use plastic when you deliver products as a hospitalization or gynecologist or in the ER room? How do you deliver breakfast, lunch when it comes to plastics? I think it's very interesting the fact that you're plastic free at your foundation. Thank you for your very pointed question. It was very difficult and we changed it, and today is 100% cellulose. Boxes made of cellulose. It looks like carton, but it's made with sugarcane bagasse. So the cup is the only thing that's missing. It has been complex when it comes to the cost of it, but we have been working with our supplier, and it's the plastic film, the actual plastic film that is used, PVC derivative, and we're currently working to replace it. With much resistance, it was very difficult, and we deliver the products in cellulose 100%. Congratulations to the General Director for being here today. Well, we now have two questions for Julian Antonio Sanchez from Panama, and Claudia Paz as well, who is here with us. This will be a hybrid process, and one question will go live and the other one on a virtual manner. So the question is, how to optimize gloves in different areas, and can you share some criteria? And then we will go to the live question. My question goes to Julian as to any illness by staff members, not only by patients or staff members. Have you been able to measure illness or any pathologies experienced by personnel? I reply to the first question, and Julian will add on, and then the second one will go to Julian. The first one as to optimization, the first thing that I would say, in alignment with what John has said, to assess, analyze the real need to use a glove, fundamental step. As we have already exposed, sometimes we use gloves for activities that we don't actually need them for, as well as education and training for the use, the actual need to use or to wear gloves. Let's keep in mind that sometimes we get a sense of safety, and of course, post-pandemic, we got this sense of security or safety. And as an advice to promote washing of hands, it will never be replaced when it comes to washing well your hands, and it will not be replaced by the excessive use of gloves. Julian is next. Regarding gloves, it's true. The pandemic left its legacy and left us feeling this way. Even to get on a bus, people would wear gloves, and everybody would wear gloves when it comes to doing just about everything as a false sense of security or safety. I think it's the washing of hands more important than anything else. Gloves are not recommended. You touch the patient, you wash your hands with soap and water, but gloves, people would use and wear gloves to get on an elevator, to touch the elevator button, to... This gives you a false sense of security. And also, when it comes to washing your hands during the actual timing, regarding the other question, here in Panama, we have occupational service type of area. We have had some cases, personnel members, that have become allergic in their hands. We have had patients that when they have touched or become in contact with latex, they have gotten some rashes, and sometimes we have doctors who currently do not use latex gloves. They are purchasing or they are allergic to this type of gloves. So it has been contemplated for or by medics and doctors of occupational health. We are addressing this type of the latex component, and we're trying to eliminate it fully because we have proven the type of reaction by patients and personnel. Thank you very much. It did work. Each little success needs to be celebrated. We have one other question, and we ask you to identify who to address. For Dr. Monica, the question is, I come from the trauma unit in Panama. Infections associated to guides to to get rid of disposables and to use more reusables. But when it comes to patient care, to eliminate reusables and to use disposables, what are the recommendations based on your experience in your hospital as to the greater type of reutilization or the prevalence of the disposable? I like your question very much, and it's part of what this space really brings about, and it enriches our experience. When it comes to procurement and the environmental management, is it the hospitals or the suppliers? We are the ones who know. We, the hospitals, not the environmental, the hospital as a whole. If you have strategic allies within the hospital and not working alone as an allied alliance, and with chemicals, biological, when it comes to John, you're going to have all the technical support to demythize or to get rid of the myth. Last week I was telling the Health Without Harm team because I was concerned about the type of instruments that were being used, or because of any international myth, will it be disposable? But Monica, I reject this notion. Why? We've been working and using for 20 years an ultrasonic washer, and there are no other risks, and in time it has been proven the efficiency and efficacy of the good management that we have with this. Why are we going to change to disposables? Why? Because the economy dictates it? Because it's not profitable for the supplier? We are the ones who dictate. If we join and come together and we request disposable, reusable devices, why is it that Betamax and VHS tapes are no longer available? Or why don't they exist? Why don't you buy them anymore? Because of Netflix? Because of internet? Because the buyer no longer wants that. We no longer want disposable devices in the health care sector. And there is evidence that shows that we can sterilize them and we can reuse them. So let's not allow some suppliers that want to fill us up with trash. And thank you for your question. But I'm not sure if I am addressing it fully, but there's a lot of myth, a lot of legend into this, and anecdotal type of information. And the safe substances, watch out for what we're using for disinfecting. The rate of disinfection do not get altered for being reused. Thank you, Monica. We have another question in this room. Good afternoon. My question goes to Dr. Juliana when it comes to textiles. Have you thought about expanding this project onto other services? And what have been the main challenges that you found in this field? Yes, we want to expand this project in all of our hospitals, in our network. The biggest difficulty are the concentration to bring together leadership and all the different parties of the project. Thank you very much. We're now going to have a short break for a brief. We will be back at 4 p.m. in 30 minutes, 3 p.m. in Mexico and Costa Rica, 5 p.m. in Chile, 6 p.m. in Chile, to participate in a group-based workshop, Principles of Life. We will do it a hybrid on-site with those of you here, and also with those of you who have joined us online. You will be able to participate virtually. So please remain here. Those of you who will step out, make sure you have your face mask on, your button. We will meet back in 30 minutes. Thank you very much.
When we started Healthcare Without Harm 20 years ago, we were a small group of outsiders to healthcare, bringing forward the issues of environmental pollution that the healthcare industry was responsible for. And we were able to show at scale how to transform healthcare to be more environmentally responsible. We were able to move mercury, which was the gold standard in healthcare, and eliminate its use around the world. We were able to show how to immunize millions of kids in the Philippines without using incineration. We've been able to build a movement inside of healthcare of health professionals who care about a larger healing mission that they have. It's not enough for us to be healing individual patients. We need to be healing communities and the planet that sustains all of us. And as we look forward to the next 20 years of our work, I am deeply hopeful that all the people that we have engaged and catalyzed and inspired in the healthcare sector will now take a broad sustainability agenda and spread it throughout the world. We've built a network in more than 50 countries now, and we want to extend that to every place on the planet so that the way that we rethink healthcare in the 21st century is about supporting healthy people in healthy communities on a healthy planet. So wherever you find yourself in the healthcare sector, architects, food service directors, purchasing people, environmental managers, nurses, doctors, CEOs, community health workers, there's a door for you to enter to bring about sustainable healthcare, and there are many, many allies that we are gathering around the world to help you and to be peers with you. And so we look forward to collaborating with you over the next 20 years in transforming healthcare in ways that will make them an anchor for resilient communities all over the world.
Detrás de esta inmensa mole de cemento y de ladrillo, hay mucha historia que contar. Décadas de años se dicen rápido, pero se construyen lento. Hoy, la historia de Méderi, red hospitalaria, se encuentra en constante evolución. De permanente mirada hacia el futuro, de indisoluble compromiso con el mejoramiento continuo para ofrecer el mejor servicio a todos nuestros pacientes. Desde mayo de 2008, cuando cambió a ser Méderi, empezó una nueva leyenda. Por fuera se han hecho algunos retoques, aunque en esencia sigue siendo la misma. Pero los verdaderos cambios se han hecho por dentro en hospitalización, tecnología e ingresos con arquitectura humanizada, promoviendo el trato digno a nuestros pacientes. Y es que poco queda de lo de ayer. Hoy, sus espacios son amplios, llenos de luz, dotados con la mejor tecnología, con sobresalientes prácticas médicas, más y mejores servicios, rampas de acceso, señalética moderna y clara, amigable con el medio ambiente y el cambio climático, y lo suficientemente flexible para adaptarnos a las circunstancias del momento. Méderi es un ente vivo que se deja querer, que se deja arreglar, que se deja mejorar, porque en él se resume bien la esencia de lo que es: hospitalidad y ciencia. Méderi, red hospitalaria, en sus 2 sedes suma un área de aproximadamente 51.000 metros cuadrados. Así, el Hospital Universitario Mayor, con 40.000 metros cuadrados, y el Hospital Universitario Barrios Unidos, con 11.000 metros cuadrados. Ha sido reconocida por ser una de las mejores edificaciones hospitalarias en Latinoamérica, por reordenar, remodelar y ampliar sus espacios para el bienestar y confort de los usuarios. En ambas sedes se ha realizado el 100% del reforzamiento estructural y se ha incorporado un sistema de paneles solares para el calentamiento de agua. Por eso, el cambio no se detiene. El ambiente de confort y de arquitectura humanizada ha pasado por el Centro Integral de Servicios, planes especiales, urgencias, oficinas administrativas, imágenes diagnósticas, oncología, hall principal, pisos de hospitalización, laboratorio clínico y gestión pretransfusional, hemodinamia y ginecobstetricia. Hoy, todas las habitaciones cuentan con su baño, incluyendo ducha y teleducha, dotados de mobiliario especial que ofrece a los pacientes un espacio digno y tranquilo. Un buen resumen de los últimos 4 años sería 233 nuevas camas, 7.000 metros cuadrados de remodelación, 100% de reforzamiento del edificio e incorporación de nuevos equipos como resonador, angiografía y rayos X en imágenes diagnósticas. Hoy, Méderi es un veterano vital, al que no se le nota el paso de los años, porque detrás del cemento y el ladrillo hay un ser complejo que se proyecta hacia el futuro. Méderi, red hospitalaria.
Estamos acá en el segundo taller regional de compras sostenibles para el sector salud. Estamos en Medellín, en San Vicente Fundación, en su sede de Río Negro, que es el primer hospital LEED latino por fuera de Estados Unidos. Es el único edificio con estos estándares, digamos, de construcción y de operación en América Latina. Estamos muy contentos con la representación de los países y la participación súper activa de nuestros miembros, trabajando hoy en eficiencia energética, ayer con foco en químicos, pero también estamos trabajando otros enfoques, como por ejemplo de cómo incorporar perspectiva de género en las compras sostenibles, que ha tenido un muy buen resultado con nuestros miembros.
Para nosotros en Salud Sin Daño es muy importante poder generar estos espacios en donde las y los profesionales de salud que trabajan en las instituciones que forman parte de la red global se conocen, intercambian el trabajo y la experiencia del día a día, aprenden no solamente de las capacitaciones que brindamos, sino también del trabajo y de los resultados que están logrando en sus propias instituciones. Así que siempre es una prioridad para nosotros poder generar estos encuentros presenciales en donde aparece esta riqueza en el aprendizaje a través de las experiencias comunes.
Hoy las charlas de género, de energía mostraron resultados que podemos llevar a nuestras comunidades y beneficiar así a las personas que trabajan en los hospitales y a las personas que estamos atendiendo en las comunidades.
Fue muy satisfactorio realmente esta cuestión de empezar como a darse cuenta las personas de este vínculo tan necesario, tan oportuno y de alguna manera esta herramienta tan efectiva que es la herramienta de compras públicas del Estado para trabajar en términos de equidad de género.
Este año se trataron temas importantes como sustancias químicas, energía y género. Esto es importante porque como establecimientos de salud tenemos que ser partícipes y pioneros.
Cuando uno viene acá se da cuenta que puede estar muy avanzado en algún tema, enmarcándolo en compra, ¿cierto? Puede estar más avanzado en algún criterio o forma de comprar en forma sostenible y más atrasado en otro. En particular nosotros tenemos bastante avances, por ejemplo, en residuos, en riles y en eficiencia energética, pero estamos un poquito más atrás que fijándonos ahora con la experiencia y lo que hemos visto en el taller en sustancias químicas. Entonces yo creo que ha sido lo más valioso, poder llevarnos criterios, ¿cierto?, abiertos, una planilla de trabajo, una nueva herramienta para poder en el fondo hacer un catastro de estas sustancias químicas y en el fondo poder buscar criterios de compra sostenibles que sean estándares a todos los establecimientos. Y eso es lo bueno de esta red, que en el fondo compartimos lo que ya está haciendo otro y no inventando algo nuevo.
It has been such a privilege and an honor to join together with Salud Sin Daño here in Medellin, in Colombia, for this workshop on sustainable procurement in health products and services. This has been an inspiring community with so many great examples implementing sustainability in energy, in less toxic chemicals, in management of resources, in energy efficiency, in water management. And these stories that I have heard and these examples can be shared all over the world and help other hospitals, health systems, and UN agencies to improve practices for the procurement of products and services.
I've been really impressed at the level of organization at Healthcare Without Harm South America. This is a really inspiring group of people. We've heard stories of change around anesthetic gases and different kinds of disinfectants. And you can tell how excited everybody is to be making these changes in their home institutions. You can tell that each change gives them the energy to go back and make the next change. And it's been really lovely to see the sense of solidarity between everybody and to meet in particular so many strong female leaders from South America. So I thank you for what I've learned. You've inspired me. I will take that home to Canada and we'll do what we can to also reduce our emissions from healthcare.
Nosotros en el Hospital de Niños ya hemos realizado algunas compras sostenibles con criterios de sustentabilidad y también estamos trabajando en poder capacitar mejor a los médicos y a los compradores para que a la hora que vayan a comprar no solamente ponderen aspectos económicos, sino también puedan interpretar y ver, digamos, el tema que en este momento está prevaleciendo, que es el tema del cuidado del planeta.
Creo que nos vamos con muchísimo aprendizaje, muchas experiencias. Vemos que el nivel en gestión ambiental hospitalaria va en alza, tiene un crecimiento exponencial. Y no, nada, agradecerle a Salud Sin Daño y a todos los miembros de la Red Global por este espacio tan importante.
Estamos felices por el resultado de este encuentro. Los miembros están compartiendo generosamente sus aprendizajes, sus éxitos y también las cosas en las que todavía sienten que tienen que mejorar y en donde la red cumple ese rol fundamental de trabajo colaborativo en el que entre todos juntos van logrando soluciones a problemas que cada uno tiene cotidianamente en su hospital o en su sistema y que en este tipo de encuentros en la red se generan soluciones colectivas, así que estamos muy contentos de que eso esté sucediendo y que estemos todos aprendiendo a implementar compras sostenibles de manera efectiva y contribuir a que el sector salud pueda reducir su impacto ambiental y también su carga sobre el cambio climático.
Regular cleaning and good hygiene is crucial in preventing infections and maintaining a healthy home. But the use of disinfectant products can be harmful, with medium and long-term health effects. By teaching patients about the risks of disinfectant products, we can support both good hygiene and safety. Disinfectants contain chemical agents that carry significant health risks. They can irritate the skin, eyes, and lungs. They can also cause breathing difficulties and respiratory illnesses, such as asthma. Many disinfectants also pollute the air, water and soil with long-lasting effects on aquatic systems, and they can even do more harm than good by destroying beneficial microorganisms and increasing the resistance of superbugs. Disinfectants have a role to play in healthcare, but how do we support hygiene and safety at home? Importantly, there is no need for healthy people to disinfect in private households. Disinfectants should only be used at home in justified cases, such as living with an infected person under quarantine. Cleaning instead of disinfecting is enough to maintain a clean and healthy home and does not present the risks posed by disinfectants. But what is the difference between a disinfectant and a cleaning product? Disinfectants contain biocidal agents to inactivate or destroy microorganisms. Cleaning products remove dirt, molds and allergens and adequately protect against infections. It's not always easy to identify them, but most household disinfectants contain ammonia, chlorine or alcohol. Eco-labeled cleaning products do not include disinfectants and also have a reduced environmental impact. Talk to your patients and let them know that disinfectant products are often unnecessary at home and could be doing more harm than good. Frequent and correct hand washing with soap and water and regular cleaning of surfaces provides sufficient protection against common infections, as well as COVID-19. When disinfecting is necessary, a few simple rules can help reduce health risks. Avoid chlorine and ammonium-based disinfectants, and consider alcohol or hydrogen peroxide products instead. Wash your hands before and after cleaning, and clean the surface first using detergent and water. Disinfect in a well-ventilated area, away from children, pets, or vulnerable members of your household. Carefully follow product instructions, dilute properly, and apply the product for the recommended duration. Do not mix or combine products, and reduce the risk of breathing in harmful substances by avoiding spray products. At a time when hygiene is high on the public agenda, healthcare professionals are uniquely placed to provide clear, reliable information to promote safe and effective hygiene and reduce health risks.
Que ya el liderazgo comunitario no quiere decir ser jefe o no quiere decir ser la persona más visible, quiere decir quién arrastra con el ejemplo, quiere decir quién inicia ese proceso, quién se vuelve un nodo de comunicación, quién se vuelve un gestor de la comunidad.
Industria, comercio, academia, hospital, ¿qué tienen en común? Ahí es el tema ambiental y es el resonar en la misma frecuencia, en el mismo objetivo, en el mismo fin de unirnos y generar un liderazgo comunitario al respecto.
Es muy importante que como personal de salud asuma siempre el liderazgo para luchar contra el cambio climático, buscando herramientas para crear conciencia entre mis colegas sobre el buen uso de la energía, sobre la reducción de las emisiones de gases, teniendo una buena gestión de los residuos. Ser líder significa ser consciente y actuar de manera oportuna contra el cambio climático. El clima está cambiando, nosotros también deberíamos. Somos la herramienta más eficiente para lograr el cambio.
Quienes trabajan en el sector salud han alzado la voz en diversas regiones para promover una transformación de la narrativa y para posicionar al cambio climático como un problema de salud pública.
A nivel de las audiencias, cuando empezamos a hablar de afectaciones a la salud, todos nos ponemos muy atentos a la información.
Como líderes de opinión, los profesionales de la salud tienen lo que se llama un capital neto de influencia entre los más altos a nivel de científicos.
Participé en el programa de formación en liderazgo de la salud por el clima de salud sin daño. Me quedé llena de aprendizajes, de desafíos, pero sobre todo muy inspirada por personas que muchas veces desde abajo lograron solo con su voz movilizarse, asociarse con otros y ejercer una influencia real y directa en la acción climática. Seguir levantando los brazos, levantando mi voz y ocupar el rol que tenemos para la lucha por el cambio climático, que sin duda es una problemática de salud pública y por ende tenemos mucho que hacer aún.
hablamos de las soluciones del cambio climático, no es solamente pensar en cuántas gigatoneladas hay que reducir, sino cómo y quiénes están beneficiando tanto con las acciones como cuáles son los impactos también de esas soluciones.
I think health professionals play a very important role. They are trusted communicators, they are credible sources of information, and they have a moral and ethical responsibility to care for people's health and well-being and advise for strategies that improves health.
El cambio climático es un problema de salud pública. Sus consecuencias están a la vista. Como médico y como joven, siento la enorme responsabilidad de hacerme cargo, de alzar la voz, de crear vínculos y relaciones estratégicas con mis pares, de abordar este problema global de forma interdisciplinaria. Porque no hay más tiempo, porque la respuesta tiene que ser ahora.
It is critically important for the health sector to lead by example, to increase our credibility, to say we need to have policies of non-proliferation of fossil fuels because of climate change and health.
Make sure that you use your influence as a health professional to lead by example, reduce our carbon footprint.
Tienen un sitio de respeto y de escucha en sus comunidades. Hay que usarlo.
When we started Healthcare Without Harm 20 years ago, we were a small group of outsiders to healthcare, bringing forward the issues of environmental pollution that the healthcare industry was responsible for. And we were able to show at scale how to transform healthcare to be more environmentally responsible. We were able to move mercury, which was the gold standard in healthcare, and eliminate its use around the world. We were able to show how to immunize millions of kids in the Philippines without using incineration. We've been able to build a movement inside of healthcare, of health professionals who care about a larger healing mission that they have. It's not enough for us to be healing individual patients. We need to be healing communities and the planet that sustains all of us. And as we look forward to the next 20 years of our work, I am deeply hopeful that all the people that we have engaged and catalyzed and inspired in the healthcare sector will now take a broad sustainability agenda and spread it throughout the world. We've built a network in more than 50 countries now, and we want to extend that to every place on the planet so that the way that we rethink healthcare in the 21st century is about supporting healthy people in healthy communities on a healthy planet. So wherever you find yourself in the healthcare sector, architects, food service directors, purchasing people, environmental managers, nurses, doctors, CEOs, community health workers, there's a door for you to enter to bring about sustainable healthcare, and there are many, many allies that we are gathering around the world to help you and to be peers with you. And so we look forward to collaborating with you over the next 20 years in transforming healthcare in ways that will make them an anchor for resilient communities all over the world.
Detrás de esta inmensa mole de cemento y de ladrillo, hay mucha historia que contar. Décadas de años se dicen rápido, pero se construyen lento. Hoy, la historia de Méderi, red hospitalaria, se encuentra en constante evolución. De permanente mirada hacia el futuro, de indisoluble compromiso con el mejoramiento continuo para ofrecer el mejor servicio a todos nuestros pacientes. Desde mayo de 2008, cuando cambió a ser Méderi, empezó una nueva leyenda. Por fuera se han hecho algunos retoques, aunque en esencia sigue siendo la misma. Pero los verdaderos cambios se han hecho por dentro en hospitalización, tecnología e ingresos con arquitectura humanizada, promoviendo el trato digno a nuestros pacientes. Y es que poco queda de lo de ayer. Hoy, sus espacios son amplios, llenos de luz, dotados con la mejor tecnología, con sobresalientes prácticas médicas, más y mejores servicios, rampas de acceso, señalética moderna y clara, amigable con el medio ambiente y el cambio climático, y lo suficientemente flexible para adaptarnos a las circunstancias del momento. Méderi es un ente vivo que se deja querer, que se deja arreglar, que se deja mejorar, porque en él se resume bien la esencia de lo que es: hospitalidad y ciencia. Méderi, red hospitalaria, en sus 2 sedes suma un área de aproximadamente 51.000 metros cuadrados. Así, el Hospital Universitario Mayor con 40.000 metros cuadrados y el Hospital Universitario Barrios Unidos con 11.000 metros cuadrados. Ha sido reconocida por ser una de las mejores edificaciones hospitalarias en Latinoamérica, por reordenar, remodelar y ampliar sus espacios para el bienestar y confort de los usuarios. En ambas sedes se ha realizado el 100% del reforzamiento estructural y se ha incorporado un sistema de paneles solares para el calentamiento de agua. Por eso, el cambio no se detiene. El ambiente de confort y de arquitectura humanizada ha pasado por el Centro Integral de Servicios, planes especiales, urgencias, oficinas administrativas, imágenes diagnósticas, oncología, hall principal, pisos de hospitalización, laboratorio clínico y gestión pretransfusional, hemodinamia y ginecobstetricia. Hoy, todas las habitaciones cuentan con su baño, incluyendo ducha y teleducha, dotados de mobiliario especial que ofrece a los pacientes un espacio digno y tranquilo. Un buen resumen de los últimos 4 años sería 233 nuevas camas, 7.000 metros cuadrados de remodelación, 100% de reforzamiento del edificio e incorporación de nuevos equipos como resonador, angiografía y rayos X en imágenes diagnósticas. Hoy, Méderi es un veterano vital, al que no se le nota el paso de los años, porque detrás del cemento y el ladrillo hay un ser complejo que se proyecta hacia el futuro. Méderi, red hospitalaria.
Estamos acá en el segundo taller regional de compras sostenibles para el sector salud. Estamos en Medellín, en San Vicente Fundación, en su sede de Río Negro, que es el primer hospital LEED latino por fuera de Estados Unidos. Es el único edificio con estos estándares, digamos, de construcción y de operación en América Latina. Estamos muy contentos con la representación de los países y la participación súper activa de nuestros miembros, trabajando hoy en eficiencia energética, ayer con foco en químicos, pero también estamos trabajando otros enfoques, como por ejemplo de cómo incorporar perspectiva de género en las compras sostenibles, que ha tenido un muy buen resultado con nuestros miembros.
Para nosotros en Salud Sin Daño es muy importante poder generar estos espacios en donde las y los profesionales de salud que trabajan en las instituciones que forman parte de la red global se conocen, intercambian el trabajo y la experiencia del día a día, aprenden no solamente de las capacitaciones que brindamos, sino también del trabajo y de los resultados que están logrando en sus propias instituciones. Así que siempre es una prioridad para nosotros poder generar estos encuentros encuentros presenciales en donde aparece esta riqueza en el aprendizaje a través de las experiencias comunes.
Hoy las charlas de género, de energía, mostraron resultados que podemos llevar a nuestras comunidades y beneficiar así a las personas que trabajan en los hospitales y a las personas que estamos atendiendo en las comunidades.
Fue muy satisfactorio realmente esta cuestión de empezar como a darse cuenta las personas de este vínculo tan necesario, tan oportuno y de alguna manera esta herramienta tan efectiva que es la herramienta de compras públicas del Estado para trabajar en términos de equidad de género.
Este año se trataron temas importantes como sustancias químicas, energía y género. Esto es importante porque como establecimientos de salud tenemos que ser partícipes y pioneros.
Cuando uno viene acá se da cuenta que puede estar muy avanzado en algún tema, enmarcándolo en compra, ¿cierto? Puede estar más avanzado en algún criterio o forma de comprar en forma sostenible y más atrasado en otro. En particular nosotros tenemos bastante avances, por ejemplo, en residuos, en riles y en eficiencia energética, pero estamos un poquito más atrás que fijándonos ahora con la experiencia y lo que hemos visto en el taller en sustancias químicas. Entonces yo creo que ha sido lo más valioso, poder llevarnos criterios, ¿cierto?, abiertos, una planilla de trabajo, una nueva herramienta para poder en el fondo hacer un catastro de estas sustancias químicas y en el fondo poder buscar criterios de compra sostenibles que sean estándares a todos los establecimientos. Y eso es lo bueno de esta red, que en el fondo compartimos lo que ya está haciendo otro y no inventando algo nuevo.
It has been such a privilege and an honor to join together with Salud Sin Daño here in Medellin in Colombia for this workshop on sustainable procurement in health products and services. This has been an inspiring community with so many great examples.
Muy bien, vamos a dar comienzo al último bloque de esta primera jornada de la 5ª Conferencia Latinoamericana de la Red Global de Hospitales Verdes y Saludables. Para quienes están siguiendo la transmisión online, seguramente ven que ha cambiado la disposición de las sillas en la sala porque vamos a dar inicio al taller, como decíamos hace un rato, que va a estar coordinado por Claudia Paz, facilitadora técnica de proyectos de salud sin daño para América Latina. Como les decía, las personas que están siguiendo la transmisión online también van a poder participar del taller, así que les pedimos que estén atentos y atentas a las indicaciones que les vamos a ir dando.
Also, for our streaming virtual audience, we're going to do a life cycle analysis on medical or devices or medical products. Preferably single-use medical. You will be free to choose which supply or which device you want to work with in each group. I will first give you instructions for the streaming virtual audience, and then I will give instructions for those of you here present. Those of you who are joining us online through the YouTube channel, you will receive 3 links that will take you to a file in Spanish, Portuguese, and in English. Those files will or do contain the workshop, do contain the workshop that you will develop at home, at your own workplace, or where you are now located on an individual basis. At this time, you should be receiving those links through the YouTube channel. We're asking you to please download each link based on your language preference. Remember, Spanish, Portuguese, and English. Subsequent to that, you will receive a link for you to upload on a file, on a drive file, which is a public access drive. You will not have any problems uploading the actual file on which you will work, and that drive has sub files with the name of the country where you are located. We have the list of countries where it has been registered. If you happen to be in a country that has no specific country name, there is a file that says other files. This will be an exercise between 30 and 35 minutes. You can develop and carry on this exercise, unload or download the file, work on it, and then you can upload this file. I will give you instructions as to how to fill out this Excel file. For those of us here, the same explanation for some of you. I will share it with you on the screen. If you could help me, one moment. One moment, please. We're going to show a file and drive with, or entitled Workshop, and we will share it on the screen. In the meantime, start thinking about that product for which you have information of all the stages on the life cycle: design, production, logistics, procurement, purchases, use, and final disposal. You can repeat medical products, gloves, face masks, catheters, or any type of medical product or device. In the meantime, let's start selecting that one medical product or device. Let's identify, while we see it on the screen, to identify the impacts of all the life cycle when it's manufactured in a traditional way, and also let's think about its life cycle in a circular fashion or way, using or applying circular patterns, how we can improve manufacturing, design, purchasing, use, end of life or end use. That's why you have two different banners or cardboards, and those on streamlining can help us and guide us. And you will have two actual sections or squares or boxes. This explanation that I am going to show you applies for both those here at the conference on site and for our streaming audience. Okay, I think we're set. Can we go up? Let's go to the very start of the file. There's another chart. Look, you have this on streaming and in the languages that I have mentioned, and here inside you have this with some columns. I am going to choose this product. In design and production, what are the considerations of a traditional life cycle can we have? Production under forced labor, incorporation of chemical substances, harmful, disposable material derived from fossil fuels, consumption of energy consumption, logistics, maritime or sea, ocean transport, shipping, packaging. So if gloves are being manufactured, is it sensitive to the shortage when it comes to emergencies? When we go into the procurement or purchasing stage, is it a basic necessity for the sector? Can we get rid of it? Can we overcome this barrier? Purchasing or procurement without criteria or work-related matters, environmental. When it comes to the use in a traditional cycle, we have indiscriminate use in activities where there is no biological risk, processes that facilitate crisscross contamination, excessive generation of biological waste or residues, and finally, the end of the life cycle. Based on the country, typically they get incinerated. Some of them are sent to recycling, and also based on services, the sanitation filling. Let's go down. And here is the mapping of circular patterns when it comes to glove manufacturing. In the design and production phase, local suppliers or suppliers that actually respect labor related, do they have a code of ethics? Is it published on their website? The elimination of chemical substances or PVC type of recycled. Now, packaging without harmful substances. Packaging innovation so they can be reused. The reduction of weight, thickness, high endurance, high performance gloves. Under logistics, materials that are not based on fuel, can they be sterilized? Can they be considered as circular or traditional patterns? Can they be sterilized with gamma or ethylene? Close by manufacturers. Or mobility actions, all other type of fuels. When it comes to procurement, what can we propose when it comes to a circular model with a sustainability criteria, including packaging, purchasing or procurement with labor and respectful criteria? When it comes to the use, to educate for its use, to find out when the actual need for the gloves, infectious, and at the end of life, no classification as a harmful waste without, if it's not contaminated, to be recycled or not. Internal manuals for classification to assess the classification type of system for this material once we comply with the options for its usage. This is an example with gloves. On the sheet that says workshop, that's where you're going to do the activity in the workshop. So the first tab was just an example. This is the file that you must download and work on your own computer or device to later upload it to the public access file. Without any further ado, we're going to start. And from here, let's cut off transmission, and we will continue here on site.
Bueno, muchas gracias por la activa participación. Ya vi los productos, tapabocas, por acá escogieron bolsas de solución salina, dos grupos, hay dos grupos con el mismo producto. Por acá escogieron las guías, por allá escogieron catéteres y agujas. Están todos los productos. Les cuento, lo que vamos a hacer es lo siguiente. El día de mañana, durante el refrigerio, vamos a tener un recorrido de manera museo. Vamos a pegar estas carteleras en las paredes donde tomaron el refrigerio el día de hoy, y ahí vamos a hacer una muy rápida explicación, muy rápida, de los 6 grupos. ¿Son 6? Sí, pero hay 6 grupos, listo. Nos podemos agrupar, por lo menos aquí que son, que 2 grupos tienen bolsas de suero, nos agrupamos. Y esa es la actividad de retroalimentación del ejercicio. El día de mañana en el refrigerio les estaremos anunciando oportunamente durante el evento. Muchísimas gracias.
Bueno, muy bien, vamos a iniciar la última, ahora sí, parte de este primer día, de esta primera jornada. Y para eso, para compartir unas conclusiones acerca de todo lo que estuvimos viviendo en el día de hoy, voy a invitar a Jacqueline Tapia, gerenta técnica de proyectos de salud sin daño para América Latina.
Gracias, Caro.
I took some notes about some interventions that I think it's important to highlight. First of all, to congratulate all our panel guests and all those panel members who joined and were here present online. I think it has been eye-opening and illuminating. Above all, it's important to underscore what Dolores mentioned at the beginning. We are in this climate change, triple climate change crisis, and some phrases stuck with me. Andrea mentioned one of them. I think it's, in one way, like a closing and also like a trigger to measure, to understand, and to act. Those of us who have worked in environmental management and how we can improve, how can move forward in a better way. So many of your presentations, panel members, the work that has been done are fully aware, and we are taking into account all the resources, the adaptation of many resources, ideas, methods to move forward on a local, regional basis, which reflects reality that each institute or entity is involved, immersed in. Well, there are many things that on a theory, from a theory-based approach can be done, but they need to be converted into practical matters. And to be able to do this analysis and how we can implement these in our institutes and how we can socialize them. And I believe that this is very valuable, because one of the things that we have learned is that we have to start to work in a comprehensive, intersectional, cross-sectional, with different collaborators, with the decision makers, with those who create the strategies, with those who implement strategies. So, to measure, to understand, and to act, it's not possible if we don't work on this on a territory level, on a regional level, with people, workers, collaborators, with those who have different initiatives from purchasing, procurement, analysis of single-use plastics, to be able to understand what we're consuming, what's the impact on the health of human beings, the impact on the environment, and how we can scale up this to those who make decisions, and how we can accompany this on a transformative process. So I think it's important to highlight and emphasize that it hasn't been an easy pathway for all of us. You have dealt and fought different battles and different struggles, hardships, and that here we can visualize and we can socialize and manifest the network, and the different initiatives have been able to be implemented, to replicate, duplicate, to scale them up because of these initiatives, because of these activities, because of these conferences where you can contribute, we can participate, and all of us can take away or walk away with all of these learnings and lessons to be able to challenge ourselves on a permanent way, to understand that there are opportunities to improve, how we can identify and how we can diagnose, and to acknowledge and recognize what we're doing, what we're consuming, and from that standpoint to think about our plans, about these opportunities to improve so that we can improve our climate footprint and the environmental impact. So, there is so much to digest, to process, to learn from, at least from our point of view, very valuable experiences. The inclusiveness work with our communities, about education, about training, about the commitment that is required to continue despite some results are not what we expected, and also to maintain it over time. For example, 2 years to be able to put together a procurement program, to not lower or rest our arms, and to not give up when facing hardships or difficulties, and to know that there is a network of hospitals over here, a healthcare system of healthcare professionals who are committed, who are involved, who want to transform the healthcare sector, who have very good ideas, and who can start interacting, to come together, to relate to each other, and to give continuity with what was mentioned today, and Brenda mentioned it, how these articulations and these networks come about, and how different facilities and entities articulate with each other, and how they can implement these challenges or to affront and face these challenges. So I highlight and emphasize, excuse me, I apologize to the translation, and to diagnose, to get to know, and to be able to move forward these initiatives, and to know that there is a network, a solid network that has an ambition to transform the healthcare sector, to question, to interpolate, and to embark upon this. You're not alone, we are not alone. It's a difficult pathway, and it's necessary to start questioning ourselves, what are we doing, how we're doing it, and to support ourselves in this network to be able to address and to face these challenges, but to know that the roadway is possible, change is possible, change is necessary for our sector, and as Monica was saying, because the rest of us depends, the health care and the health approach depends on us and on our community. So that's what I wanted to emphasize.
Muchas gracias, Jacquelina.
Thank you, Jacquelina. And before closing our session today, we'd like to share some information about tomorrow's session. We will start right on time at 8 o'clock Colombian time zone, 9 Chile, 10 in Argentina, 7 in Mexico and Costa Rica. Those of you who are here present, please do show up and come on time so we can start promptly at 8 a.m. We're going to take a group picture downstairs at the roundabout. So it will be the same way back, the way you came in, and at the roundabout we will take a group picture. And to thank you all for your commitment, for your effort, your dedication, also for the joy that you used. And also we thank all members and guests who are joining us online from different countries. We look forward to seeing you tomorrow for the second session of this 5th International Conference of the Global Network of Green and Healthy Hospitals. Thank you very, very much.